Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Could I ask all of us in the room here, please, to stand up as we honor the host nation of the Afreximbank Annual Meetings with the national anthem of Nigeria, followed immediately by the official anthem of the African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank. Let these anthems remind us of our shared commitment to unity, to progress, and the boundless promise of Africa.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland.
From within the shores of the motherland and far beyond, with dignity we rise and we build a bridge for all. With integrity, respect, trust, excellence, commitment, creativity. We will build for Africa's prosperity. We will build for the now and posterity. As we standing together, we prepare to forever. We are transforming Africa's trade. Oh, we are Afreximbank. We will build for Africa's prosperity. We will build for the now and posterity. As we standing together, we prepare to forever. We are transforming Africa's trade. Oh, we are Afreximbank. Salam, oh yeah, my way, salam, oh yeah, my way, salam.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries, my name is Mark Omorowa Oluwasegun Edo, and on behalf of Afreximbank, it's my distinct honor to welcome you to the 32nd Afreximbank Annual Meetings. And we're here in Abuja, where Afreximbank's story began. Back in October 1993, African governments and investors teamed up with international partners right here in Abuja to launch the bank, and the aim was to boost trade across Africa and beyond. The bank's guiding charter was also signed right here in Abuja, marking a major milestone in its history. And now we fast forward to today, and the bank's obvious success sees it blessed by the presence of hundreds of visionaries, leaders, and change makers converging to shape the future of Africa's trade and prosperity. So, allow me to extend a special welcome to our distinguished dignitaries. First up, as protocol dictates, I would like to welcome His Excellency Kashim Shettima, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who is ably represented by Dr. Tope Fashua, who is the Special Economic Advisor to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We also are graced by the presence of His Excellency Terence Drew, who is the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis. Your Excellencies, African and Caribbean heads of state and representatives here present, there are numerous. Honorable Dr. Kasil Atulba Forson is with us. He's the Minister of Finance and Chair of the Afreximbank General Meeting, represented by Honorable Thomas Nyako Ampem, Deputy Minister of Finance for Ghana. Honorable Ministers, Governors, executive governors, and other government officials from Nigeria and the rest of Africa, the Caribbean, and global are here present. Your Excellencies, governors of states and provinces in Nigeria, other parts of Africa, and His Excellency Professor Benedict Orama, President and Chairman of the Board of Directors of Afreximbank, together with his beautiful wife, Chinelo, are here. Your Excellencies, former Presidents of Afreximbank, Mr. Christopher Edodu and Mr. Jean-Louis Ekra, heads of African and non-African international organizations, shareholders of Afreximbank, and members of the Board of Directors of Afreximbank and Afreximbank subsidiaries and special initiatives, Mr. Dennis Denya, Senior Executive Vice President, Mr. Samaila Zubairu is here with us, the President and CEO of the Africa Finance Corporation, and also the Chairperson of the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions. We'll be hearing from him later. Executive Vice Presidents of Afreximbank, you're welcome. CEOs and heads of Afreximbank subsidiaries, captains of industry and heads of partner financial institutions, ladies and gentlemen, the international African, Pan-African press, you're all welcome. We're honored by your presence and inspired by your leadership. Now, just before we start, a few housekeeping notes that I have to do as we embark on a day of a dynamic dialogue that will continue for 3 days till Friday. Now, all sessions will be conducted in English and French, with interpretation devices available. So really grab one if you need it so you don't miss a moment of insight. And we also encourage you to join the conversation online. Follow and share your experiences on social media platforms using your official handles and hashtags. And that goes for the hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people watching on television screens and on the internet around the world. Please, the hashtag is hashtag AAM2025. You can also do hashtag Global Africa. And don't forget to explore our vibrant Afreximbank Pavilion space, where innovation and opportunity awaits at every turn. Now, it's my great pleasure to introduce my fellow MC for this year's annual meetings. She's a dynamic communicator in her own right, and she's going to do a lot of work over the next 3 days. So I want you to give a warm round of applause to Miss Marie-Angèle Touré.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, builders of the African century. My name is, as Mark said, Marie-Angèle Touré, and I am truly, truly honored to spend the next few days with you for the annual meetings of an institution that for the past 32 years has defied the odds. Because remember, please remember, when others stepped back, Afreximbank stepped forward. Remember, when global systems collapsed, Afreximbank stood tall. And remember, when crisis hit and hit hard, Afreximbank became and remains a lifeline. So now we gather, of course, with a deeper mission to transform Africa by acting with vision, with courage, and with unity. And because Afreximbank is above all a Pan-African institution, one that speaks to every single part of the continent, this year we have decided to shift the paradigm just a little, to honor our Francophone brothers and sisters by speaking directly to you, dans votre langue, avec la même force, la même passion et la même vigueur. Please allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to continue en français. Mesdames et messieurs, distingués invités, ce moment que nous partageons aujourd'hui est un serment silencieux, celui de faire de notre diversité un socle et non pas une fracture. Nous ne sommes pas venus assister à ces assemblées annuelles, non, nous sommes venus agir. Nous sommes venus tracer ensemble, tous ensemble, un chemin africain assumé et audacieux. N'est-ce pas, Marc?
Merci beaucoup. I should also mention that I see our brother here, the Secretary General of the AFCFTA Secretariat, His Excellency, please round of applause, Wamkele Mene is here with us. Now, Marie, these year's meetings are centered around a very powerful theme, building the future on decades of resilience. And it's, I guess, a really, truly fitting choice given the remarkable impact Afreximbank has had on the fortunes of our beloved continent. Now, with vision and unwavering resolve, Professor Benedict Orama and his dynamic team at Afreximbank have propelled Africa forward, championing trade, empowering businesses, and forging economic unity across the continent. As we know, this great man is exiting the stage at Afreximbank after a decade of leadership. Now, in the spirit of Kwame Nkrumah, who declared, "We face neither east nor west, we face forward." You, sir, have continuously heeded the call for African progress and integration on Africa's terms. We feel that Nkrumah, Kenyatta, Azikwe, and all the great Pan-African champions of yesterday look down at you today, Professor Orama, and they're saying, "Well done, my son. Africa moves forward because of leaders like you." President, Professor, our leader, our brother, we thank you, we miss you, we love you.
Thank you, Mark. And before we begin, let us take a moment, not for numbers, they'll come later, not for reports, but for what we also enjoy, for rhythm, for memory, for art, for what connects us beyond words. Ce que vous allez vivre maintenant, mesdames et messieurs, c'est une traversée, une expérience artistique. Made in Nigeria. Vous allez découvrir une Afrique debout, fière, qui se raconte avec la puissance du verbe, pas pour qu'on l'écoute par curiosité, mais pour qu'on s'en souvienne et qu'on s'en inspire. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome an amazing troupe, a daily dance group, followed by a bold and inspiring, beautiful voice of our time, the poet Dike Chukwumereje.
In 1961, the year the president Afreximbank was born, 24 African countries were not free. Britain, France, Portugal, Belgium were all still colonial masters over African territory. The apartheid police in South Africa, the start of that year, the Belgian police were seen as the nation with Mumba, Africa was on its knees trying to stand up. Nkrumah, Nyerere, Nujoma, all trying to rise up, to catch up with a world that had knocked us down. 400 years of slavery had run us down. Conquests and colonies, arbitrary borders and territories. Where they built railways, it was not to connect us. They ran one way from the mines to the sea. Economic dependence was the new slavery. So that first time Africa spoke in unity, that first OAU meeting in 1963, our founding fathers said yes to independence. But what is independence? If Yaoundé is closer to Paris than it is to Lagos, if the Naira is fluent in the language of the dollar but cannot speak Zambian Kwacha, what is independence? If cocoa is Ghanaian, but the chocolates on Kenyan tables is Belgian, what is independence? So the very first time Africa spoke in unity, that first OAU meeting in 1963, our founding fathers said independence is trade. It is a payment system that allows African currencies to talk to each other. They dream. It is a calendar of trade fairs that allows African businesses to meet with each other. They dream. It is a system of guarantees that allows African borders not to impede each other. The very first time Africa spoke in unity, that first OAU meeting in 1963, our founding fathers said independence is trade. For we will never be truly free till we begin to freely trade with each other. This is the dream that lay fallow for 30 years till a man from Senegal came and brought it to life and built an institution with a single task: to promote continental trade. This is the dream Benedict Orama joined as a young economist, a pioneer staff in 1994, destined to rise through the ranks, an employee that would one day lead the bank. To build on the work of Edodu and Ikra and reach for that dream of an integrated Africa that had moved the hearts of our founding fathers that shining day in Addis Ababa. Today we live that dream. Today we live that multi-decade dream of stepping on the iniquities of our yesteryears to step up to our future. Today we live that dream. Today we have a payment system that allows African currencies to talk to each other. Today, we have a biennial trade fair that allows African businesses to meet with each other. Today, we have a transit bond that allows African borders not to impede each other. Today, we have an Afro-Caribbean forum that allows Africa to meet its diaspora. This is the dream Nkrumah had of a single African marketplace, from a single bank to FEDA, from a modest bank to Mansa. This is the dream Nyerere had of a single African marketplace, of institutions that allow the African, from CANEX to ATEX, from ATG to ACCs, to link hands with the African. This is the dream Nujoma had, that in the face of a pandemic, we will converge to co-establish a full procurement scheme. This is the dream that we would not stand apart as island economies, but stand as one to scale up economies. This is the dream Du Bois had of an African bank that would open its first office abroad, not in London, but in Barbados, because it knows that they are us, this is the dream Ndiaye had when he laid the cornerstone of an import-export bank, of an Africa no longer shut out of global trade on the claim that we fall below standard. So we build the Quality Assurance Center to help each other overcome every non-tariff barrier, so we can run without stumbling, fly without crashing, jump through every hoop to keep Africa rising. This is a dream. For the chains of modern times are not political. And independence is not just to give a speech that is radical. It is to build infrastructure that makes it possible for Africa to mobilize its domestic capital. For our separate states, we are vulnerable, but as a single market, we are formidable. Tie in our diaspora, we are unstoppable. Africa rising to become global. This is the dream that has driven this bank this last 8 years to float a black bond that binds us all from the nation of Burundi to the island of Bahamas, so we can build our own schools, build our own hospitals, train our own children, project our own priorities, hold our heads high in the company of all nations, not perpetual beggars, so we can stand up as kings and queens, as our ancestors once dreamed, in those hallowed halls of Addis Ababa, of that day when Africa would finally be truly independent. This is the dream we must all keep carrying. This is the dream we must all keep living. As the curtains fall on Benedict Orama's time as president of this Afreximbank, he can look back with pride and say, I leave behind an Africa more integrated than the one in which I was born. This is the dream.
Another round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for these wonderful performances. I would like, before we continue, to acknowledge His Excellency Kashim Shettima, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, represented today by Dr. Tope Fasua, Special Economic Advisor to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And also Selma Malika Haddadi, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, representing the Chairperson, also here with us today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you know, some leaders, they build quietly, but they leave traces that become roads for others to follow. For over a decade, our first speaker today has stood at the financial heart of Afreximbank, guiding its strength with discipline, purpose, and vision. A believer in an Africa that no longer exports its wealth raw, but adds value builds industries, and claims its future. Et parce que cette conviction n'est pas qu'économique, elle est aussi humaine et profondément africaine. Et c'est pour ça que nous accueillons aujourd'hui un homme de constance, de stratégie et de transformation concrète. Please welcome Mr. Dennis Denya, Senior Executive Vice President of Afreximbank. Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to stand on the extensive protocols already established by the MCs. And let me just say, all protocol observed. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this, the 32nd Annual General Meeting of the African Export-Import Bank, holding in the nation's federal capital territory of Abuja, a kingdom founded by Abubakar in 1828, and has been positively impacted by the experiences of some of the illustrious sons of this land, including Shehu Shagari, the man credited with the city's infrastructure development, as well as Chief Olusegun Obasanjo and Murtala Mohammed, the brains behind the development of the new capital. Indeed, it is our honor to host you as part of the bank's 2025 annual meetings and associated capacity and knowledge sharing events. These annual meetings have become pivotal in generating ideas, shaping policy design, and changing the narrative, while at the same time creating a platform for forging constructive partnerships and strategic alliances. Accordingly, we expect the outcome of these meetings in this great city to have consequential impact and alter the development trajectory of our continent. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to briefly go back to the history of Afreximbank's formation and the journey it has taken thus far. I think some of you will remember that the years leading to the formation of Afreximbank were turbulent, underpinned by global sovereign debt crisis, while elevated Afro-pessimism contributed to a mass withdrawal of trade and development finance from the continent. I want to remind us that the establishment of Afreximbank was Africa's response to the confluence of crises during that time. But the establishment of Afreximbank was also met with fierce resistance, both from within and without Africa. It was those whose goal it was to perpetuate the culture of dependence and underdevelopment of the continent who led such resistance. Notwithstanding the fierce opposition to its creation, Afreximbank has ascended into systemic relevance, supporting not only its clients but member countries and contributing to the continent's development aspirations. Over the past 3 decades, the resilience of the bank has been anchored on courage and determination, clear foresight, and a firm belief in its vision. It is against this background that the 2025 annual meetings are aptly themed Building the Future on Decades of Resilience. Some of you may ask why this theme. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, 3 decades after its establishment, the very combined forces drawn from both within and without Africa that opposed the creation of the bank in the lead-up to its establishment have changed into various shapes, but with the sole objective of undermining this great institution. The theme also was influenced by the ongoing global developments as the world continues to experience waves of global shocks with significant implications, especially for developing and vulnerable countries. Thus, this clarion call to look within and take our destiny in our own hands. An emerging fractured world characterized by heightened geopolitical tensions, economic fragmentation, and realignment, increasing protectionism crystallized by trade tariff wars, blatant disregard of rules-based multilateral trade, and heightened trade uncertainty is exacerbated by the withdrawal of aid from the continent. Accordingly, the certainties of the past, stability, predictable alliances, and open markets are giving way to a new era of fragmentation and volatility, thus creating a scenario that led to the establishment of Afreximbank. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, so how do we navigate the headwinds associated with this emerging new world order? The experience of Afreximbank, and indeed the continent over the past 30 years, gives us optimism. Having exhibited resilience in the face of adversity, we can leverage Afreximbank's experience to chart a path for the future. Africa is at the crossroad, at a point where we need to be intentional about our aspirations, firm in our convictions, resolute in our actions, and determined in our collective purpose. We have arrived at a point where we need to harmonize our collective strength, be firm and resolute in our conviction in addressing our challenges and shaping the future. I put it to us that strengthening African institutions, especially development financial institutions, is critical for sustainable development, democratic governance, and improved livelihoods. In an area where there is scarcity of funding for African institutions, our own homegrown institutions must be given all the support that is required. We must focus on building strong independent institutions, promoting good governance, and fostering regional cooperation. It is imperative to highlight that institutional strengthening also requires political support from our political leaders, so as not to undermine our own institutions. Prudent policy and reforms, including macroeconomic management, structural reforms, and investment in key areas such as infrastructure and human capital across the continent, are crucial for fostering sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to be deliberate about industrialization with a view to promoting value addition to Africa's exports. Whilst diversifying the continent's export basket, efforts must also be directed at diversifying export destinations. We must improve regional trade through AfCFTA. We need to forge new trading partnerships and strategic alliances to leverage our collective strength and resources. New partnerships and strategic alliances will contribute to enhancing access to new markets, offer competitive advantages, and increase innovation. The African Export-Import Bank will continue to stand by and support member states to advance their short to medium-term goals, as we have done in the past. During the end of the commodity supercycle, we came in with a counter-cyclical facility. During COVID, as already been mentioned, during the Ukraine crisis of 2022, we intervened by introducing innovative instruments to support member states. In this way, member countries were able to mitigate the impact of these shocks. We have supported the continent's industrialization by establishing industrial parks and special economic zones, in addition to support capacity expansion of large private sector corporates. Again, to address the outflow of scarce foreign currency and medical tourism, we completed the first Africa Medical Center of Excellence here in Abuja. Ladies and gentlemen, as the world is enveloped in a cloud of uncertainty, Afreximbank will be there to support the continent in its aspirations. As Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the first president of Ghana, once said, those who would judge us merely by the heights we have achieved will do well to remember the depth from which we started. As an institution and a continent, we continue to face adversity through challenging global economic order. However, we can look into the future with optimism, knowing that we have been here before and we have prevailed. I wish you all fruitful meetings and deliberations, and hopefully we leave these meetings more resolute than ever to champion the cause of our destiny and for the prosperity of future generations. Please let me also take this time to urge you to explore the beautiful city of Abuja in your spare time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dennis Denya. Thank you very much. Now, I'm back home here. I'm a Niger man myself, and I'm proud. I love my country, and I understand and recognize those people in government. They don't have an easy job. It's a hard job, but it's so vital. And we have a few of those people here today. And there's one person in particular, actually two people, that I really want you to give a round of applause for, because the work they do is vital to the success of this great nation we call Nigeria. Please give a warm round of applause to Mr. Wale Edun, the Honorable Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But he's not alone, Mr. Edun. You're not alone. You're not working alone. You're working in partnership. Yeah, because one of your key partners is here today. Now, through bold reforms, unifying exchange rates, boosting investor confidence, this next speaker has championed policies that strengthen trade and business, making Nigeria a very attractive destination for global and Pan-African investment and growth. So give a warm round of applause as I welcome the remarks of the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, His Honorable Olayemi Cardoso.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, heads of state and government from across our great continent and beyond, Your Excellency Kashim Shettima, GCON, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by Tokpe Fasua, who is the Special Advisor on Economic Matters. Honorable ministers, in particular the Minister of Finance, the esteemed former presidents and prime ministers, distinguished statesmen and women, Your Excellency Professor Benedict Orama, the President and Chairman of the Board of Directors of African Export-Import Bank. And I also want to make a special recognition of the past presidents here present. Although I can see one, Mr. Edodu. And I don't know if Jean-Louis Ekra is also here. Aha, he's sitting next to me. And in our typical Nigerian way, I would like to crave indulgence to adopt the very extensive protocol that has already been established. Now, let me say that it is a very, very great honor and privilege for me to be here today to deliver the opening remarks at this year's annual meeting of the African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank with the overarching theme, building the future on decades of resilience. Permit me to begin by congratulating the bank on its 32nd anniversary and to commend the president, Professor Arama, and other members of the board of directors, as well as the entire Afreximbank team, for its unwavering commitment to the transformation of the continent's economic landscape. This continues to inspire hope, confidence, and concerted action. The theme of today's session, 32 years of resilient growth and transformation, could not have come at a more auspicious time. It speaks directly to the essence of this institution and the road of travel of our continent. Today, we gather to reflect on and celebrate the journey of Afreximbank over the past 3 decades. Afrexim has emerged as more than an average financial institution. It has become a trusted partner, a convener of ambition, and a catalyst for change, shaping strategy, enabling execution, and elevating African agency across the globe. Distinguished guests, it has already been mentioned that Afrexim was born in Abuja in October 1993. The founding mandate, may I say, was bold and transformative: to finance, promote, and expand African trade at a time when global financial institutions were retreating from our shores. The visionaries, and we're happy to have some of them here today, who midwifed its birth, understood that Africa required a dedicated institution rooted in the continent and responsive to its peculiarities to unlock its latent potential in both intra-African and global trade. Over the last 32 years, Afrexim has grown from modest beginnings to become a symbol of African financial fortitude. From an initial capital base of $750 million, relatively small amount by international standards, the bank has expanded its capital assets to over $40 billion US as of the end of last year. This remarkable trajectory reflects both prudent financial stewardship and the continent's growing confidence in its capabilities. It is also a testament to the expanding coalition of stakeholders spanning 51 African countries and a mix of public and private investors who have placed their trust in Afreximbank's position. Besides its impressive financial results, Afreximbank achievements have been both wide-ranging and deeply strategic. It has distinguished itself as a reliable counter-cyclical actor and first responder during crisis. The bank has repeatedly risen to the occasion when Africa needed it most. Again, the former speaker, the senior vice president, had actually mentioned a number of interventions that Afrexim had done on the continent, from the COVID-19 pandemic, PATIMFA, to, of course, the counter-cyclical trade liquidity facility, and its immense contribution directly to the Africa's public health response. These interventions collectively underscore a profound truth that Africa's economic resilience is inseparable from its capacity to provide solutions to its challenges. The Afreximbank, as a truly African institution, has distinguished itself by embodying this ethos. Ladies and gentlemen, as a country, Nigeria provides a reflection of the impact and potential for strategic partnerships with Afreximbank. A founding member and a major shareholder, Nigeria is also the bank's largest single beneficiary. Earlier this year, the president and chairman of the board noted that Nigeria has received approximately 52 billion in trade and project financing over the past decades, mirroring both the size of our economy and the depth of engagement with Afreximbank. Ladies and gentlemen, while we celebrate these accomplishments, it is imperative to recognize the persisting and emerging challenges facing the African continent. Rising trade protectionism, global economic fragmentation, and shifting geopolitical dynamics are not only undermining Africa's developmental prospects, they are also threatening the coherence of the international ecosystem. Therefore, the role of Afreximbank has never been more crucial in addressing these challenges. The last 32 years have affirmed its credential as a bulwark towards volatility, a catalyst for intra-Africa trade, and a champion for integrating Africa into global value chains. As we reflect on today's sub-theme, 32 years of resilient growth and transformation, we must also ask a forward-looking question. What does it take to build an African institution that stands the test of time? Resilience is not accidental. It is engineered through deliberate choices, strong foundations, and a mindset oriented towards the long term. First, it takes strategic foresight, the ability to look beyond the noise of the present and invest in solutions for the next decade, not just the next quarter. Resilient institutions are always thinking ahead. Second, it requires crisis preparedness. Institutions that survive and thrive are those that plan, disruption before it arrives. They build buffers, diversify risks, and maintain discipline, especially when others are distracted by short-term gains. Third, clear communication is essential. In moments of uncertainty, people follow clarity. Resilient institutions speak honestly, act transparently, and stay close to their stakeholders, particularly when the road is rough. And finally, none of this can work without robust systems and governance. Great ideas cannot succeed on weak foundations. Resilience demands sound decision-making processes, strong data, functional infrastructure, and the humility to learn and course correct along the way. At the Central Bank of Nigeria, we've made this work a priority in the past year. We have focused on rebuilding trust with markets, with citizens, and with partners. We recognize that institutional credibility is the anchor of effective monetary and financial policy. Our efforts are focused on restoring clarity, reinforcing consistency, and deepening confidence, not as an end in itself, but as a foundation for a resilient future. This, to us, is the essence of institution building. However, resilience alone will not suffice. To secure the future that we envision, we must foster greater strategic cohesion among African member states. This includes accelerating the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, deepening regional integration, and building robust engagement with the African diaspora. And I must say that I am particularly pleased and want to commend the very hard work of Afreximbank under the leadership of Professor Orama in redefining the meaning of diaspora, redefining the meaning of diaspora. The African diaspora does not just reflect the African continent, but it reflects those outside of the African continent that are indeed the diasporans all the way to the Caribbean. And I see great work that has been done there by the Afreximbank in reaching out and forming partnerships, which definitely mean a lot to those they are reaching out to and to those of us here on the African continent. So I really do want to commend them for that. Also, to tell everybody that as the Central Bank of Nigeria, we recognize the need for diaspora engagement and participation in building a strong and resilient domestic economy. As part of our ongoing policy reforms in the foreign exchange market to boost diaspora remittances and support Naira stability, we have introduced two financial products, namely the non-resident Nigerian ordinary account and the non-resident Nigerian investment account, designated to serve Nigerians living abroad. This initiative is expected to provide a secure and efficient platform for managing funds investing in the Nigerian financial market. This would harness the economic potentials of Nigerians in the diaspora by boosting remittances and fostering investment in critical sectors of the economy. It is therefore imperative for initiatives such as this to be embraced to ensure that Africa and its diaspora continue to act in unison. And let me say also that for us, this particular initiative is certainly going to be a game changer. And people will now begin to understand a lot better how Nigeria is diversifying its revenue base and its reserve base. So please watch that space. Looking forward, as we celebrate 32 years of Afrexim's remarkable impact, we must also turn our eyes to the future. A future that calls for even greater ambition and clarity of purpose. A future defined by green growth that is African-led and African-owned. By digital transformation that connects our people and our markets, not just to the world, but to one another. By food and energy sovereignty that shields our nations from external shocks and secures our developmental pathways. And by a dynamic private sector that drives opportunity, innovation, and inclusive prosperity at scale. Afreximbank has helped us dream big. Now it is time to deliver big. Let us commit to building the resilient institutions our people need, our economies require, and our continent deserves. And let us live here today not only inspired by the past, but united in the work that lies ahead. Before I finally take my leave, I think I would not be doing justice to not leave you with a particular thought, and especially since I have the platform and I will use this as the opportunity. You know, a recent study by the Harvard Business School on leadership came up with a conclusion that two very critical factors for success in leadership: strategy and execution. Strategy and execution. And many times you find leaders have one and don't have the other. And they came out with a statistic which actually showed that barely 8% of leaders have both strategy and execution. So in actual fact, you could argue that in some environments and in some companies, they have none. They have none. And that's a huge challenge. It's a huge challenge. You know, I spoke earlier about dreaming big, thinking big. And I put out a challenge to say we also must see how to deliver big. I want to use an example that I am very familiar with. Many years ago, and I would say perhaps about a decade ago or so, the president of the Afreximbank, Professor Orama, who is someone I have known, went through relatively challenging times on his health. And this is something that is pretty well known. And he was able to surmount those challenges. He was able to surmount those challenges. And as a result of surmounting that, he made a promise to himself and to the hundreds of millions of Africans. And that promise was to ensure that he brought a first-class health facility to the continent. Believe me, at that time, and I remember this very well, it appeared as an outlandish dream. How can that ever happen? And dare say, in the journey, I witnessed certain experiments they had tried to do, which failed. And honestly, I was extremely delighted when a couple of weeks ago, the realization of that big, bold, and audacious dream came to light through the launching of the Africa Medical Center for Excellence. A center that has been created in conjunction with King's College London, a very well-reputed household name in the field, and is also determined to replicate this in other parts of Africa. Professor Orama, I salute you. It is not many that have the fortune of making these big dreams come true. It is not many. And I'm particularly pleased that as you exit your 10 years of leadership at the Africa Export-Import Bank, you have been able to realize this dream. I wish you all the success as you go on to do greater things, continue being a dreamer, and actualizing your dreams. We thank you for your years of service to the African continent, and I personally will say to you, keep dreaming. Thank you very much.
Restoring trust, inputting clarity, building the pillars necessary for Nigeria's success. Another warm round of applause for Olayemi Cardoso, the Central Bank Governor of Nigeria. Wonderful way to get us started. I see that there are many of your colleagues, as I said, Governor. I see our sister, Dr. Doris Uzoka Anite, the Honorable Minister of State for Finance, is also with us. And one thing that's wonderful about Afreximbank and about President Orama's nature to pull together. You know, Nelson Mandela said, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And he has done something I think that is quite remarkable, really, in Africa. He's not gone alone. He's pulled together multilateral finance institutions, like-minded individuals. You'll hear from one in a moment. But I also actually noticed my eyesight. I'm wearing my good glasses today. I think I see over there AFDB VP for Private Sector Infrastructure and Industrialization, my brother Solomon Koino. I think, if I'm not mistaken, over there, just an example, AFC, AFDB, and many others coming together as a collective force is quite remarkable and is exactly what we need. Now, on to our next speaker. He's representing Honorable Kasil Atoba Forson, who is the Minister of Finance for Ghana, and he's also the chairman of the annual general meetings of shareholders. Please welcome, representing him, the Honorable Thomas Ampem, who is the Deputy Minister for Finance of Ghana.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, permit me to associate myself with the extensive acknowledgements that have been done by earlier speakers, and to proceed to present a brief remarks on behalf of the Ghana's Finance Minister, Dr. Kasil Ato Forson. It is with great honor and a privilege to welcome you all to the vibrant city of Abuja, Nigeria, for the 32nd Annual Meetings of Afreximbank. Allow me to first express my deep appreciation to the government and people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for hosting this important gathering and the warm hospitality extended to us. Secondly, to Afreximbank for the excellent organization and coordination of this AGM. On behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Ghana, I say thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the theme for this year's meeting, Building the Future on Decades of Resilience, captures the very essence of our shared African journey, our collective fortitude, and the vision that will drive us forward. For decades, our continent has weathered storms of every kind, from economic shocks, health crisis, climate disruptions, political uncertainties, to global market shifts. And yet, through all this, Africa has proven again and again that it is not only resilient, but deeply resourceful. We have adapted, we have innovated, and we have found strength in unity. This resilience, deeply rooted in the spirit of our people, is the foundation on which we must now build the future. And build we must. We envision an Africa that is economically integrated, industrially robust, digitally connected, and climate resilient. But this vision will not come to life by chance. It requires deliberate design, strong partnerships, and bold leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where institutions like Afreximbank have been a pillar in our shared journey. Since its founding in 1993, the bank has stood beside African nations, not merely as a financier, but as a true development partner, helping to reimagine what is possible in African trade and transformation. Efforts in enhancing intra-African trade, supporting small and medium enterprises, and fostering industrialization have yielded tangible benefits for our economies. Initiatives like the Pan-African Payments and Settlement Systems are fast dismantling barriers to cross-border trades, while strategic partnerships are ensuring that African businesses remain competitive on the global stage. We have seen the fruit of our labor in growing trade volumes across the continent, in the empowerment of women entrepreneurs, and the increasing participation of African economies in global value chain. These successes are not endpoints, but rather stepping stones towards greater achievements. Of course, these achievements did not come without challenges. Global financial architecture, as it stands, does not always favor the developing world. Yet institutions like Afreximbank provide African solutions to African needs, tailored, timely, and transformational. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the future of Africa is as bright as the challenges we are willing to overcome. We stand at the crossroads of immense opportunities and formidable obstacles. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area presents a historical chance to unlock the full potential of our markets, uniting 1.4 billion people under a single economic framework. With the right policies and investments, we can achieve unprecedented economic integration and prosperity. Yet, we must be candid about the challenges that lie ahead: climate change, geopolitical tension, youth unemployment, and ever-increasing need for infrastructural development demand urgent and concerted action. The resilience we speak of today must be coupled with innovation, collaboration, and relentless pursuit of solutions that are both inclusive and sustainable. Your Excellencies, as we gather here in Abuja, we do so at a critical inflection point. The global economic landscape is evolving rapidly, and Africa must continue to chart its own course, one rooted in self-belief, integration over isolation, production over dependence, and collaboration over fragmentation. This week, let us make the most of our time. Let us not only reflect on what has been achieved, but more importantly, let us imagine and design what is possible. Let our conversations be honest, our ideas bold, and our actions decisive. The future we envision is not a distant dream, but a tangible reality within our grasp. Thus, if we dare to reach for it together. As chair of this year's annual meetings, I am excited for the outcomes that will emerge from our engagements. I am confident that with shared purpose, mutual respect, and visionary leadership, we will continue to build a stronger, more connected, and more resilient Africa. Let us honor the resilience that brought us here by committing ourselves fully and collectively to shaping a future that reflects Africa's full potential. In closing, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to once again express my profound gratitude to the government and people of Nigeria for hosting us in such warmth and hospitality. Abuja, with its dynamic energy and rich heritage, is a fitting backdrop for this momentous occasion. To all the delegates gathered here, your presence is a testament to the collective will and enduring spirit that drive our continent forward. Once again, welcome. Welcome to the 32nd Afreximbank Annual Meetings, and welcome to the dawn of a brighter, more resilient Africa. Let the work begin. Thank you.
Another round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for Deputy Minister for Finance of Ghana. And as we proceed, I would like to acknowledge Deputy Prime Minister of Egypt, Abdallah, here representing His Excellency, the President of Egypt, Abdel Fattah Saed Hussein Khalil El-Sisi. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to you. Mesdames et messieurs, ce que vous allez découvrir à présent va bien au-delà d'un film institutionnel classique. Parce que Afreximbank, ce n'est pas une banque classique, c'est un moteur, c'est une énergie qui accompagne, qui transforme, qui propulse le continent africain vers l'avenir. From one sector to another, from one border to the next, Afreximbank initiatives are turning challenges into real opportunities and vision into concrete results. This is the story of a continent rising, of a sovereignty that is built, not declared. One intervention, one innovation, one partnership at a time. We invite you now to witness the impact in an impactful video.
If I took you back to the Afreximbank of 10 years ago, we were focused, but I bet you nobody imagined the scale we will be at today. In 2015, we were a team of 450. Today, we've got 1,000 people on the mission of transforming this continent.
The bank has grown enormously.
People are put together by passion and a love for the continent.
Growth for us isn't just about strategy. It is leadership. It takes trust. It takes true partnership and belief in our abilities to actually make a difference.
Transforming initiatives that were concepts to reality.
The scale and pace with which we've been moving at has been with purpose. Every new office, every new hire, it's all been part of our bigger mission. The trajectory that this organization is taking is one that will ensure that we continue to achieve greater heights.
The creation of the bank itself was a response to a crisis at that time.
There are moments where this continent has needed bold, counter-cyclical support. That's when we show up. When the pandemic hit, we moved quickly to ensure the continent acquired the vaccines that it needed.
Within 3 days, we were able to put together a product paper deploying the intervention through financial institutions, through central bank, through corporate, through small and medium-sized enterprises.
That ensured that trade continues to flow for our different economies. And when we did that, global partners stood up and joined us. The MasterCard Foundation, the World Bank, UNICEF all joined us.
The bank demonstrated utmost level of relevance to the continent.
This has been a game changer that has poured and changed the narrative.
So there's a level of confidence now that allows us to become the trusted partners to governments to make sure we act decisively.
We can't just solve the problem by talking about it. We actually have to sit and craft solutions.
Back to the initial days of this organization, when we disbursed $5 million to support the cocoa sector in Ghana, to today, when we've disbursed over $5 billion to help the Nigerian National Petroleum Company to transform itself. These aren't symbolic. What we are doing is financing transformation at scale. We're channeling capital into trade, infrastructure, supply chains. It's not just in the long term when there are unique moments or crises. That is when the impact is real. We continue to grow stronger and faster, but never leaving behind our core goal to serve Africa and Africans.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to give a warm round of applause to two people. I mentioned him before at the beginning, but he's right here in the room. The Honourable Terence Drew is with us, Prime Minister of St Kitts and Nevis. And also His Excellency Hassan Abdallah, the Governor of the Central Bank of Egypt, is here with us. Now, Africa, as you've seen, as you felt, stands at a threshold of a new era, an era defined by ambition, by innovation, by investment, and by unity. Now, with a combined balance sheet exceeding $70 billion, the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions, or AMFI for short, is a real powerhouse. It's bringing together the continent's most dynamic financial engines to drive transformative development. Now, leading this impressive organization, having recently succeeded President Orama, who was the inaugural chairman of AMFI, is another visionary leader dedicated to advancing Africa's development through uniquely African solutions. As president and CEO of the Africa Finance Corporation, AFC, Mr. Samaila Zubairu has pioneered transformative financing initiatives that have unlocked billions of dollars for essential infrastructure across this continent that we love. So, please join me in welcoming a true architect of Africa's future, Mr. Samaila Zubairu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to stand the clearly established protocol today. Our gracious host, my dear brother, President Benedict Orama, honorable ministers here present, I would like to call out our Honorable Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, who gave us a mandate to do the domestic diaspora bond, which our governor talked about recently. And this transaction was awarded a prestigious award last week in London at the Europe, Middle East and Africa Awards. Speaking to the idea of having vision and to finding ways to domestically enhance our resources. Distinguished guests, all protocols observed. It is a pleasure to gather with you today as we celebrate 32 years of impact by Afreximbank, an institution that has not only stood with Africa and the African diaspora in times of crisis, but has actively shaped our continent's path to resilience and transformation. Let me commend the board, management, and staff for the successful organization of this AGM, and above all, the past presidents who have been acknowledged here, and the entire team for wonderful organization. I also want to commend Professor Orama for his visionary leadership and unwavering dedication to Africa's progress during his tenure as president of the bank. Under his stewardship, Afreximbank has become more than a bank. It has become a pillar of African self-reliance and a first responder in moments when others hesitate. At the Africa Finance Corporation, we are proud to have traveled alongside Afreximbank on this journey. Together, we are building the Kano-Maradi rail line, strengthening regional integration and activating the promise of the AFCTA. We are together building the African Medical Center of Excellence. We together build several projects across the continent. More importantly, we are focused on one of the most important things that would turn around our future and prosperity on the continent. We are together building transformational projects that will move and transform Africa's commodities and produce to finished and processed goods for use within the continent and outside the continent. We have been working together on the Arise Integrated Industrial Platform. First, they were lenders to the project, and then they eventually became equity partners alongside us. And we're finding ways to strengthen that partnership and to do more across the continent, especially here in Nigeria, where we have a new ambition of trying to transform the textile sector in the country. Again, we're focused on how to create more jobs because we believe jobs are the most important parameters of success for growing economies. So the more jobs we can create together, the better a future we can leave for the next generation. This partnership extends beyond collaboration. It demonstrates a shared mission to realize the Africa we want. I would like to stand here before you today as the chair of the African Multilateral Financial Institutions, AMFI, established by African heads of states and the African Union Commission in February 2024. AMFI unites Africa-owned and Africa-controlled multilateral financial institutions that have been built by Africa for Africans to deliver the Africa we all want. Alongside Afrexim and AFC, our growing membership includes the TDB Group, Africa Re, ATD, Shelter Afrique Development Bank, ZEPRI, East African Development Bank, Africa Solidarity Fund, and FEDER. And I'd like to announce that last week here in Abuja, AFDB mentioned that they want to join AMFI, and so that's a big plus for us. Together, AMFI members manage a collective balance sheet exceeding $70 billion. And with the addition of AFDB, you know what that will look like. We will be almost at the $200 billion that the public development banks in Africa collectively manage. But the opportunity and responsibility before us is far greater. Our most recent State of Infrastructure report indicates that Africa has over $4 trillion of domestic capital pools. The interesting thing is that over $1 trillion of that is in non-banking assets. That means with the right regulatory reforms and structured intermediation, we're able to channel a big proportion of these funds into the infrastructure that will enable industrialization, create jobs for our people, build the infrastructure that ensures connectivity for Africans and trade amongst Africans. We are keen to observe that we have over $405 billion in pensions, mainly in South Africa, Nigeria, Morocco, Egypt, Kenya, and several other countries. We have over $314 billion in insurance assets. We have over $150 billion with the sovereign wealth funds. These are African resources that must be mobilized and deployed at scale to meet our own trade, infrastructure, and development needs. As we've always said, Africa's development must be owned by Africans and it must be financed by Africans. I would say that one of the first meetings I had with Professor Orama when I first became the president of AFC, in fact, he was actually the first person to send me a letter of congratulation, and he engaged me then on how we could work together. One of the things we agreed upon was that we must take ownership of our development and we must lead in the execution of that ownership. And that means working together to do projects. That means working together to mobilize resources, as we have done. That means working together to deliver the promise that Africa needs. That is why, under the leadership of His Excellency President João Lourenço, the chairperson of the African Union and president of the Republic of Angola, and in close partnership with other NEPOD, we are activating the AU Development Fund, a new platform to bridge critical financing gaps to accelerate delivery of Agenda 2063. As the world becomes more fragmented and nations increasingly turn inwards, Africans must look within to look forward. Find solutions for our development challenges. The era of reliance on external benevolence is giving way to one of self-determination, and this is the new reality. African multilateral financial institutions are more critical than ever. We are significantly policy important because we have demonstrated that without us, most things would not happen on the continent. So it's important that we continue to work together to advance development and accelerate development impact for our people. We understand the terrain. We are invested in the outcomes. We have skin in the game. Our African multilateral financial institutions are not only technically capable, they are ideologically aligned with our shared ambition to transform Africa. Our fates are intertwined. To do better for our people is not a mission, it is a necessity which must be realized. Recognition of the policy importance of these institutions, African governments have invested their capital, signed enabling protocols, and enacted legislations necessary to make African multilateral development banks fit for purpose, impactful, and efficient. This partnership demonstrates the shared vision and the aspiration of the people of Africa, and is aligned, enduring, and responsive. We must therefore empower these institutions as the first point of call to channel domestic capital into Africa's development priorities and to lead our economic resilience, and renaissance from within. In closing, I call on all of you to work with African financial institutions to ensure that we remain resilient and that we work together to strengthen African financial institutions and not join the fray in attempts to weaken African multilateral financial institutions. And we do that by really respecting the laws of our respective countries, where we have already empowered these institutions with the immunities and privileges that's required for them to continue to de-risk opportunities in their domestic territories and to mobilize capital at scale for development within the continent. Africa's prosperity demands that we invest in our own resilience. This we rely on through our institutions, and we must act with urgency and unity in shaping our economic destiny. This is the purpose of AMFI. This is the work we must now accelerate. So I call upon our governments, our regulators, and our private sector leaders and our institutional investors. Stand with us. Work with us to deepen our capital base. Support us in strengthening our credit ratings. Empower institutions to lead where others cannot. Africa's financial architecture must be robust, integrated, and sovereign, because only then can we seize our moment in history. Let us build Africa together. Let us build our future together. Congratulations once again to President Birgit Orama for your amazing stewardship of Afreximbank and all that you've achieved with your team. Thank you for your friendship, your vision, and your enduring commitment to achieving Africa's full and dynamic potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Samaila Zubairu, President of AFC. AMFI is clearly a game changer. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's a special moment as we honor an enduring icon of African finance and vision, Dr. Babakar Ndaye, former president of the African Development Bank and a pioneer of African-led development. Now, he championed the creation of key institutions like Afreximbank and Shelter Afrique, and his unwavering belief in Africa's potential continues to inspire us and inspire generations. So please enjoy this message from the past. It's a tribute to a true African champion.
En vérité, le succès que nous avons remporté en créant l'Afreximbank, compte tenu de tout le scepticisme qui a entouré cette entreprise, m'a fait proclamer dans ma déclaration prononcée lors de la première Assemblée générale en 1993 à Abuja, qu'Afreximbank est sans doute un modèle unique de développement d'un partenariat constructif, fondé sur une base multinationale, et qu'il est un véritable triomphe à la gloire de l'imagination, de l'intellect et de l'esprit africain. Où peut-on trouver une autre organisation internationale créée sur la base d'un accord passé entre différentes nations souveraines, mais appartenant à un grand nombre d'institutions et de personnes du secteur privé, et fonctionnant comme une entreprise à but lucratif et sur la base de principes commerciaux sains? À ce titre, Afreximbank est un exemple. Comme certains d'entre vous ici présents le savent sans doute, le chemin parcouru entre la vision exprimée dans la déclaration inaugurale en 1985 et la création de l'Afreximbank en 1993, en passant par l'autorisation reçue en 1987, fut long et tortueux, nécessitant, comme je l'ai déjà annoncé, du tact, de la diplomatie et du pragmatisme pour naviguer entre les obstacles qui jonchaient le chemin. I will, at this juncture, also like to mention an emotional dimension and inspirational factor that played an important role in shaping our bank. In May 1993, I visited South Africa at the invitation of ANC and the then government of South Africa, as they were preparing for a multiracial role. Visiting Cape Town and seeing the status of Cecil Rhodes, a man credited with a dream of linking Cape Town to Cairo through a road network, I was inspired to work towards a translation of that dream into a noble pan-African reality through the work an African Exim Bank will do in the promotion of trade from Cairo to Cape Town and vice versa. Above all, Afreximbank's support to intra-African trade will play a crucial role in the promotion of African regional integration. In this regard, the specific operational responsibility of the Afreximbank are not ends in themselves. They have broader purpose to enhance Africa's standing in world trade. Beyond its purely financial mandate, therefore, Afreximbank will be expected to act as a forum for collective action in a wider multilateral framework, giving Africa more weight in global trade negotiations than could be arranged by any one country or a small sub-regional grouping of countries.
You know, Marie-Angèle, we are so blessed in the next 3 days with some incredible champions of Africa convening. It's going to be quite a remarkable who's who. Now, I know I did protocol before at the beginning, but I feel the urge to just do it again, because there are so many people here today. You've heard me mention many names, but I'd just like to very much welcome the representatives of global African presidents here present and former presidents. I know that His Excellency Namadi Sambo is with us, I believe, who is the former Vice President of Nigeria and a very strong advocate for Afreximbank's work. You're most welcome, sir. Heads of governments from global African governments, and also our Caribbean friends and family are here. You'll hear from someone in a moment that very much fits that description. Representatives of His Excellency the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Kashim Shettima, is here. The former presidents of global African countries, former vice presidents of global African countries. I mentioned before our dear leader, Professor Benedict Orama, President and Chairman of the Board of Directors of Afreximbank, Ministers of Finance and Coordinating Ministers of the Economy, and Nigeria itself, the host of the 2025 Afreximbank Annual Meetings. The chairperson of the African Union Commission is represented by Her Excellency the Deputy Chairperson, His Excellency Wamkele Mene, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat in Ghana, ministers and representatives of global Africa, including African and Caribbean, central bank governors. We heard from Nigeria's central bank governor here, and we know that Egypt and many others are here with us today. There are ambassadors, there are members of the diplomatic corps, there are former presidents of Afreximbank here, senior government officials, senior global African government officials. We heard from Mr. Samaila Zubairo from AFC. There are board members of Afreximbank Group. There are royal, regal fathers, kings here present today. There are senior executive vice presidents and the executive vice presidents of Afreximbank, captains of industry, friends and partners of Afreximbank. I should stop now, shouldn't I? I think I've said enough. Okay, thank you. You're all welcome.
Thank you. in Francophone areas. And I think looking at him made me realize that his dreams are not behind us, they're ahead. So, c'est à nous aujourd'hui de porter ses rêves encore plus loin. I'm switching back to French. Mesdames et messieurs, nous poursuivons ce moment d'échange avec une intervention qui est très attendue, parce qu'elle est empreinte de vision et d'engagement. Vous savez, c'est un honneur pour nous aujourd'hui d'accueillir une voix qui est résolument engagée et depuis de nombreuses années en faveur d'une unité toute particulière, l'unité caribéenne et africaine. Cette fraternité que parfois on oublie. Un leader dont l'action s'inscrit pleinement dans les ambitions portées par Afreximbank pour notre région. Please join me, ladies and gentlemen, in welcoming His Excellency the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, Prime Minister for the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. A warm welcome, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
As I took the flight from home to travel here, I looked out the window. The skies were beautiful. The Atlantic seemed clear. I reflected on my ancestors who came across in ships, but I also reflected on the fact that there were hardly any other aircraft in sight. And then I said to myself, there's much work that has started, much work to do, so that one day the air traffic from Africa to the Caribbean would be as busy as other regions in the world, as the flying time is pretty much the same. Let us not doubt ourselves, for it was Marcus Mosiah Garvey, and I think that we all know who he is, a propagandist of Africanism, who is and who was, I would say, the national hero of Jamaica. And he said, I trust that you will so live today as to realize that you are masters of your own destiny, masters of your own fate. If there's anything you want in this world, it is for you to strike out with confidence and faith in self and reach for it. He further said, to take advantage of every opportunity, and where there is none, make it for yourself. And Afreximbank embodies this adage. Where there was no opportunity, Afreximbank has created for us and for itself. Put your hands together for the Afreximbank. Let me, of course, recognize all of the excellencies who are here, esteemed colleagues, honored guests, but I especially want to recognize my brother, President, Chairman, President Orama. Put your hands together for him. He had gotten me here today to fly 8 hours just to spend 36 hours. So it tells you the deep respect that I have for this gentleman. Let me recognize, of course, all who are here in this room today. I thank you for coming. For this, for me, as a Caribbean leader, it means more than a gathering. It means that we are on a shared journey, a journey of prosperity. And so I relish this moment, one that I dare say is profound and personal. Ultimately, I am elated to stand before you here in Abuja, Nigeria, for the 32nd annual meetings of the Afreximbank. And I was just recently in this great city. So I bring warmth from your Caribbean brothers and sisters, and specifically from the government and people of St. Kitts and Nevis, a region and a country not only bound to Africa by ancestry, but by aspiration, purpose, and now by bold and growing partnerships. Let me extend heartfelt congratulations to Afreximbank for reaching this milestone. 32 years of courage, resilience, and service to its people. 32 years of choosing vision over fear, action over hesitation, and competition and community over competition. From its founding, this bank has taken on a mission far greater than commerce. It has carried the burden of opportunity, building systems that empower African peoples and economies to chart their own course, to finance their own progress, and to trust their own. Institutions like this one answer their own questions about what is possible. That mission is still unfolding, and it is still as urgent as ever. Allow me to take a moment to pay special tribute to my brother and my friend, Professor Benedict Orama. Under your stewardship, Afreximbank has become more than a financial institution. It has become a living testament to what is possible when leadership is not only competent, but deeply conscious. You have expanded the horizon. You have expanded the horizon of what African leadership and institution building can mean. You have been both strategic and soulful, firm in your technical leadership, but also emotionally intelligent in how you have guided relationships, built trust, and told a new story about what Africa and its diaspora can build together. I speak of this not in abstraction, but from a place of deep personal reflection. When I met Professor Orama for the first time in 2022 in Barbados, just 1 month after taking office as Prime Minister, I was struck not only by his clarity of purpose, but his generosity of spirit. That meeting planted a seed, and I left with the firm conviction that the work of connecting Africa and the Caribbean was not just about speeches and symbolism. It was about systems. It was about finance. It was about reshaping the machinery of cooperation across the Atlantic so that it no longer simply echoed our history, but actively built our future. From that first conversation, it became clear to me that Afreximbank, under President Orama's leadership, was not simply welcoming the Caribbean into its orbit, it was embracing us as kin. That is why St. Kitts and Nevis was proud to be the very first country in the Caribbean to sign a memorandum of understanding through Afreximbank. That was not a diplomatic formality. It was a deliberate act of trust. A prime minister and a government, we believed in the bank's vision. We believed in his vision. And we took a step not just on behalf of our country, but on behalf of the entire CARICOM region. That step has proven to be one of the most impactful and future-facing decisions we have taken in recent years. It is also why, above the desk in my office, hangs a painting, a gift from Professor Orama. And I see it every day. And I do not just see the art, I see a reminder that partnership is built not only on contracts, but on character. That beyond the bureaucracy of intergovernmental relations lies something that is far more powerful. Those things are relationships, trust, shared identity, shared accountability, and shared ambition. That is why today, as we gather under the theme, Building the Future on Decades of Resilience, we must remember that resilience alone, though critically important, is not enough. Resilience is what carried us through colonization, through exploitation, through decades of underdevelopment, to decades of being shut out and listen to the story of what brought the Afreximbank together, of course, pleads to this. But resilience must now be matched with reinvention, with the courage to reimagine ourselves as architects as we build our countries and economies together. That is where Afreximbank's true legacy lies, not only in what it has protected and built thus far, but what it dares to build in the future. Today, the Caribbean is no longer a distant observer to Africa's renaissance. We have become an active partner as the sixth region of the African Union. So thanks to the Afreximbank, we have moved from the margins to the center. The bank's establishment of a regional office in Bridgetown, Barbados, the first and only Afreximbank office outside of the African continent, was a political and spiritual gesture. It signaled to us that in the Caribbean, that we are no longer the forgotten family members of this great continent, but we are truly the sixth region of the Union. Since that time, the Afri-Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum, ACTIF, has become the premier space for mutual engagement between our regions. ACTIF 2022 in Barbados, ACTIF 2023 in Guyana, and ACTIF 2024 in the Bahamas have collectively mobilized over $6 billion in new opportunities. And we look ahead with great anticipation to ACTIF 2025 in Grenada, where I am confident that more will be delivered. And dare I say that I also now look forward to ACTIF 2026 in St. Kitts and Nevis. But these meetings, these agreements, these events are not the end. They are the beginning of a new era, an era where African and Caribbean businesses co-finance tourism, co-develop climate resilience infrastructure, co-create fintech solutions, and co-author the story of what a truly global Africa looks like. Earlier this year, I led a high-level delegation from St. Kitts and Nevis to this great city, Abuja. It was a productive, affirming, and deeply meaningful journey. During that visit, we had discussions that spanned renewable energy, biotechnology, agriculture, creative economy, and education. Out of that visit came opportunities that are already being activated, including new project development frameworks and cultural exchange initiatives. And just this month, we were honored to receive an African delegation in St. Kitts and Nevis. That visit represented a physical crossing of a once tormented corridor, the Atlantic Ocean, that for centuries symbolized our forced separation. But this time, the journey was not one of sorrow, but one of solidarity. The visit breathed new life into our shared commitment to build a new bridge that I call the Atlantic Bridge, one made not of wood and steel, but of people, of partnership, and of purpose. We are now reimagining the Middle Passage, not as a scar, but as a route, not as a memory of bondage, but as a pathway of boldness. The waters that once carried our ancestors away in chains now carry our children's dream, our nation's ambitions, and our sheer determination to reunite across the Atlantic in pursuit of sovereignty, prosperity, and dignity. As Prime Minister, I have made it a core foreign policy priority to see Africa and the Caribbean not as two regions with occasional overlaps, but as one extended family with an economic, diplomatic, and developmental destiny that is interlinked. Under my upcoming chairmanship of CARICOM in January of 2026, I intend to lead missions of regional heads of governments back to the African continent. This will not be a courtesy call. It will be a declaration of intent, a commitment to further embed the Caribbean into the architecture of global Africa. And to those who may ask why now, I say because we cannot afford to wait. President Orama has taught us that. Because the world is changing fast. And because in this era of fragmentation, we must become more together, not less. Global supply chains are being redrawn. Financial institutions are recalibrating. Climate change is accelerating. And global equity remains elusive. In such a context, the greatest risk we face is not overreaching, it is retreating. It is remaining isolated. It is failing to connect the dots of our shared power as regions. Afreximbank, under the leadership of President Orama, has understood this better than most, not in words or ideas, but in action. The bank has not merely spoken about Pan-Africanism, it has invested in it. It has operationalized it. It has expanded it beyond continental borders to embrace the Caribbean, and in doing so, it has reminded the world that together, yes, we can. The Caribbean seeks partnerships. We seek access. We offer in return our creativity, our resilience, our market potential, our human capital, and our strategic location. Together, Africa and the Caribbean represent a dynamic economic and cultural bloc that the world cannot ignore so long as we do not ignore each other. As St. Kitts and Nevis pursues its sustainable island state agenda, an ambitious plan to transform our country into a model of resilience, green innovation, and inclusive development, we look to institutions like the Afreximbank and co-creators of a new development paradigm. We are actively advancing, therefore, geothermal exploration, transitioning our public health infrastructure, modernizing our agricultural systems, and rethinking our citizenship by investment program for national long-term sustainability. These areas are ripe for cooperation, investment, and innovation. So let me close, my dear friends, brothers and sisters, by offering this. Let this moment, this meeting, this year, not be remembered only as the 32nd annual meeting of the Afreximbank. Let it be remembered as the year when something deeper took root. The year when we crossed not just borders, but boundaries of imagination. The year when we decided together that global Africa was not an aspiration, but an institution. Let us walk forward not as scattered survivors of a painful history, but as architects of a powerful future. Let us choose union over hesitation. Let us choose vision over fear. Let us, together, choose to build the future we deserve. Thank you very much. And may our partnerships endure for our people, for our generation, and for humanity, for all of our prosperity. Thank you very much.
Wow. Global Africa is not an inspiration. It's an institution. Another round of applause for the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, the Prime Minister of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, representing the 6th region of Africa, as the African Union calls it. Now, to give the keynote, representing His Excellency Kashim Shettima, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We're so pleased to welcome, and please give him a round of applause, the Special Advisor to the President on the Economy, Dr. Tokpe Fashua.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, as introduced, my name is Tokwe Fasha, Special Advisor to Mr. President on Economic Affairs in the Office of the Vice President. I'm here to read the speech of the Vice President strictly. But before I go on, let me say a special welcome to President Benedict Orama of the Afrexim. You're welcome, sir. Your Excellency, Professor Benedict Orama, President and Chairman of the Afrexim, Your Excellencies, past and present heads of states and governments here present, the Coordinating Minister for the Economy, Mr. Wale Edu, I think he just stepped out, Governor of the Central Bank, Honorable Ministers, Captains of Industries, distinguished delegates and guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and indeed the government and the peoples of Nigeria, I am delighted to welcome you all to Abuja for the 32nd Annual Meetings of the Afreximbank, Africa Export-Import Bank. This is more than a ceremonial gathering. It is a congregation of builders and believers. We gather under a theme that is both timely and profound, building the future on decades of resilience. And today's sub-theme, 32 years of resilient growth and transformation, invites deep reflection on where we've been, what we've endured, and more importantly, where we now aspire to go. Let me begin by expressing our profound gratitude to Afreximbank. Since its foundation here in Abuja in 1993, Afreximbank has grown from a regional trade financier into a continental development anchor. It has mobilized and disbursed more than $100 billion across Africa and over $52 billion to Nigeria, more than any other country on the continent. I'll take the applause. It's for the Afreximbank. In Nigeria alone, Afreximbank's transformative footprint include the African Trade Center, commissioned here in Abuja, which now serves as a nucleus for policy innovation, trade facilitation, and business intelligence. The African Medical Center of Excellence, which opened just weeks ago, providing world-class oncology, cardiology, and hematology services, and reducing the over $1 billion spent annually on medical tourism. The African Quality Assurance Centers in Kaduna and Ogun States, strengthening the export readiness of Nigerian products. A $300 million export manufacturing initiative, strategically located in Cross River, Enugu, Imo, and Kano states to catalyze industrial clusters. And the pivotal $3 billion Intra-Africa Petroleum Trade Facility, enhancing Nigeria's energy security and supporting domestic refining capacity. These are not merely projects, they are strategic investments in resilience, in sovereignty, and in shared prosperity. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our administration is pursuing one of the boldest economic reform agendas in Nigeria's history. Because resilience is not passive, it must be planned, built, and protected. We have unified the exchange rate, eliminating multiple FX windows to restore transparency and investor confidence. We have phased out fuel subsidies, saving billions of dollars in leakages and reinvesting in social protection and infrastructure. We have launched a national compressed natural gas CNG transition plan, converting over 150,000 vehicles and reducing fuel costs and emissions. We have accelerated strategic infrastructure, including the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway and the Eastern Rail Corridor, to improve regional connectivity. We have transformed our oil sector introducing real-time tracking of exports, and enhancing revenue assurance through the Petroleum Cargo Declaration Scheme. And we have expanded access to trade finance and restructured support to small and medium enterprises through digitized platforms and AFCFTA-aligned export development zones. These actions, while difficult, are already yielding impact. GDP is expected to grow at between 4 to 4.5% in 2025. And I see the CME also nodding his head because he's pushing for 7%. Inflation is stabilizing. Reserves are strengthening to circa $40 billion, and the central bank governor is here. Our economy is on a firmer, more diversified footing. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the past 3 decades have taught us that resilience is not just survival. It is the capacity to adapt, to lead, and to reinvent. Afreximbank has embodied this ethos. In times of global liquidity crunch, it provided emerging trade financing. In the aftermath of COVID-19, it rolled out the Pandemic Trade Impact Mitigation Facility, PATIMFA. Today, it is shaping continental policy through PAPS, the African Trade Gateway, Afreximbank, and its new concessional finance window. Now, as Africa faces the consequences of global fragmentation, commodity transition, and climate disruption, the challenge is clear. We must go beyond resilience to renewal. That means mobilizing blended finance to crowd in private capital for infrastructure and green transition. That means deepening regional value chains anchored in AFCFTA and powered by scalable industrial policy. That means institutionalizing digital trade systems such as PAPS and MANSA to cut costs and boost intra-African commerce. That means strengthening financial institutions like Afreximbank with new capital, governance frameworks, and risk-sharing facilities. And also, that means ensuring that transformation is inclusive, reaching our youth, our SMEs, and our women entrepreneurs. Colleagues and friends, the future is not something we wait for. It is something we must build. Let us seize this moment at the 32nd annual meetings, not just as a commemoration, but as a commissioning of new ideas, new instruments, and new coalitions for Africa's next chapter. Nigeria stands ready to lead, ready to collaborate, and ready to deliver. We will continue to work hand in hand and with Afreximbank to deepen our partnerships and align more closely with Africa's development agenda. In closing, let me again thank Professor Benedict Oramah and the entire Afreximbank leadership for your unwavering commitment to Africa. To all our guests, our friends from across the continent and beyond, Abuja is your home this week. May your deliberations be fruitful, your partnerships renewed, and your ambitions for Africa enlarged. On behalf of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I hereby declare the 32nd annual meetings of Afreximbank officially open. Thank you very much.
Please join me in expressing once again our sincere appreciation with a warm round of applause. Mesdames et messieurs, nous poursuivons ce programme avec un moment fort. Le lancement officiel des rapports phares d'Afreximbank. Alors vous le savez, chaque année, ces publications nous offrent des clés de lecture très très précieuses sur les dynamiques commerciales, par exemple, et économiques qui façonnent le continent africain. To walk us through the highlights of the reports, I am honored to invite a respected economist and a strategic thinker, Dr. Yemi Kale, Group Chief Economist of Afreximbank. Ladies and gentlemen.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome once again to the 32nd Afreximbank Annual Meetings. Permit me to respectfully stand on existing protocols already established. On behalf of the board, management, staff of Afreximbank, it's my honor to present a very high-level preview of two of Afreximbank's most important flagship publications, the African Trade and Economic Outlook Report for 2025 and the African Trade Report for 2025. So why are these reports? So important? First of all, we are witnessing a world in transition. Global fragmentation is deepening. Protectionist policies are resurging. Multilateralism, once the bedrock of global trade is being tested, some might even say eroded. And for a continent whose development prospects are tightly interwoven with global trade and capital flows, these shifts carry profound implications. At the same time, Africa is contending with complex and compounding vulnerabilities such as high, sometimes unsustainable debt burdens, escalating trade, escalating climate volatility, fragile food systems, significant infrastructure gaps, and so on, which are all converging to constrain the continent's room for policy maneuver. However, within this challenging context lies an extraordinary opportunity to reset, to rethink, and to reposition Africa's development trajectory. So it's against this backdrop that we are presenting these flagship publications. I want to also stress here that these reports are not mere compendiums of statistics or conventional commentary. Rather, they are strategic narratives grounded in data and insight, and together they help us to make sense of a world in flux, and more importantly, to chart a course through it. The African Trade and Economic Outlook Report for 2025, themed Africa's Resilience in a Changing World Order, offers a forward-looking macroeconomic perspective. It examines key trends in growth, inflation, debt, exchange rate dynamics, and trade performance. It also identifies looming risks and emerging opportunities, providing the analytical depth required for sound policy and investment decisions. On the other hand, the African Trade Report for 2025 focused on African trade in a changing global financial architecture, delves into the structural shifts reshaping global finance and trade. It also explores how capital flows, interest rate regimes, exchange rate volatility, and new payment systems are redefining the way African economies engage with the rest of the world and with themselves. In this light, both of these reports serve as more than tools for reflection. They are strategic compasses designed to convert complexity into clarity and insight into action. So they provide policymakers, investors, development actors, and so on with evidence-based options that align Africa's demographic strengths and resource wealth with integrated long-term strategy. They therefore represent roadmaps for navigating this increasingly multipolar and uncertain world and underscore a new phase
of African ambition, one where the continent no longer reacts to global developments, but begins to shape them. Let us now drill down into some of the key messages from both reports, starting with the African Trade and Economic Outlook for 2025. The central theme here is that Africa is adapting. Despite a turbulent global environment over the last few years, including the COVID-19 pandemic, commodity price volatility, inflationary pressures, major geopolitical realignments, and increasingly disruptive climate events, Africa has shown and is showing a remarkable ability to adjust, recalibrate, and push forward. Despite a challenging 2024, the continent grew by 3.3%. This represents one of the strongest growth rates in the world. At the same time, Africa's trade rose by 13.9%, with intra-African trade in particular rebounding strongly, growing by 12.4%, thereby reversing the previous year's decline. This performance in 2024 was supported by stronger domestic consumption, rising investment flows, and enhanced trade integration, especially under the AfCFTA. And these were complemented by the consistent support by African multilateral financial institutions such as Afreximbank, which continue to play a catalytic role in financing trade and development. Looking ahead into 2025, despite new risks and emerging challenges, Africa's GDP is expected to grow by 4%, outperforming the global average. Notably, 41% of all African economies are expected to grow above 5%. Average inflation is expected to decline from about 19% to about 15% in 2025 compared to 2023, thanks to tighter monetary policy, price stabilization efforts, and easing supply constraints among many of our countries in Africa. Debt is also expected to improve modestly, with the debt-to-GDP ratio for Africa falling from 67.2% to 65% in 2025. Finally, African trade is projected to grow 5.1% ahead of global trade. Intra-African trade, importantly, is forecast to grow at 6.6% on average annually between 2025 and 2028. And this will be driven by the AfCFTA implementation, price stability, and Africa's green and energy transition agenda. However, the Economic and Trade Outlook report also identifies several critical pressure points: persistent inflation in many of our countries, growing debt complexity and refinancing risk, escalating trade wars among major global powers, increasing frequency and severity of climate-related shocks, and so on. But beyond identifying risks and providing forecasts, this report also provides a roadmap. It shines a light on where the real opportunities lie, such as opportunities to build resilient supply chains, diversify export bases, and scale up intra-African trade. This report also makes a compelling case, just like the central bank governor mentioned in his address, that resilience is not enough, but must now evolve into long-term sustainability. In other words, we must transform from merely surviving shocks to structurally transforming our economies. This means diversifying exports beyond primary commodities, deepening in industrial capacity and value addition, and investing in human capital, innovation, and infrastructure. Moving to the 2025 Africa Trade Report, it explores how the ongoing global financial fragmentation is reshaping the landscape of trade and what this means specifically for Africa's economic trajectory. At its core, the theme we chose for this year reveals a critical shift where Africa's capacity to trade and grow is increasingly influenced less by traditional barriers like tariffs and more by the evolving dynamics of global trade, such as how money moves across borders, how trade is financed, how payments are settled, and how risks are assessed and priced. Today, the architecture of global finance is undergoing rapid and complex changes. And these changes are characterized by fragmentation driven by multiple forces, including escalating sanctions regimes, rising global interest rates, volatility in the US dollar, and widespread de-risking practices by financial institutions. What makes this financial architecture changing is not just the economic cycles that we are familiar with. It is also the rise of multipolar financing institutions, the global push for de-dollarization, the emergence of alternative cross-border payment systems, and the intensifying debate over the reform of Bretton Woods institutions. So all these trends are reshaping the fundamental levers of trade, including access to capital, cost of borrowing, settlement mechanisms, and ultimately Africa's ability to build resilient intra-regional value chains under the AFCFTA. It is also important to note that this rise of nationalism and neo-protectionism within the global trading system is in many ways a symptom of deeper systemic shifts, especially financial ones. So by engaging directly with the evolution of the global financial architecture, the African Trade Report is not just documenting symptoms, it is confronting the enablers and constraints of Africa's future trade capacity. In addition, new regulatory frameworks such as Basel IV are tightening credit conditions worldwide and raising the cost of borrowing. While the dollar's dominance remains significant, it faces emerging competition from other currencies. But African currencies largely remain marginalized in global trade settlements. A key outcome of this evolving financial landscape is restricted access to trade finance, particularly for our small, medium-scale enterprises, which make up over 80% of our businesses. The result is currency volatility, higher financing costs, and constrained trade potential. But this also presents a strategic opening. The report calls for building a resilient, Africa-centered financial ecosystem led by African institutions anchored in local currencies and aligned with the continent's priorities. Achieving this vision, however, involves several critical initiatives. Firstly, there is a need to strengthen African development financial institutions so as to close the estimated $120 billion trade finance gap that continues to limit African trade. And that trade gap is not simply a consequence of demand exceeding supply. It's also largely driven by structural constraints like the Basel IV regulatory impact I mentioned earlier, and systemic rating biases that disproportionately affect African financial institutions. To close this trade finance gap and build a sustainable foundation for intra-African trade, the report recommends focusing on three pillars: developing local currency financing solutions, innovating alternative financing structures tailored to Africa's unique market realities, and leveraging digital platforms designed to enhance efficiency and accessibility. Together, these initiatives lay the foundation for a sovereign and inclusive trade finance architecture that supports Africa's long-term growth. Secondly, the report advocates for expanding local currency settlement mechanisms through platforms like Afreximbank's Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, PAPS, which will facilitate trade in local currencies with reduced foreign exchange risk and lower transaction costs. Already, we have 15 African central banks that are already part of the PAPS network. Thirdly, it is vital that African voices have a greater influence in shaping the global financial rules and regulations that impact trade finance. Fourthly, the report calls for deepening AFCFTA implementation beyond ratification to more enhanced trade facilitation. So both these reports therefore converge on 5 urgent imperatives. 1, deepen AFCFTA implementation. Secondly, reform the global financial architecture with Africa as an active agent, not a passive recipient. And this includes using our G20 seat to push for fair SDR allocation, credit rating reforms, and inclusion in global financing rulemaking. Thirdly, we need to scale Africa's DFIs, make them bigger, make them stronger, make them more effective. We need to invest in infrastructure, especially digital trade, logistics, and skills. And finally, we need to expand access to trade finance, including expanding the range of instruments so as to close the finance gap, especially for our SMEs and industrial clusters, so as to unlock industrialization. So what is Afreximbank doing in this regard? A lot of what we are doing has been mentioned already this morning. Over the next 3 days, we will hear a lot more of what we are doing. But permit me to mention just a few of the examples featured in these reports. We are not just observing at Afreximbank, we are acting, and you have heard a lot of this already this morning. We are providing strong financial support with double-digit in loans and disbursements. In 2024 alone, we disbursed about $18.7 billion, supporting trade industrialization and resilience across the continent. We are building strategic platforms, PAPS, AFPay, MANSA, the AFCFTA Adjustment Fund, and various innovative finance platforms. We are advocating for Africa to have a seat, a say, and a stake in global decision-making, and in general, advocating for Africa's position globally. We're also helping to shape the architecture of African trade by investing through our Fund for Export Development in key sectors like finance, creative industries, oil, healthcare, and so on. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, this is what engineering transformation looks like, backed by scale, by strategy, and sovereignty. Our agenda is to turn fragmentation into opportunity and resilience into prosperity. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, against this backdrop, it is my honor to respectfully invite the representative of His Excellency, the Vice President, Dr. Tokwe Fashua, the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of St. Kitts and Nevis, Dr. Terence Drew, His Excellency, Mr. Wamkele Menes, Secretary General of the EFCFTA Secretariat, the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Olayemi Kadoso, the Honorary Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister of the Nigerian Economy, Mr. Wale Edu, my boss, the President and Chairman of Afreximbank, Professor Benedict Orama, and my other boss, the Senior Executive Vice President of Afreximbank, Mr. Dennis Denia, to come up on stage to officially launch the African Trade and Economic Outlook, as well as the African Trade Report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Another round of applause for Dr. Yemi Kale, Group Chief Economist of Afreximbank. Ladies and gentlemen, this officially launches, we're very proud to launch Afreximbank's 2025 Africa Trade Report and the 2025 African Trade and Economic Outlook. These reports are more than just numbers. They tell the story of Africa's resilience and the rising strength in a world full of challenges. The report highlights how intra-African trade is expanding. It's unlocking huge potential in sectors, machinery, electricity, and food. And it also reveals the power of the African Continental Free Trade Area to shield us and strengthen us from global shocks and drive sustainable growth. This officially launches the 2025 African Trade Report and the 2025 African Trade and Economic Outlook Report. Round of applause, please. Yes, there's even another report coming. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes the launch of the report. Ladies and gentlemen, there's much more to come, so please take your seats so we can continue the program. If I could ask you to please take your seats so we can continue the program. The program is not over yet. We have much more to go. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the hopes of a billion Africans, lies in the success of the African Continental Free Trade Area, the AFCFTA. And Afreximbank and the AFCFTA Secretariat have a dynamic partnership powering Africa's trade revolution. Together, they've launched key initiatives like the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, commonly known as PAPS, to ease cross-border payments, the $10 billion AFCFTA Adjustment Fund to support countries during tariff changes, and specialized training for businesses. Now, the collaboration between the AFCFTA Secretariat and Afreximbank spans everything. It spans trade finance. It spans logistics. It spans capacity building. It even spans technical assistance, all geared towards accelerating the AFCFTA's rollout and unlocking Africa's vast trade potential. Now, to give a speech on the theme of Africa's trade and economic integration, please, if I could have the attention of the room, this is a very important speech by a very important player when it comes to Africa's fortunes. So I want you to give a robust round of applause to the Secretary General of the AFCFTA Secretariat, His Excellency Wamkele Mene. If I could ask the members of the press there, please, there's a whole bunch of people there. Please, out of respect, if you could please now leave that area, take your seats again. Everyone taking a photo there, can you not do that and kind of sit down? If everybody could please sit down, thank you, because we need to continue the program. We have His Excellency Wamkele Mene. You're going to want to hear this speech. I'm going to start pointing people out. You know me. I'm not shy. The gentleman with the camera there, can you sit down? This lady here with this book here, Madam, yes, you, please, can you sit down as well? Those people over there, can I get some ushers, please, to help me to get people to their seats? Maybe some of my my colleagues. No? Anyone? Okay, thank you. Your Excellency Wamkele Mene, the Secretary General of the AFCFTA, please, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Program Director, Your Excellency, my senior brother, President Orama, our heads of states and former heads of states that are here, honorable ministers. It is a pleasure to join you this morning. I want to recognize also the representative of His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, the chairperson of the African Union Commission, Her Excellency Salim Hadidi. I would like to start by joining others in congratulating my senior brother, President Orama, over 10 years of distinguished service, leadership, and contribution to the internal market integration of our continent. It is under your leadership that Afreximbank has been truly instrumental in making interventions that advance industrial development, trade finance, and of course, supporting the implementation of the AFCFTA. It is no wonder that our leaders, our heads of states, designated you to champion the recovery of the African continent in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. And so I want to thank you very much for your contribution, Professor Orama and senior brother, to the advancement of our continent. Like Samaila said, days after I was elected, I received a letter of congratulations from you, expressing commitment of support and collaboration. And you were the first senior banker that I met in that capacity, when, of course, I was untested, and some were saying how much of a calamity this is, that Africa has entrusted a baby to such a massive task. But 5 years later, with no hair and a gray beard, you succeeded to help me succeed in the task that I have been given. And so I am most grateful for the support that you have provided to me personally and to the AFCFTA Secretariat. We have to pay tribute to those who came before us, the founding mothers and fathers of the Organization of African Unity, which was born, as you heard earlier, in the historic city of Addis Ababa in May 1963. Our founding mothers and fathers had two tasks that they set themselves. First, the liberation of our continent from the shackles of colonialism, and arguably with the defeat of apartheid in South Africa, that was achieved. The second objective was the economic integration of our continent. And in realizing the economic integration of our continent, they set out a number of subsidiary tasks: achieving a common market, an integrated market, a payment system, amongst other tools of integration. And so today, as we look to the future through the prism and the lens of the past mission of our founding mothers and fathers, it is clear that they did succeed indeed to push back the colonialists and to ensure that our continent is free. However, the second objective has evaded us for many, many decades, and that is the economic integration of our continent. In the year 2020, the AFCFTA Secretariat was established with a very simple task: to advance rapidly on the integration of our continent's economy. The founding mothers and fathers had a vision, a truly continental project built on trade, shared infrastructure, a common sense of economic destiny, industrial development of our continent, and of course, job creation for young Africans. the achievement of establishing the AFCFTA, at least at law, guided by our heads of state's decision of 2012 to significantly boost intra-Africa trade, indeed marked a turning point in our efforts to drive inclusive growth, sustainable development across our continent. And so the AFCFTA is ambitious, not only in scope, but also in the depth of trade and investment liberalization that it seeks to achieve. It demonstrates our leaders' unwavering commitment to take charge of our economic destiny through the implementation of the AFCFTA, and particularly through interventions that are aimed at industrial development in our continent. Today, as we speak, the AFCFTA has been ratified by 49 members of the African Union, the fastest ratification since the establishment of the Organization of African Unity for any instrument, particularly an instrument for economic integration. This rapid ratification demonstrates the political will and commitment of our heads of states to advance on the vision of an integrated economy in Africa. So today we present an investment proposition underpinned by a combined GDP of over 3.4 trillion United States dollars, with a population of 1.4 billion people and potentially the youngest population in the world by the year 2050. This unified market is poised to unlock the dynamism of our entrepreneurs, spur on industrialization, as I mentioned, create millions of jobs, and shift our economies from commodity dependence towards higher value addition and structural transformation. As we make steady progress in the implementation of the AFCFTA, with clear milestones ahead to be achieved, not only should we congratulate ourselves for having made this progress in this short space of time thus far, but we must also recognize the challenges that lie ahead. Let me start with the progress made. The political commitment of our heads of states, as I mentioned, is unprecedented. 49 state parties to the AFCFTA that have collectively accepted the obligations to eliminate and reduce barriers to intra-Africa trade and barriers to intra-Africa investment. Second, tariff reductions and simplified customs systems are taking shape, removing long-standing barriers to trade. Third, commercially meaningful trade is taking place. Businesses are taking advantage of the market presented by the AFCFTA, benefiting from reduced or zero tariffs. In this regard, close to 3,000 certificates of origin have been issued, which means that the private sector, the informal traders, as well as smallholder farmers are taking advantage of this new market. We have concluded and adopted critical protocols that will anchor Africa's economy, which includes the Protocol on Investment, the Protocol on Intellectual Property Rights, which is set to support innovation, the Protocol on Competition Policy to ensure fairness of markets, and most recently we concluded the Protocol on Digital Trade and the Protocol on Women and Youth in Trade. Policy reforms are underway in many countries across the African continent to ensure that national economies are aligned with the objectives and the imperatives and the reform agenda that the AFCFTA presents. We do see change taking place. We do see, as the report that was presented just before this segment sets out, increasingly trade amongst African countries is taking place within the manufacturing sector, which is precisely the objective that we seek to achieve. Nigeria, Africa's largest economy. As of 2024, the Bureau of Statistics of Nigeria announced that Africa is now Nigeria's largest export destination, and it used to be in the past that it was the European Union and other regions of the world. This is evidence that the AFCFTA can present transformative opportunities for our economies, particularly SMEs, the youth, smallholder farmers, as well as tech entrepreneurs. Through the Protocol on Digital Trade, we intend to harness this significant market, which is estimated to be over $712 billion by the year 2035, the digital economy of Africa, presenting opportunities for young entrepreneurs who are at the cutting edge of digital innovation, providing opportunities for investment in data centers, in the commercialization of data, movement of data across the continent, as well as opportunities for investment in digital public infrastructure. Working with Afreximbank, we've introduced a number of very important tools to achieve the objective of an integrated economy in Africa. I should say that without the support of Afreximbank, the AFCFTA will not succeed. The reduction and elimination of tariff and non-tariff barriers requires financial support. It requires trade finance tools. It requires tools for intervention in industrial development, in green trade, in green industrialization, and other facilities that the Afreximbank has introduced over the years. And so in this context, allow me to mention but a few of these facilities. Working with Afreximbank, we introduced the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which enables payment in local currency at reduced costs and instantaneously. Our estimates collectively, Afreximbank and the AFCFTA Secretariat, are that this will reduce the cost of trade and currency convertibility by close to $5 billion United States dollars, enabling our SMEs to take advantage of this market. Trading in the United States dollar or any other currency has no business between African countries. We must use our own currencies. We must ensure the economic sovereignty of our continent, guard ourselves against the ever-shifting global geopolitical tensions which have an impact on payments. And therefore, working with Afreximbank, we submitted to the Assembly of Heads of States and Government the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System as Africa's system for payments and rolling it out throughout the continent. Second, we established the AFCFTA Adjustment Fund, again through the intervention of Afreximbank, mobilized up to $10 billion with a seed capital of $1 billion to support countries as they implement the AFCFTA. A third, we established the AFCFTA $1 billion facility for the automotive sector to enable components manufacturers to participate in the market of automotive vehicle assembly and manufacturing, which by the year 2035 is estimated to be at about $46 billion, where the right interventions are made to support manufacturing. We also rolled out trade-enabling tools such as the AFCFTA e-tariff book, the Rules of Origin Manual, and soon we will launch the AFCFTA Transit Guarantee Scheme. We therefore have moved beyond political declarations. We have moved beyond expressions of aspirations to creating a rules-based, functional, operational, multilateral African trading system underpinned by legally binding protocols across the various sectors of Africa's economy, including competition, investment, and as I've just mentioned, digital trade. We should be proud of what we've achieved. We should celebrate these modest achievements. However, we should be mindful of the challenges that lie ahead. We should be under no illusion that the journey ahead will continue to be difficult. Challenges such as lack of efficiency of our customs systems, the cost of trade finance, which prohibits market entry of our SMEs, will continue to require collaboration, particularly amongst our commercial banks and development finance institutions. We will continue to experience conflict and pockets of instability, as we see in some parts of our continent. And where this instability does take place, millions and millions of farmers are shut out of markets. We shall continue to confront the proliferation of coup d'etats, which again prohibit smallholder farmers, SMEs, from accessing markets across the various regions of our continent. And in this regard, our heads of states were very, very clear during the extraordinary session of the Assembly of Heads of States and Government of the African Union when they convened in Malabo to condemn unconstitutional changes of government in our continent, which push back our continent decades back into poverty. We will continue to confront challenges that relate to externalities of the global externalities presented by the global financial system on our own economy, and these will impact negatively on our ability to uphold our commitments, rights and obligations under the AFCFTA for market access. The slow ratification of the Protocol on Movement of Persons will also be a key challenge that we must confront. The right of establishment of our businesses across the continent, the right of small, medium enterprises and other business people to transact and to move around the continent in pursuit of trade and investment opportunities shall continue to be a challenge. And in this regard, we have to work together through the African Union to ensure that the Protocol on Movement of Persons is adopted and ratified to enable the anchor of Africa's economy, small medium enterprises, to take advantage of this AFCFTA market. All of this shall require stronger and greater collaboration. As I conclude, the vision of our founding mothers and fathers was bold, it was ambitious, and it was hopeful. They dreamt of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, united in purpose to integrate the economy of our continent. I dare say that today, through the AFCFTA, Afreximbank's interventions, we have taken giant steps forward to meet their ambitious dream. And so we stand on their shoulders. The founding mothers, the heroines of Africa's liberation struggle, the countless citizens of our continent who gave their lives to ensure that future generations, those of us that are here, see the benefits of their hard labor. We do, however, have a task at hand, and that is to finish the job that they started. the second objective which I set out, which is economic integration of our continent that continued to evade us, that task falls on our shoulders. The success of the AFCFTA demands continued political leadership, which is there. Our heads of states are committed. Each and every head of state is absolutely committed to provide the necessary political leadership for this to succeed. We should push forward with renewed clarity and commitment. The AFCFTA Secretariat is committed to work with our development finance institutions, Africa 50, Africa Finance Corporation, the African Development Bank, Afreximbank, Trade and Development Bank of Africa, and others, to ensure that we deploy the required and the necessary capital to industrial development, to invest in Africa's industrial development capabilities, to invest in Africa's trade supporting infrastructure, so that we can see the benefits of this significant market. As I mentioned before, in a different platform, I do not know about you, but as an African, I am tired of being a continent of potential. We must turn this potential into reality. We must see the potential producing results for young Africans, for our SMEs, and for our smallholder farmers. And so let me end where I started. This is the most ambitious and compelling economic reform agenda of a generation. And I want to quote Professor Adebayo Adedeji, the former executive secretary of UNCTAD, or rather of UNECA. And I quote, "Africa has to break the apron strings of structural and relational dependence on producing a limited number of cheap primary commodities." Allow me to repeat the words of Professor Adedeji. Africa has to break the apron strings of structural and relational dependence on producing a limited number of cheap primary products. I believe that with the AFCFTA, combining the liberalization of trade and investment with the necessary capital investment in industrial production, in critical minerals processing, in positioning our continent for the green industrialization and the green growth that all of us want to see, working together with development finance institutions of our continent. And as was noted earlier, we are now on our own as a continent. I believe that we are well poised to meet the challenge that Professor Adebayo Adedeji put to us, and that is to break the apron strings of structural and relational dependence, producing limited cheap commodities. And so my attempt this morning was to set out where our continent comes from in terms of the mandate that was given to the Organization of African Unity, and where you and I have a challenge, a mandate, and a task to continue on the journey that they started, to implement the vision of an integrated continent where Africans are able to move freely across borders, where Africans are able to invest freely across borders, and where Africans are able to trade freely across borders using their local currency with no dependence on third currencies. This, to me, is the challenge of our time. It is a challenge that I believe all of us have the capacity to meet when we work together, so that the founding mothers and fathers of the Organization of African Unity, their hard labor would not be in vain. And so over the next few days, we are not only deliberating about the transactions that could take place amongst business people here, we are also building on a past and building a future. I wish all of us very good deliberations, and I want to thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, the Secretary General of the AFCFTA Secretariat. Now we move on to a lightning-fast but deep dive panel on how to progress towards Africa's trade and economic integration. The discussion will be steered by very capable hands, those of Mr. Yusuf Daya, Director of AU-AFCFTA Relations and Trade Policy at Afreximbank. Give him a round of applause as he joins, and he's going to invite his panelists to the stage.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. Please allow me to also stand on the established protocols of today. It certainly gives me great pleasure to moderate this panel of distinguished speakers on the topic of realizing the vision of African founders, progress towards Africa's trade and economic integration. His Excellency Wamkele Mene, the Secretary General, has just given us an inspirational address on the importance of the AFCFTA and Africa's economic integration. And indeed, this was the ambition of the founders of the Organization of African Unity in 1963. In fact, it is quite fitting that we are meeting in Abuja, because Abuja is the site where this ambition of integrating Africa economically was attributed and signed into an agreement on the Abuja Treaty, the establishment of the African Economic Community 34 years ago. But to dive into the discussions on progress and moving forward, I would like to invite to our stage our distinguished panelists. First up, I would like to invite His Excellency Kabin Kamara, the former Prime Minister of Guinea. Please give him a round of applause. I would also like to invite Mrs. Patience Okala, Senior Advisor representing the Honorable Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment of Nigeria. I would like to invite Mr. Abdul Aziz Ba, Chief Executive Officer of the Africa Trade and Distribution Company. And finally, Dr. Gainmo Zanamwe, Director, Trade Facilitation and Investment Promotion at Afreximbank. Good afternoon to my... Distinguished guests, apologies for that, but we have the Minister, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment of Nigeria, who will be joining the panel. Please give her a round of applause. Excellencies, as we dive into this panel discussion on the topic of realizing the vision of African founders, progress towards Africa's trade and economic integration, I would like to turn to His Excellency Mr. Kamara. Mr. Kamara, in the context of current global developments, global economic shocks, the trend to protectionism, the increasing in multipolarity, and their impact on African economies and trade, can you share with us from your perspective what Africa needs to do to accelerate its integration agenda, given that we have been talking about integration since independence. And yes, we see the AFCFTA coming into force, trying to accelerate that. But what more do we need to do to ensure that, particularly given the current global context?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I will deliberately speak in French so that I will make some difficulty to those who have been listening English since this morning. And also, for a matter of equity, I think that the English translator should now get some repos and then lead the discussion. Je voudrais dire que, avant de parler du sujet dont vous m'avez parlé, peut-être que ce serait bien de revenir un peu en arrière pour dire comment vraiment l'Afrique est allée de manière progressive vers son intégration et comment il a été décidé de manière délibérée pour aller de l'avant. Commençons d'abord par la création de l'OUA en 1963. Bien, vous savez qu'au moment de la création de l'OUA, il y a eu à peine 23 pays qui sont unis pour décider du sort de l'Afrique et faire en sorte que ce continent devienne un continent résilient dans l'unité, mais également dans l'économie. Quelques mois après, ils ont lancé la création de la Banque africaine de développement à Khartoum. Et peu de gens oublient ça. Ça, c'est une volonté délibérée de doter l'Afrique d'une nation de financement qui allait faire en sorte que le développement de l'Afrique soit modéré de façon que les pays africains aient des financements. Il y avait à peine une trentaine de pays à l'époque qui ont signé également ceci. Et c'est bien après que d'autres initiatives sont venues pour continuer. L'Afreximbank est arrivée en 1993, ici même à Abuja. Vous voyez que d'étape par étape, les pays africains ont voulu absolument continuer à se doter de moyens pour leur intégration, leur développement économique. Ici à Abuja, je faisais partie des personnes qui, pendant 2 jours, ont travaillé de nuit pour faire en sorte que les statuts soient signés, que le siège soit décidé, que le conseil d'administration soit mis en place, que le premier président, la personne de M. Dourdou, soit élu et que par la suite, la banque soit lancée. C'était extrêmement challengeant et c'est par la suite que les autres initiatives sont venues. Donc le plan de Lagos et l'agenda 2063. Tous ont mis l'accent sur la nécessité de faire en sorte que l'Afrique se dote d'institutions et d'instruments. Parce qu'il ne s'agit pas d'avoir une vision, il faut se donner les moyens de les réaliser. Et cet agenda 2063 parlait déjà de la création d'une zone de libre-échange. Et c'est par la suite qu'est né le ZLECAf. C'est en ça qu'il faut saluer la marche progressive et la volonté délibérée des gouvernements africains pour aller de l'avant. Pour revenir maintenant à votre question, le contexte d'aujourd'hui, c'est vraiment challengeant. Il y a beaucoup de chocs, il y a beaucoup d'incertitudes, mais c'est de bonnes opportunités pour l'Afrique. Parce que chaque fois qu'il y a des difficultés, vous cherchez à vous trouver de nouvelles solutions. La façon dont les pays occidentaux sont devenus égoïstes, ils sont devenus en train de développer ce qu'on appelle la souveraineté économique. C'est l'occasion pour les pays africains de renforcer nécessairement le fait qu'ils doivent commercer entre eux, valoriser ce qu'ils peuvent développer et faire en sorte qu'ils puissent développer les infrastructures et lever toutes les barrières qui permettent de faire en sorte que le commerce africain puisse se développer. Et c'est aussi l'occasion de donner beaucoup de moyens financiers et de renforcer les investissements de financement pour que nos pays africains puissent aller de l'avant.
Well, thank you very much, Excellency. And I think it's very important to highlight that those important roles that the African Export-Import Bank and the financial institutions play in driving that integration. Honourable Minister, my next question will be directed to you. Nigeria, among the largest economies on the continent, a key driver of intra-African trade and a key player in the success of the AFCFTA. Could you kindly share with us some things that Nigeria has been doing in terms of driving the implementation of the AFCFTA, domestic the agreement, and making sure Nigerian businesses are able to take advantage of the opportunities it creates?
Thank you very much for the question. It's really a pleasure to be here, President Orama, and the entire Afrexim team. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So Nigeria's position with AFCFTA has taken a gradual acceleration. Let's put it that way. So AFCFTA implementation is now 5 years old, and I believe Nigeria is the first country to announce on the 16th of January this year, when we were visited by the Secretary General of the AFCFTA, our intention to complete our inaugural 5-year assessment, and that has since been done. Now, in February of this year, I inaugurated a central coordinating committee, which has all the right players in the room. So a lot has been happening in the country over the last 5 years, but probably not as coordinated as it should be. So that Central Coordination Committee, which I chair, has all the players that should be in it, from customs to NAFDAC to SON, everyone working in tandem with the private sector, and that has been really important. So for instance, when you come to practical implementation, or what does that mean in practice to the MSMEs that we support, it means that, for instance, with UNDP, we negotiated a new air cargo corridor with Uganda Air, and we also mapped 13 southern and eastern African countries where Nigerian goods are in demand. We released a toolkit showing private sector where their goods are in demand, particularly MSMEs. So supporting those businesses, we had the flag off of that flight, of the maiden flight, about a month ago now, and practically helping them to trade. The Nigerian Export Commission, the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, has also been supporting female entrepreneurs in particular. They were in Namibia, and as we speak, the AU MSME Forum is taking place in Abuja right now, and that's where MSMEs across Africa come to trade. Of course, the biggest of such fairs is the Afreximbank fair, which will be taking place in Algiers first week of September. So these are the practical ways, domestication and operationalization, I've had a really long week, of AFCFTA implementation in Nigeria. So those are some of the key examples that I can start with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and I think that gives me a good segue into my next question, which I'll be addressing to Mr. Ba from the African Trade and Distribution Company. One of the issues that the continent has faced is following the structural adjustment programs, the dismantling of commodity boards, the ability to aggregate and the ability to supply at scale within the continent. I know the ATDC tries to do some of this, but I'm going to ask you to talk us through what the ATDC is and the critical role that we see the ATDC playing in advancing the AFCFTA and intra-African trade.
Good morning, and thank you for this question, and thank you for having me here. I would like to thank also Mr. Professor Orama, who has kindly invited me to be part of this panel. So actually, ATDC, that stands for Africa Trade and Distribution Company, objective is really to be able to help to address those issues. It has been formed by FEDA through Afreximbank, by Arise IIP, and Equitan. The main purpose of ATDC is to be the African trader for commodities within Africa and move all the goods, in transforming the goods within the continent and supplying some logistics help as well. We all know the problems we have in Africa to be able to be more integrated, and this is now the time to have a strong company that will help to address all these gaps and these issues. So our main job and function will be to buy from local communities, aggregate the different commodities, transform these commodities, and supply the logistics within the African continent. Goes from soft commodities to crude oil and to refined commodities. We also have the objective to incorporate in every countries some local ATDCs to help them to make them grow and develop this type of initiative. That's the job of ATDC.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Ba. And Dr. Zaramwe, turning to you, we know that since the establishment of the AFCFTA, since the signing of the agreement, and very often President Orama and His Excellency Wamkele talk about Afreximbank and the AFCFTA being twins. What are some of the major initiatives, programs that Afreximbank has put in place to support implementation of the AFCFTA, but also looking forward, what is planned, or what can we look forward to?
Well, thank you very much, Yusuf. And my job has actually been made very easier by the poet who started in the morning by telling us more about the 1963 decision that was made by the founding fathers. And what actually struck me from what the poet was saying, there are three main things that he highlighted, if any of you were listening. He talked about the very first decision that spoke about the need to introduce a payment and settlement system. He also talked about the importance of trade fairs. And most importantly, he talked about transit facilities. And I would like to go back to that 1963 decision, which is basically what Afreximbank has been focusing on through the leadership of Professor Orama. We actually have been working with the AFCFTA Secretariat to support the implementation of those practical things that will get the AFCFTA working. With regards to the transit guarantees, we have actually been working with the AFCFTA Secretariat to ensure that the vision of our founding fathers, to ensure that goods can actually move from Cape to Cairo with a single technology-enabled transit bond, it becomes a reality. Afreximbank is actually working with the AFCFTA Secretariat, put in place the African Collaborative Transit Guarantee Scheme, which is backed by a $1 billion facility. And we are already working with some of our partners, ZEPRE, which is a COMESA reinsurance entity. We are already issuing transit bonds that will actually ensure that trucks do not spend a lot of time on the borders, but they can actually move. It could be from Lagos all the way to Abidjan with a single transit bond. The other important initiative that you also heard about is the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. We know that annually we are losing about $5 billion in terms of transaction costs because we are not trading in our own currencies, in African currencies. Afreximbank, again working with the AFCFTA Secretariat, has introduced the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which is currently operational, and we have now 16 central banks that have signed and more than 150 commercial banks. So Nigeria, of course, was one of the key countries that embraced the system, and it's working very well. We also introduced the African marketplace, which can actually allow the business people, corporates, to actually exchange local currencies. And a good example is actually what we've been doing with ZEPRE, and that has been working very well, as well as Kenya Airways. So these are some of the practical interventions that will actually liberate intra-African trade that is not currently taking place because we are waiting for Forex. With a Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which has been endorsed by the AU Summit, we believe that we should be able to facilitate trade under the AFCFTA and reduce the costs of trading. And I also want to highlight another key initiative, which I think is very important in terms of facilitating intra-African trade, which is the trade fair. We go back all the way to the 1963 decision, where the leaders actually called for the introduction of trade fairs. We started with the All Africa Trade Fair, which was held in Kenya in 1972. But after another edition that took place in Egypt and Nigeria, the trade fairs did not continue. And it was through the leadership of Professor Orama we managed to actually revive the trade fairs. And we started by hosting the inaugural Intra-African Trade Fair in Egypt in 2018. To date, I think the rest is history. We have managed to generate more than $100 billion in terms of trade and investment deals. And we actually brought together more than 70,000 participants to the 3 editions of the trade fair and more than 4,500 exhibitors. So we are now organizing the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair in Algeria, Algiers, from 4 to 10 September, and I would like to invite everybody in the room to make sure that you come to the Intra-African Trade Fair, where we are actually targeting to generate business deals that are worth $44 billion. We are targeting 2,000 exhibitors and more than 35,000 participants. So this is an Africa to Africa event that is actually going to solve the problem of lack of access to trade and market information, and we invite all of you to actually come to Algeria. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Dr. Zanamwe. And there's a variety of interventions to support implementation of the AFCFTA from Afreximbank. And I think this is why I want to again turn to His Excellency, Mr. Komara. Earlier this morning, we heard Mr. Zubairu speak about the Alliance of African Multilateral Institutions. We had representatives of the diaspora. How do we use these networks? How do we use these institutions and use what the bank, like Afreximbank, is doing to support integration and to accelerate the AFCFTA and broader integration, particularly given the current challenges we face as a continent?
Thank you very much. I was very fascinated when I listened to what he said. One of the things I did appreciate with Dr. Orama, I worked with for 14 years at the bank. I left the bank to become prime minister in my country. When I left, he was just director of planning. The day he became vice president, things changed dramatically. He had a vision. He was committed. Not only was he was enthusiastic. So every time he was laying down a foundation, I was writing to him when I was prime minister, when I got back to my contact. Dr. Rama, I think the limit for you is the sky. Because he's always inventing and creating. Now, we must help him. How? It's good to have a policy. It's good to have a payment system. It's good to have trade fair. But there are 3 main elements that we need to develop. First, we must absolutely develop infrastructure. No matter if you gather people in Algeria or in Egypt, how to move goods from Algeria to Conakry or to Lagos. We must combine efforts at all levels to increase massively infrastructure. Very important. To leave Conakry to Bamako, it's only 96 kilometers. In rainy season, you spend 5 days. Can you imagine the cost for move? We move Conakry to Sierra Leone, it's only 200 kilometers. You can do 2 days. So with those impediments, it will be very difficult to achieve the magnitude you want to do. That's number one. Number two is to go down or to grass level. Our traders are not fully equipped and informed and sincere about what ZLECAf can do and NAFTA can do. It is not very well known in many countries. We must continue to educate them, to tell them what is the importance, not to be at the political level. And that needs for us to implement in each country a branch or at least a certain institution that can promote intra-African trade. In many countries, you have Ministry of Foreign Affairs and African Integration, but that ministry does not play that role, and we must continue to advocate that. The third element is the payment system. Yes, we started that, but how many banks are implementing it? There are a lot of resistance. We must continue strongly at the level of not only of central bank, but at the political level, so that the African head of state can know that now they have the possibility to bypass foreign banks that are imposing on us a very high cost of transaction. We can do things by ourselves. And lately is education, digital transformation. We need to invest in all different infrastructure, backbone, submarine cable, that we can reduce the cost of transaction. There is a lot of opportunity in that area. You cannot easily continue contact Nigeria and Conakry. If you start connecting, it breaks. So by facilitating the connectivity in many means, we can also encourage traders to work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And I think those are critical points because we often hear about the challenges of infrastructure. We hear about the challenges our manufacturers and our producers face. And I'm going to use that as an opportunity to come back to you, Mr. Ba. How is the ATDC going to solve some of these challenges for us? We know that Africa has a multitude of SMEs, small-scale farmers. How do we use the ATDC and the national trade and distribution companies to integrate them practically so that they can take benefit of the AFCFTA?
Thank you for... Yeah, that's a very... Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Yeah, I think that's a very interesting question. And ATDC will help because all these problems, we know them already. So the industry in Africa is very fragmented. So having a national company that has the strengths, the skills to aggregate, to produce enough volumes to be able to move the ships around Africa from one place to the other one, to aggregate, to transform, because we have industrial zones in Africa, is part of the journey. So having a local national champion that is capable of trading with small SMEs, medium SMEs, aggregate, have enough volumes and size, build the infrastructure, help on the logistics side to be able to transform those goods in Africa and then export within the continent. That's why it's important to have policymakers, strong banks, and private sector to come together to join hands to leverage on what is existing already. Africa infrastructure now is getting much better than before. There's still some bottlenecks in terms of clearing some customs because of the logistics issues. We need to have enough size, enough mass to be able to track interest from the biggest shipping lines, and that's what ITDC is doing today. We work with areas in the IIP in different zones. We have enough volumes in terms of commodities. We will have some partnership in many countries in Africa, in Nigeria, in Zimbabwe, in Benin, in other countries, to have local ATDCs in Malawi to be able to speak with the farmers, integrate their goods, have enough volumes, and then ship them around the globe. We'll have enough facilities with Afreximbank and local institutions to be able to have the working capital that is needed. But what is critical is to have enough volumes, size, at one single entry point. And that's the vision that our funders have, and now we're coming to execution. This is the way we believe that ATDC can be able to support the integration of African economies.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Ba. And this is quite exciting and quite innovative approach to addressing some of the challenges that the continent is confronting. Honorable Minister, I'm going to come back to you now, specifically in the context of Nigeria. How is Nigeria positioning itself with ATDC? How is it taking advantage of some of the programs and initiatives that Dr. Zanamwe talked about, that Afreximbank has put out there? And what more would you like to see? What would you like to see Afreximbank, our other institutions, doing to support Nigeria take advantage of the AFCFTA?
Thank you very much for that question, Yusuf. I thought you were being a bit modest, probably not to upset some of your other partners. But last Saturday, in the presence of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu at the West African Economic Summit, we had the privilege of announcing a collaboration that we're entering into with ATDC. That's Nigeria is probably your first. So let's acknowledge Nigeria, always the first. So what that would do for us is that we're using the Nigeria Commodities Exchange, which is one of the agencies under the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, and working with ATDC It will be an operational entity of the ATDC on ground, and definitely would reduce post-harvest losses. We all know the challenges of post-harvest losses across our countries. Nigeria is no exception, and so this aggregation will help that. And then it will structure commodity courts, so to make sure that commodities can be organized and they can get a better cost, a better returns on their goods. Also providing market intelligence, both in country and across the board and global commodities markets. So market intelligence asymmetry is somewhere where we suffer a lot, and we suffer losses because of that. And selfishly on our end, it helps us to revitalize the Nigeria Commodities Exchange as a hub for structured commodities exchange. So we have a lot of aggregators coming to the country. We have cost of food issues. We have food security concerns that we're addressing, and this is one of the areas that is very, very dear to Mr. President's heart. So it's unlocking the power of our domestic markets regionally, and it's going to position Africa very strongly in the global commodities market.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I'm being passed a note here saying I need to wrap up. So I'm going to ask Dr. Zaramwe one more question before we wrap up. Dr. Zaramwe, His Excellency Kamara talked about something very important, digital innovation and the opportunities the technology sector provides for us. What is Afreximbank doing, particularly in digital innovation, that can support implementation of the AFCFTA?
Thank you very much. I think in terms of digital innovation, at Afreximbank, we basically believe that not only is the future digital, but even the present. We have already started working on the Africa Trade Gateway, which is basically our super digital platform that has got the Pan-African and Payment and Settlement System that I talked about, as well as our KYC due diligence platform, MANSA, and we also have got our market intelligence platform, TRADA, and we also have got the Africa Trade Exchange. But we are going beyond that. We are actually also focusing on working on what we call digital borders to actually decongest the movement of goods through using technology to ensure that we introduce smart gates at the borders. This is what will make the AFCFTA to work. But also, maybe whilst I have the floor, the theme that we are talking about, for integration to really work, we need to focus more on industrialization and value chain. And this is something that His Excellency Wamkelemen has always been talking about. But we need to do more of that, identify potential regional value chains, and ensure that we support those value chains with financing. And at Afreximbank, we already have been doing a lot of that. For supporting intra-African trade value chains, we've actually disbursed more than 20 billion in our first strategy. In the current strategy, we're going to disburse more than 40 billion to support some of the intra-African trade value chains. Some of you know what we've already done with Dangote. We are now even working on the minerals that we are actually going to add value to produce those batteries that are actually needed for the continent. So these are some of the issues, just to put the industrialization and value chain angle to the discussion on integration to make it meaningful. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Dr. Zaramwe. And I think all that is left for me is to... Honourable Minister, please. Go ahead.
Not to say one or two things as a co-digital trade champion for the AFCFTA, and just to speak to the EDGE program that will be launched later this year. I'm sure the Secretary General may have spoken about it. But just to say that as the need for digital public infrastructure, Nigeria and Republic of Benin may be the first to have a digital border, soon also probably with the support of Afreximbank. So we continue to champion for the whole continent, attracting capital and investment into all these areas that will benefit the whole of the region using the AFCFTA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Distinguished guests, I think for me, all I need to say and to wrap up and to take the insights from all our panelists is that African integration is something I've been working on my whole life. I've done the research, I've done the history on it. And His Excellency Wamkele talked about the signing of the AFCFTA agreement in 2018, the fastest ratifications, 49 ratifications, 54 signatories. And just in a space of 7 years, having worked in the trade negotiation space, what is quite inspirational is to see that we are not just talking about drafting agreements anymore, but we are seeing practical solutions to drive implementation and to drive trade. And for that, we've got to thank our panelists for their insight and for their valuable experience, and we'll still be calling on you to do a lot more. So thank you, everyone. Please give them a round of applause.
Okay. Now, the theme for this year's meetings, as I said before, is building the future on decades of resilience. Now we're going to reflect on the remarkable journey of Afreximbank's past leaders. And I would say, Professor Orama, one of the things, Professor Orama, I think that is a defining trait of Afreximbank is that its past leaders, its presidents, have an ability to build on the successes of their predecessors. It's a tradition deeply ingrained in the bank's DNA. Today, we have the privilege to hear from two of the visionary past leaders who've shaped the bank's enduring legacy. Now, to invite them onto the stage, I call on your moderator for this fireside chat, Mr. Ronnie Untuli, board member of Afreximbank, and he's also the chairman of Thelo. Give him a round of applause, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the next session. My name is Ronnie Ntuli. I have the honor of serving as a director on the board of Afreximbank. With that said, I would like to welcome the two former presidents of Afreximbank, President Edordu and President Ekra, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, can you hear me? Great. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the two presidents deserve a resounding round of applause. Thank you very much. For those that don't know, these are the big shoulders on which President Orama's success stands on, and hence my plea for a resounding round of applause for President. President, maybe we can get on with it. One, in the context of the theme for the conference, building on decades of resilience, one, and two, I think in the best interest of one, the bank, two, its shareholders, and for me, very importantly, in the context of the people that run the bank, I think institutional memory is hugely valuable. I wanted, just from a background point of view, President Edordu, where did you first hear about Afreximbank and what was your journey to joining the bank?
Thank you very much. I was a part of the very first efforts to set up the bank. I was in an Exim Bank myself, the Nigerian Export-Import Bank. As it turns out, Exim banking is not very popular. To tell the story of how Exim banking came into our continent is a very long tale, and I will spare you that. When Ndiaye made a proposal in 1987 to set up a mechanism for dealing with the problem of trade finance, he was really talking about unavailability of short-term financing. And 3 meetings were held. What was going to emerge was unclear. There were all sorts of ideas. Set up a unit in ADB to provide to fill the gap of retreating foreign banks who previously provided trade finance facilities to Africa, short-term trade finance facilities. Set up a totally new institution, which was even a subsidiary idea. What was more thought of was set up a unit in ADB. So 3 meetings were held. One in Cairo, one in Harare, Zimbabwe, and the final one where we now finally made up our mind in Cote d'Ivoire. Through these 3 meetings, all sorts of ideas were exchanged by potential stakeholders in what eventually became Afreximbank. I was already in an Exim bank, the only one in Sub-Saharan, perhaps, strictly speaking, the only one in our continent. And when I look at what Professor Rama has done with the bank and what was originally thought of, is like comparing, completely different things. What was originally thought of was purely a short-term trade finance institution. When I look at the background document prepared by our team in Afreximbank, they talk about, the bank was providing short-term trade finance, and it looks odd. But at that time, that was what was needed. That was what was thought was going to be the aim of the bank. Indeed, in Zimbabwe, when a few of us who were already in Exim banking suggested that we should consider medium-term financing, there was revulsion, a huge debate. And it took the skill of Ndiaye to persuade the audience that we should accept as an interim solution in the mandate of the bank the possibility that the bank could deal with medium-term financing. It was something that was accepted as what will happen in due course, a long term after. It was not something that will happen perhaps not even in the first 30 years. But look at where we are.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And all through this process of defining purpose, what I found in the DNA, which has become the DNA of our bank, is the term resilience. As I pondered the theme of this forum, I have nothing but immense commendation for those who articulated the idea of resilience. as what has driven our bank.
Mr. President,
I'll stop there for now.
Resilience is a theme I would like to come to.
Okay.
So I'm going to plead that you don't beat me to the question. President Ekra, same question. Your journey to or introduction to the bank, one. And two, at some point, the bank migrates from concept, very difficult to bring life to a startup, because Afreximbank was a startup at some point. At which point did you feel collectively as the leadership of the bank that this is now beyond concept? This has the potential to evolve into the systemic institution that it is today?
Actually, mine started as an emotional issue, if I would call it that way. I was with Citibank in the late 80s when Babaka Njai called me and a couple of other people and talked about this project that he had and asked us our views. I had no clue at that time that several years later I'll be joining the bank. I was doing what I called a very good career at Citibank at the time. The Ivorian government called me to go and manage the post office and the post saving bank. Later on, Mr. Sardanis called me to join Meridian Bank. And then a good friend of mine and a friend of the bank, Akiwumi Thompson, the late Akiwumi Thompson, called me one day and said that I should apply for the position of Executive Vice President of Afreximbank. It was actually, in my career, the first time I was applying fully for a job. Usually I was handpicked. So I said, but why should I go to Cairo? He said, no, it's a very important institution. And send me the economists, which are the advert. I did apply, and the rest is history. I met President Edodu, who was in the panel who was interviewing me, and I was asking myself, but what would I do in such a place? Technically, I thought I was equipped, but never worked in such an environment, particularly a startup, as you said, and an African startup. But I think at that time I made the right choice. When eventually I was successful in my application, and President Edodu gave me 1 month to join, which was too short for a family, a father of 5 children, to just stop everything and go to Cairo. I asked if I could have an extra month. He said no more than that. So I eventually went there. He gave me a lot of documents to start reading. And he said, you have about 15 days to find a house. Finding a house in 15 days in Cairo in 1996 was not a straightforward matter. So eventually I had to call my wife to come and look for the house, because after 1 week, President Edodu called me and said, I hope you're finished reading those documents, because trade finance cannot wait. You have to hit the ground and run. So that's how we started. And of course, the basic thing that was being done at that time was building the foundations. Because by the time I got there in 96, the bank was still at the startup, as you call it. So we were at that stage. And it was effectively for me the first time I was creating something, but he has created Nexi at the time. So I was just following his steps.
Fascinating. Thank you, President. I'll combine 2 questions in one, if you don't mind. The first in the Vista Bank-sponsored hologram of President Babacar Ndiaye, the visionary, as we've all recognized, he talks about traveling to Cape Town and seeing the statue of Cecil John Rhodes, and that anchoring him from an inspiration point of view. Question number one is, what was that anchor inspiration for you in the work during your tenure at Afreximbank is the first. The second question, the theme is building on decades of resilience. The word resilience for you.
Trying to deal with or recall the motivation of Ndiaye. As I said earlier, if you look at the feasibility study that informed the establishment of the bank, everything that was in it was about short-term trade finance. There was no, it didn't about long-term, even medium-term. As I said, it was after the first meeting in Cairo, it was all short-term. Some participants hinted at the possibility of longer-term facilities by the bank, but eventually the idea was a footnote. By the time we got to Zimbabwe, ideas had matured, and people now began strongly to talk of longer-term financing. So the original motivation of Ndiaye was deal with the gap created by retreating banks, because of what had happened initially. Now, responding with both short-term facilities by our bank and longer-term facility was something that came later and required what, as I ponder the DNA of the bank, required resilience, capacity to tolerate other views, capacity to tenacity, grit, capacity to look ahead and deal with, resist difficulties. So the original idea of Ndiaye was a short-term financing bank, and this now matured later. And as I look at what this bank has become, it was not intended as a development bank. But much of what we're doing now is development. And much of what we're doing now is responding to change and adapting our tools to bring those changes. And what it has meant is that in our DNA is this issue of resilience, capacity to respond to difficulties, capacity to deal with painful conditions. And therefore, I want to commend those who really articulated it. It is the critical part of the Afreximbank DNA. And if there's anything I would recommend that our team take away from this, is to recognize that as a cultural issue. It has become the culture of the bank. Whether we are talking about the way we dealt with Zimbabwe as a result of the effects of land reform, or the way we dealt with the problems of Kenya as a result of a couple of local problems, or the way we dealt with supporting trade services, or even longer-term project finance that sometimes had nothing directly with trade itself, quality assurance, and the kinds of production centers that we now have around our continent, those were not necessarily issues that were anticipated. These kinds of responses mean that we have resilience in our DNA.
Thank you, President. And I think you bring out some really important points that I think people who are maybe not inside the institution may not have insight into. I think it's an important lesson. I mean, the migration from short-dated instruments to longer-dated instruments, assets and liabilities, is really out of a market need. And that's the proposition of Afreximbank, that we respond to market demand. It's very difficult to trade if you don't have trade-enabling infrastructure, for example. President, the 2 points, your inspiration.
Well, I can simply add a few things. You know, you also have adversity, which you have to deal with. It's not only the external environment as a geopolitical or economical environment, which is there to stay. The economic and geopolitical situation of the late 80s, beginning of the 90s and so on, was an environment that led to the creation of the bank. So you develop the instrument to deal with that. But beyond this, you have adversity. When the bank was being established, the whole issue or idea of Afro-pessimism was prevailing. I remember vividly, before I came to the bank a few months before, I was at a dinner with a diplomat, a German diplomat, who was saying that Africans cannot manage banks. He said it at the dinner, just in front of everybody. Is he in the room? No, he cannot be here. And it was a time when the World Bank was doing the so-called structural adjustment program, and many banks were being closed in the continent. In my own country, in 1.5 years, 4 banks were closed. Development Bank. So, when someone makes such a statement, for me, it's an adverse statement. It's someone who does not want you to succeed. So, to deal with that, you have to develop the proper attitude to show that it's not because you are African, but you are a human being who can actually achieve things. And you develop that culture within the bank of how can we do something rather than why can't we do it.
Thank you, President. And a question to both of yourselves, President. Afreximbank, and I think institutionally we say this with all humility, has grown and developed to become systemic in the African economy. How do we sustain it?
Say that again.
Afreximbank has become systemic in the African economy. How do we sustain it?
Oh, a very interesting question. As I said earlier, so many of our earlier speakers said resilience is not enough, perhaps. Well, I think resilience is a lot. People like Paul Collier, an icon in African development issues, has said problems of Africa are so many that it's really pointless listing them. They are fairly well known. To talk about the problems is probably pedestrian. The question is what to do about it. Now, if you look at our past, the way we have responded to those problems has meant that the bank has cultivated resilience, capacity to respond to problems, capacity to bear the pains and deal with risks as they emerge, capacity to deal with new issues. Once the bank has this and equally develops innovation, that equips it to face the situations as they emerge. Whether the problems are internal to the bank, internal to Africa, or they are motivated by geopolitical conditions as are emerging now, the resilience the bank has developed equips it. Whether we are dealing with treasury issues, the bank is non-deposit taking, but was equipped with the capacity to go to the market and seek resources. But the market is being strained. For example, about 2 to 3 weeks ago, I heard of problems of rating the bank. But the bank is rated by several agencies, but even if its rating declines and therefore accessing the market is affected in some way, the bank has cultivated the resilience to deal with that problem. The bank has got the innovative capacity to deal with that, to access funds. I want the bank to establish an internal recognition of this DNA feature as part of its culture. Once you recognize this, that equips you to deal with the future.
Thank you, President.
I think he just said it. That's a question of culture. We have to make sure that the younger generations that are coming to the bank understand the culture, understand the objectives. It's never over. You know, you have to continue to fight. You have to continue to fight. And the external environment is changing. But one thing that seems to change very slowly is the recognition of the place of our continent in this whole global world. The way the Africa continent is drafted in the map monde is a small continent. Whereas it has the size of 3 times Europe and so on. Everybody knows that. The perception that others have is such that we are pushed down. So you have to have a culture of fighting. And that needs to be passed on to the younger generation. I remember when I took over for President Eduardo, and I spent 5 years here, I was reflecting on how to turn the bank into a meaningful agent. At that time, our total balance sheet was 500 billion, and the total African trade was about 1 trillion plus. So I said to my colleagues, unless we reach at least 1 billion, we will be meaningless. The staff said, no, 1 billion, you double? Eventually, in a year and a half, we reached more than 1 billion. 5 years later, we reached 3 billion. 10 years later, we reached 7 billion. Now, the bank is at almost 40 billion.
So, President Ekre, you mentioned uncertainty. The global environment today, within the context of the continent and the important role of the bank, President Orama has served his term. We're going into a transition period. What would you advise a new leadership?
It's me or...
I will begin with yourself, sir, and then I'll come to President Eduardo.
Well, simply when you talk about the uncertainty, I think by definition, there will be uncertainty all the time. Otherwise, you are in a riskless environment, a risk-free environment. In any environment that...
Forgive me, President, but I think there are certain dynamics today, like aggravated protectionism, for lack of a better word, which has impact on trade.
Yes, they are there. They can be of different nature at any point of time. But uncertainty will always be there. It can take different forms. That's at least in my view. So, one, to be alert, because you as an institution has been created to deal with issues, to deal with challenges. So you have to be alert. I also remember again when there was this COVID outburst, I called President Orama and I said, you know, what I saw is going to affect our continent. He told me, about a week ago, we had a meeting in the bank to already discuss how to address it. I felt so happy because they were ready to look at the environment and say, what should we do about things that can affect our continent? And I'm talking about profound reflection. I'm talking about deep reflection. And coming up with instruments to deal with them. I think there is this culture already in the bank. What I will ask new leadership is to simply continue to apply. President Eduardo started by saying when we started the bank, he said, let's put system in place, not people. Yeah. You put systems in place. If the systems are in place, then success is already there.
Thank you, President. President Eduardo, within that, I think what the bank has done really well, and also President Ekra touches on this, what the bank has done really well is groom a breed of young, very talented Africans and given them huge responsibility, which I think has been what has built the culture and has anchored the resilience of the bank. In one of our discussions, you mentioned the process of bringing your successor president from the beginning, and you mentioned some of the why him rather than anybody else. Would you be able to share with the audience? Because I just think it's important. These are decisions that young Afreximbank bankers will be faced with. Why President Ekra at the time?
That is an interesting question to raise about what else in the bank. There is a profound point that kept on arising as the bank defined and redefined its mission. Part of the DNA of the bank is continuously defining and redefining its vision in the light of the circumstances. One of the founding fathers of the bank kept on telling us this bank was not created necessarily for reasons of finance. The money put in the bank by Nigerian entities, if they were looking for profit, they will use the money and set up Nigerian banks to make profit. Egyptian banks, the money they put in the bank could have been used in the same way. The critical thing is developing African systems and bringing African integration to bring in African development. Now, who are the people to bring this about? At the time the bank started, even recruiting Africans, even headhunting Africans to fill vacancies was difficult. You couldn't find people. Because African institutions had already shown a history of failures, a history of poor performance, and somebody say, "Oh, another one is being set up in Cairo. Maybe it will last 1 year, and you wind up." As you remember, although our charter provides for a 3-year tenure for board members, the very first board members were given 1 year. The fear then was that within 1 year the bank will fail, like others had. So if you wanted to recruit people, it was a huge problem. But today, as I look into the bank, I see highly skilled people, highly motivated people. Attrition rate, people withdrawing from the bank, is perhaps the lowest you can think of in the industry. So we have the team, and it is something one must be proud of, that we had a team that with resilience could develop the instruments to deal with the problems and challenges we have in the trade finance arena in our continent today.
President Adordu, President Ekra, thank you so very much. I think they deserve a bigger round of applause than that.
Now, in 3 decades of powering African resilience and transformations, what lessons can we learn from the Afreximbank experiment? That's exactly the question. The next esteemed and rather eclectic panel will demystify for you. And your moderator is probably a very familiar face to almost everyone in this room. Please welcome her as she welcomes her panel, BBC's Miss Lerato Mbele.
What do you want? No, it's okay, it's okay.
Okay, I think so. It's working. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, thank you very much for your patience and thank you for being with us this lunchtime. My name is Lerato Mbele and it is my pleasure to be hosting a conversation titled 3 Decades of Powering Africa's Resilience and Transformation. What does the Afreximbank experiment teach us? So, as has been mentioned extensively this morning, this is an institution founded in May 1993. Primarily at the time with the aim of funding trade expansion on the continent. The lender itself predates the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and area. But I think it serves as a precursor to that project of regional integration. It is a precursor for the trade infrastructure that was necessary to be built and established. It is a precursor for the payment systems and bank coordination and connectivity that was subsequently created through SWIFT banking systems. It's a precursor for manufacturing, industrialization, and value addition for made-in-Africa goods. And also, it is a precursor for facilitating access for small and medium enterprises on the continent. The question is, since 1993, has Afreximbank realized its mandate, or has it even exceeded its mandate? And that's the essence of the conversation we're going to be having here today. Okay. Joining me is Professor Bart Naji, the Chief Executive Officer of Geometric Power, a scientist, a former Federal Minister of Power, and an expert on building resilience for future economies. If he can join us now on stage, we're really delighted to have you. We also have Mr. Ki Chong Lee, a board director for Afreximbank. He is a financier, preeminent. He has worked extensively in the fields of hedge funds, the Mauritius Bank, tax laws, and trading across different jurisdictions. And so really and truly, when we talk about how MDBs coalesce with commercial banks, this is his expertise. Mr. Ki Chong Lee, please join us. We also have Madam Rosa Whittaker, the President and Chief Executive of the Whittaker Group. She's been extensively involved in trade negotiations. She's a policymaker, a former U.S. Assistant U.S. Trade Representative under the presidency of Bill Clinton, and she can really speak to the diaspora links bringing together Africa and the big economies of the world. So thank you very much for joining us, Ms. Rosa Whittaker. We also have Mr. Aliyu Ahmed, from the Federal Ministry of Finance, in charge of African bilateral economics. Obviously, he can speak to the complexity of political economies in Africa, you know, the complexity of doing things like negotiating and consensus building when there are delayed appropriation bills in Parliament, how you deploy public funds, dealing with issues of liquidity in an economy as well. So thank you very much for your time, sir. And we're also joined by the Honourable Patrick Anthony Chinamasa, former Minister of Finance for Zimbabwe. Obviously, the Honourable Minister would know very much how you manage budgets in the midst of turmoil and crises, and also you know how you work around risk aversion. So thank you for your time, Professor Chinamasa. Thank you so much for being with us. And I hope we've sorted out our technical microphone. I think the first thing I want to do is perhaps defer to you, Mr. Ki Chong Ling, and say we have a situation where this is an organization funded by African governments for the purposes of Pan-African development and trade. With that Class A shareholding by African states, has that identity helped to really direct the mandate of Afreximbank in the last 30 years? Because they needed to understand that what they do is for Africa and in the broader interests of the shareholders who are African governments.
Yeah. So this is an institution of Africans, owned by Africans, designed by Africans, fit for purpose for African development. Basically, firstly, for trade finance and to close the trade finance gaps for the development of a continent. But basically, this mandate has been really exceeded. And for this, we need to have two things. One is capital, and the second is liquidity. Today, we are happy to say that Afreximbank is very well capitalized and is perfectly liquid. Right. So it has a crisis preparedness and a resilience that helps it to intervene very fast and very rapidly in case of external shocks or in case of any commodity crash or a pandemic.
Fantastic.
So this has helped Afrexim to play a very useful role, very fast, very quickly, in a responsive manner, and fit for purpose.
Okay.
So that's the main advantage of having an African bank with full financial sovereignty, which is context sensitive to the African situation.
I want to latch onto this term context sensitive, Professor Bart Naji, because some people would say that is a dilemma in itself. When you are an African institution capitalized by African states, working on a continent that is vulnerable to vulnerabilities, for instance, there would obviously be constraints of capital that the shareholder countries are facing, let alone capitalize the institution itself. Does its African identity create limitations for Afreximbank, or has the organization actually been able to supersede those limitations and expand its mandate?
Thank you. First, let me salute the President Orama and his team at Afreximbank for the phenomenal work that they have done to really advance African economy. In our own company, it has been particularly quite impressive. So now, yes, thank you. Afreximbank's role has become something that all the institutions that used to want to do something in Africa can now emulate. Because there is that statement made earlier by someone that where the others step back, Afreximbank steps forward. Yeah. And as that institution, the African being owned by African countries is quite profound, because that is where they are able to progress, because it is totally African. The other institutions that are much more diverse have profound limitation, because people have different interests that they bring on board, but they don't have it. They have taken the fate of Africa in their own hands, and they are moving forward. And that, to me, that's why they have been able to take decisions. They are very rigorous in their processes, but with that, they are confident that what they are doing is for advancement of the continent. So that's how I see it.
Fantastic. In a short while, I will ask you to give us a very concrete example, but I want to bring our other speakers in. Mr. Aliyu Ahmed, let's bring you into the conversation, because as we say, the context of today creates a complexity of sorts. Liquidity issues, governments that are managing heavy debt burdens and high repayment rates. There is a demand on resources by citizens of each country. It's either infrastructure or education or healthcare. So the money is really spoken for, and the resources are quite scant and thin. Do you think that when we're talking about the balance sheet of Afreximbank, with the competing demands for African resources in the quest for a complex development trajectory, have they been able to overcome a lot of those limitations? Have they been able to think outside the box? I'm thinking here of the 2015 counter-cyclical trade liquidity facility, managing different exogenous factors, the COVID, etc. Have they always been able to step up to the plate?
I think so, to be honest. If you look at what Afreximbank has done over the years and the evidence that we have right now in terms of capitalization of Afreximbank, is to the contrary. Because countries have realized that over the years, all other banks who are non-African in terms of character would not step up in their times of difficulty. So in the latest capitalization that was done in the bank, most of at least the big players in the continent, the largest shareholders came up. They were able to step up to the plate to ensure that they appropriately capitalize Afreximbank. So in that respect, I would say that the evidence that we have is quite to the contrary. And this is because the countries in Africa have seen what Afreximbank has done. Over the years, in their times of difficulty, you see most of these banks retrenching. I think I was quite impressed when I was listening to the history of how Afrexim emerged. So they are used to banks retrenching from the continent. When they could no longer, we had just a few minutes ago that it was quite difficult to raise short-term financing as some of the banks providing this had left the continent. That was the genesis for the creation of Afreximbank.
Yeah.
And this has become a culture in the institution. Whenever other banks are leaving, Afreximbank would step in.
Right.
They will work with you to try to see that they solve the problem.
Right.
So I'm quite impressed by the terminology used by Samala Zubairu. They are there as first responders.
Yeah.
You know, and why are they able to do this? Is because I think they have the support of their shareholders.
All right.
Strong support.
Let's stay with the analogy of first responders because it's a health analogy. And post-COVID, Rosa Whittaker, you know, many governments were under pressure to really step up in an unprecedented situation and in an unprecedented way. We are now in that post-COVID era. And we thought we dealt with that crisis, but there are many other permutations of crises. Now we're dealing with ODA declines, tariff wars internationally. So as the world changes right before our eyes, what role does an Afreximbank play in helping African countries or businesses navigate additional complexities in the contemporary world?
Well, thank you very much. Let me just first say, to coin a phrase from that great author, Jim Collins, the who is more important than the what.
Yeah.
Because if you have the right who, that who with other who's can figure out the what. And I think the lesson that we've learned from Afreximbank is the importance of leadership. And I want to pay tribute to President Obama. And we really should pay tribute to him because he is the architect of modern African economic Pan-Africanism. Modern economic Pan-Africanism and a true patriot. And this is not to say too much because it really goes into the solutions that you're talking about. Under his leadership, Afreximbank has been more than a bank. And to really address some of the challenges that you've mentioned, it would have to be. What has been ignited here is a movement that has turned aspirations into action, and a movement that we must continue. So the best thing we can do is to continue the economic blueprint that Afreximbank has engineered. And I have a word for it. I call it Afrocatalyst, the Afrocatalyst model, because it has been the catalytic lever integrating trade finance with technology, with a global diaspora, and so many counter-cyclical instruments.
The Honorable Patrick Chinamasa. Part of our topic today is about resilience, how you build resilience. And I think as the former finance minister of the state of Zimbabwe, you would understand exactly what it is to operate in a truly constrained, squeezed environment where you have to be resilient on a variety of levels. I don't know what resilience means to you, but perhaps you can give us your definition of resilience. Perhaps, Honourable Minister, you can give us your definition of resilience and how in the Zimbabwean case, or certainly from your vantage point, you experienced in Afreximbank have helped you navigate some seriously complex environments.
Thank you very much, moderator.
To start with, Zimbabwe is a good case study for resilience. And we were supported very strongly by Afreximbank. Talking of resilience, you cannot beat the resilience of the Zimbabwean people.
Yeah.
And I'll just mention that we were slapped with illegal sanctions in the past 25 years. We are still under sanctions by Western illegally imposed sanctions. We are still under them. No one gave us a chance to survive, except Professor Orama, who believed in us. And through his bank, we have come out of the woods completely. Things have never been the same again. And we are now marching towards an upper middle class economy by 2030. Under his guidance and under the guidance of our president, Dr. Mnangagwa, we have now grown into one of the top 5 toppest economic growing rates in Africa.
Right.
Because Africa's problem is that we are exporting raw materials. We are very rich in minerals, in soil, but we export them as raw materials.
Yeah.
Zimbabwe has now banned the export of raw materials in order to power our reindustrialization.
Right. I want to challenge you just a second there, because you say with all the difficulties that Zimbabwe has faced with international sanctions, Afreximbank believed in you, right? Yes. So there's a context, the whole political economy context. And foreign lenders would say there's high risk in Zimbabwe. How then did Afrexim measure risk in Zimbabwe when the rest of the world says don't go to Zimbabwe? Why would they go to Zimbabwe?
Well, I think they are a Pan-African bank. They believe in Africans, and they have no other ulterior motives to oppress the people of Africa, but to empower them to take, so that Africa can take its proper place in the Committee of Nations. They understood why we were under sanctions, and they went out of their way to assist us. Also, you know, the problem of integration we are talking about, there is need for infrastructure by way of roads or railways.
Right.
Afreximbank was a co-lender in the upgrading of Byte Bridge. Zimbabwe considers ourselves, we consider ourselves to be the gateway to Africa and to South Africa. And Afreximbank came to our assistance. They've provided us lines of credit. They have now come up with, as you know, our economies, I'm sure about all other economies, the SMEs are the backbone of our economies. Yeah. And Afreximbank has now come up with a plan to migrate business ideas into bankable projects.
All right.
That is the way, in my view, we should go.
All right.
To upgrade our SMEs so that they can take their proper place in the Committee of Nations. You know, we were completely disindustrialized. Yeah. And because of their support, we are now food self-sufficient.
Wow.
We grow our own wheat, our own maize, because of the support that we received from Afreximbank. And I take this opportunity to thank Professor Benedict Orama for believing in Zimbabwe.
Absolutely. Okay, you're helping us move the conversation along, and that's where I want to go. But just before I introduce now the second component, Mr. Ki Chongli, I want to tap into your skill set, not just as a board member at Afrexim, but the work you've been doing generally in high finance. Many people say Africa's development at the initial phases will be powered by multilateral development banks. But at the tertiary phase, that's when you now need to see the commercial banks stepping in. That's when you need to see the market take over. Your experience in trying to link up Afreximbank with commercial banks and other financial institutions so that you create a diverse ecosystem. Can you tell us about how that works? Because my understanding is we need all hands on deck.
Thank you for your question. So we need to have a blended finance model, which is the model of Afrexim, where you tap on the private sector and on government. But more than this is a financial sovereignty. Because when Africa has its own mission for development, it has, as former minister said, it has to do it its own way with its own means. And this is what Afrexim has been doing. And I was very lucky to participate in one such exercise, which I'll elaborate a little bit, because when we wanted to increase capital of the bank, we came up with the idea of a depository receipt, which is derived from the shares of Afreximbank. And when we did the depository receipt, normally what we will do is we go to JP Morgan, we go to Goldman Sachs to advise. But in this case, we never went to any foreign banks to advise. We relied on our own African institutions to raise the money. We depended on African private companies and individuals to put money into that depository receipt, and we listed it into an African stock exchange, in that case, the Mauritius Stock Exchange, with a Mauritian custodian bank. So all the instruments and all the institutions that made that capital raise possible were purely African. So this is the kind of financial sovereignty which we just heard, using your own means in your own way, which has made Afrexim such an innovative financial institution under the leadership, of course, of Professor Orama. And to add to that is the fact that when you are independent on your own, then you can use innovative financial solutions. So on top of that, what we created is we created an insurance management arm where credit risks that are not taken by the Western external insurers are now covered and managed by a subsidiary of Afrexim Bank with African reinsurers and African specialty skills and risk management capacity to do that insurance cover for African projects for the transformation of a continent.
Okay, so deepening capital markets liquidity to create that sovereignty. Professor Naji, perhaps now that example I'd ask for, because the second part of our conversation needs to look at transformation as much as we're talking about resilience. So, initially this was meant to be a lender for trade facilitation, but I think the mandate has been expanded. And in your experience, what is that expansion to the point that it leads to the transformation of how people transact, live, and work on the continent?
Thank you very much. The transformation that we're talking about, I think when we look at specifics, say infrastructure projects, they lead to trade. I'll use our own case as a good example. In the case of a project, we started about 20 years ago to do a project where everybody knows that electricity, epilepsy is what we know in Nigeria. But so we said, let's create a model. And that model will be have integrated power, you have generation, you have distribution, all in one area. So we got a concession from government to do it. And that concession was the security of the whole project. So we didn't ask for sovereign guarantee. So fast forward, we got support to do the project up to some point. By the time after privatization, the government did something that essentially sent the project backward, in that the concession was breached. When the concession was now breached, we went into a 9-year stall. During this period, we went from one bank to another to try to get funds to complete. At that, when it was done, it was actually 95% complete. But by the time we went from one bank to another and there was no support, now we went to Afreximbank. And they were able to see through the issues. Other banks had stepped away. They were able to see through that this project is a good project, can help the economy of a region and the whole country by extension. And so they came rigorous, after years of due diligence, they were able to come through. And the project was now completed, commissioned. The outcome is phenomenal. So today, that place is the place that supplies electricity to about 4 million people, and it is the only city that you can, or commercial city you can say, has reliable electricity in Nigeria. I think that that's a credit to President Orama and his team for seeing through the cobwebs. They were able to see through all that and be able to finance this project. And the people are the beneficiaries. A lot of industries have come on stream. Some are moving into that place. That's what the sort of work that they do can energize.
Okay, so transformation from your experience is looking at an interesting funding model that helped to reform an electricity distributor. With that distribution, local businesses were powered, schools, hospitals, people's lives changed because there's now reliable energy, and entrepreneurs can just be entrepreneurs, and you move on.
It's a huge manufacturing environment, so trade across Africa, not just West Africa, but Southern Africa, the various products, garment industries, leather products, products, so many aspects. That's what it's about.
Mr. Aliu Ahmed, your definition of transformation, and I'm going to add future preparing, because transformation in today's context means you modernize African economies, you value add and produce locally, as we heard, you create jobs for young people. What is the role of an Afreximbank in the transformation that Africa needs today?
And based on our experience, let me look at primary goods, where agricultural goods in particular. For many years, Nigerians have produced all sorts of agricultural goods and exported them abroad. And oftentimes, you know the tragedy. These goods will arrive their destination in Europe and return to the country because they will be certified low quality and not sufficient for the environment in which they were exported. What did we do with Afreximbank, and what did they do? They said, look, we could easily solve this problem by creating a quality assurance center for you. And Nigeria is currently hosting, it's completed. A couple of years ago, we launched it in Ogun State. Mm-hmm. So this center is now responsible for facilitating and certifying the quality of every product right from the beginning. From the seeds that you sow. These seeds have to be tested in the labs. The kind of fertilizer you're going to use, you'll be advised on the nature of the fertilizer. So when the product comes out, it will now attain the standard that is required. So going forward, transformation for us in this huge area of that we have will mean that we're going to be able to expand our export products of goods and services, especially in the agricultural area. That is one area in terms of transformation. The second area, if I may, it's what was recently launched in Guru, which is the Africa Medical Center of Excellence. Right. For anybody who could afford it in Nigeria, the moment you have some discomfort or you have a health challenge, the next thing is you get onto the flight and you fly abroad. Right. This has the tendency, and if you look at the composition of the flow of foreign exchange, CBN governor was here earlier on, it was a huge component of our foreign exchange, health tourism. So with this facility in place now, world-class facilities, everybody has seen it. is going to potentially transform our health system in a massive way.
Okay. Well, we've got 5 minutes left, so I'm going to defer to our last two panelists. But I'll start with you, Rosa Whittaker, and say trade was the bedrock upon which Afreximbank was established in 1993. That 30 years. We've obviously moved on. But we're still living in a world where African goods and producers need to be integrated in global value chains. We've seen with the Ukraine Crisis Adjustment Trade Facility how that external shock of war, they stepped in to sort of say, local manufacturers and agricultural producers, let's make you resilient as we see a decline in grain stock. So the world as we see it in its complexity, how do we continue to transform through an Afreximbank when it feels like when you move 5 steps forward, geopolitics pulls you 10 steps back, 5 steps forward, back, and we keep doing this thing?
Well, I think that the world, as you said, is being reordered right in our very presence. And Africa cannot afford to be a spectator in this process, nor can it afford to wait in line for international help. So in a way, that has been the silver lining in this crisis, that Africa can really, at the end of the day, only depend on Africa. And I think one of the best things we can do as a global Africa, and this is what Afreximbank has done, is to develop an African economic blueprint, which Afreximbank has done. We have to address the crisis of confidence, which is really the bedrock. Because if you don't believe that you can, then you won't. And Afreximbank didn't even wait for all of Africa to go along or the world to go along. When there was a crisis, whether it's from the pandemic to Ukraine, Afreximbank moved and people saw. When Afreximbank delivered north of 35% ratio in return to its shareholders, the world stood up and said, wait a minute, what about those risks? I watched Professor Arama and the Afreximbank, I watched them exit those conversations where they were arguing about perceived African risk and real African risk. They rather just demonstrated to the world that we can manage those risks and we to deliver. So what I would say today, we don't need to go back to the drawing board. We need to build on what we know is working and to appreciate the reality that in this world, Africans have Africans.
Right. So I've heard a few new phrases, economic sovereignty, more investment, confidence, building resilience and transformation. The last word goes to you, Honorable Patrick Chinamasa. And this future we're talking about, you said we need to be not just exporting raw materials, but beneficiating, value addition, reindustrializing, keeping manufacturing here, thinking about supply chains within Africa. How do you see the expanded role of Afreximbank in that future you are calling us to reimagine?
Let me just highlight the major challenges. We have almost 30 million of our talented people in the diaspora. We need Afreximbank to find a plan to harness that skill and talent for repowering our reindustrialization. Another major challenge is connectivity between our respective countries. We don't have a road that comes from Cairo to Cape Town. So we need Afreximbank to help in the building of infrastructure that can crisscross the continent, which is not exactly the case right now. Yeah. Also, we find that there is no harmonization of our respective regulations, border regulations across the continent. We have 55 countries. We need to take a decision. We can't afford to have
one decision being taken 55 times in individual countries. We need strong regional groupings, which, when they take a decision, that decision will be enforced in the member countries. We are saying we must reduce the bureaucracy. We must increase inflow of both people and goods within our continent. And the problem right now is that we all trade with outsiders. We don't trade with each other. Again, because maybe we produce the same things. We all produce cobalt, chrome. And until we manufacture goods, and we then can be able to reduce Africa external trade and increase intra-investment and trade.
Right. I want to thank you all for your time. We've run out of time. But may I use the last 1 minute and break the rules with a little bit of latitude? The question is, what does the Afrexim experiment teach us? You use the word sovereignty. You've used the word confidence. So in one word, what does it teach us, Patrick Chinamasa?
It teaches us that we should have African banks which are centered on promoting African economic interests. We cannot have banks which take political decisions before they lend to individual countries.
Fantastic. Bart Naji, what does it teach us?
Sorry, what was the question?
What does Afreximbank, the experiment, what does it teach us?
Oh,
in a sense.
What they have taught us is that we can. That if we think it and execute the plan, that we can achieve. That's what they do all the time. I see that.
That we can, that Africa can do it. Rosa Whittaker, what does it teach us?
I think it teaches us that the economic blueprint for Africa must be developed by Africans. You can have international partners, but they have to ascribe to the African vision.
Fantastic. Ki Chong Lee, what does it teach us?
I think the key word is intelligence. What we need is intelligent Africa, and this is shown by the fact that we are not just leveraging on the vast natural resources of Africa to transform Africa, but we are leveraging also all the intangible resources, creativity and intelligence of Africans to develop a new Africa. And now with a global Africa dimension.
And lastly, Aliyu Ahmed, what does this teach us?
I would say trust in our institutions, and really the need to empower Afrexim to do a lot more so that we provide them with enough firepower to do a lot more, and ensure that African government continue to retain or preserve that preferred creditor status for Afreximbank. It's very important so that they don't get unduly punished by others.
I want to say thank you so much to you, Ms. Rosa Whittaker, Mr. Ki Chong Lee, Mr. Aliyu Ahmed, Honorable Patrick Anthony Chinamasa, Professor Bart Naji. And I think we have answered the question, what does the Afreximbank experiment teach us as we power the resilience and transformation of Africa? Thank you.
Okay, that's it for the first half of the day. There's much more to come, and I guess as they say in Lagos, where I'm from, here in Nigeria, they will say "Mi ò tí jẹun látàárọ̀ yìí, ẹ jẹ́ ká jẹun àbí," which for those who don't speak Yoruba means let's eat, you've earned lunch. It's in the Grand Marquis tent right here in the hotel, the Grand Marquis tent right here in the hotel. Ushers are standing by to guide you. Please, let's be back here in about 40 minutes or so because we're a little bit behind times. I'll see you there.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The plenary session is about to start. Mesdames et messieurs, nous vous prions de bien vouloir vous asseoir. Nous allons bientôt débuter la session. Merci. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We hope that you enjoyed your lunch break and that actually you had a chance to connect, to reflect, to recharge. Because what comes next deserves your full attention. We are now entering plenary session 4, and this is a special one. Leveraging a common heritage, the Afreximbank Caribbean Initiative. So let me tell you that this is not just a theme. It is a bridge between continents that were, as you know, once separated, and that today choose to reconnect by purpose. L'Afrique et les Caraïbes, mesdames et messieurs, partagent bien plus qu'une histoire. Elles partagent une même urgence, celle de bâtir une souveraineté financière, d'inventer des solutions économiques nouvelles et de renforcer une coopération stratégique au service de leur avenir commun. Pour ouvrir cette session, mesdames et messieurs, nous avons l'honneur d'entendre la voix d'un homme d'État dont l'engagement et l'impact parlent d'eux-mêmes. Un leader respecté, à la croisée des enjeux régionaux et mondiaux. A warm welcome for a visionary who has long championed South-South collaboration, His Excellency P.J. Patterson, former Prime Minister of Jamaica. The floor is yours. Excellency, a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, please. Another round of applause, please. Thank you very much.
Distinguished moderator, Your Excellencies, distinguished participants all, it was simply impossible for me to resist the summons for departing from the pavilion to lend my voice as an elder statesman from the 6th region of global Africa to this 32nd annual meeting of Afreximbank. Particularly so when we hear loud rumblings that mark a shifting of the global tectonic plates. We should never forget that in the age of Gondwana, we were all part of a single supercontinent. That geological rupture gave us both the richly endowed continent of Africa and spawned the bejeweled fragments that are the Caribbean islands. That was the first rupture by which our history is defined. Although our history is intertwined, it is defined by the imperial ruptures of slavery, the Berlin Scramble, colonial pillage, which for centuries have stifled our indigenous and autonomous development in Africa and the Caribbean islands. The infamous slave trade and colonial exploitation created immense metropolitan wealth at our detriment. Today we meet in Abuja to ensure that history does not repeat itself. Our resilience has been tested and proven. It is high time for us to leverage the common heritage we share to build together a prosperous and sustainable future. Let us make here a strategic commitment that the ties which bind Africa and the Caribbean are not simply relics of the past, but constitute the blueprint for our future, one that demands more than ever our unity, our vision, and our shared resolve. There are many valid reasons rooted in our past for building bridges and strengthening relations between Africa and the Caribbean. But the current global environment is compelling us to act with dispatch. The global order that has existed since the Second World War is imploding before our very eyes. The emerging face of protectionism is openly intolerant and dismissive of the aspirations of countries of the global South for our development and our economic well-being. For our survival, and certainly essential to achieve prosperity, we have to act with urgency to strengthen relations within our 6 regions of Africa and simultaneously form a single bloc with other allied regions in the developing world. In the midst of this unpredictable and fragmenting world order, we are impelled to create among ourselves an interregional safe space for our own economic growth and sustainable development. This is the higher purpose that I attach to the Afreximbank Caribbean initiative, which has placed the strengthening of trade and economic between us at the very heart of their mission. Let me here acknowledge the value of the Africa-Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum, which has brought together political and business leaders from Africa, the Caribbean, and the wider diaspora. The countries of Africa and the island states in the Caribbean, despite the obvious differences in geographic size, population, and natural resources, our current development suffers together the deleterious consequences of an underproductive base, of high levels of debt, excessive dependence on external flows, and total reliance on only a few export products and markets. Low levels of technological sophistication are reflected in the production of goods and services that contain little or no value added, and we suffer from inadequate transportation and comparative communication linkages. To different degrees in all our countries, our problems are exacerbated by heavy migration of professional skills in high demand within the global workplace. So we have a common challenge, and that is the perennial difficulty we share in mobilizing and accessing financial resources to fund our development needs, both as sovereigns and on the part of the private sector. The resources deficit is especially acute as we pursue structural transformation and seek to undertake green adaptation and mitigation in the context of the Paris Agreement and the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals to which we are all committed. This is a situation that is worsened by declining access to affordable and concessional finance bilaterally and from traditional multilateral development financial institutions, of arbitrary commercial credit ratings which inflate the cost of borrowing, and by de-risking strategies which constrain our country's access to the overseas intermediary and correspondent banking relations that traditionally have been crucial for financial outflows. In recent times, Afreximbank has stepped to the front, and the bank deserves our strongest commendation for its sterling contribution to making the 6 regions of Africa a meaningful reality. We in the Caribbean cannot forget that at the height of the COVID pandemic, when vaccine hoarding by wealthy countries was widespread, the Caribbean was afforded access to much-needed vaccines through Afreximbank's US $2 billion guarantee provided to the Africa Medical Supplies Platform that made the vaccines available to their brothers and their sisters across the Atlantic Sea. In recent times, additional steps have been made towards a deepened relationship between Afreximbank and 12 of our CARICOM member states. I will mention but a few, and the panelists to come will expand on them beyond doubt. One, there was a conclusion last year of a partnership memorandum between Afreximbank and the Caribbean Export Development Agency. Two, they have made it possible for valuable trade missions to take place to Ghana and Nigeria. Others will follow in due course. There has been a commitment by Afreximbank to a project pipeline worth US $2.5 billion and an investment pipeline worth $1.5 billion directed towards realizing opportunities across our two regions. And for this, we express our grateful thanks. We welcome as well the recent initial proof of concept collaboration between Afreximbank and CARICOM central banks for a CARICOM payment and settlement system modeled on the innovative Pan-African payment system and settlement. That has considerable relevance for the Caribbean, which is faced with the constant reality of de-risking, since the promotion and facilitation of cross-border trade in local currencies is an important step towards realizing the holy grail of intermediary-free financial transactions within and between our regions. We want to build stronger trade and economic relations between Africa and the Caribbean. We have to acknowledge the very real constraints that exist, but we also have to recognize the opportunities that are presented, such as the areas of financial cooperation and investment, and indeed the opportunities presented by the changing nature of trade itself. Both Afreximbank and our University of the West Indies regard artificial intelligence as key to having a broad digital footprint on which ideas and capital can exert the main thoroughfare into the tributaries where innovation and creativity can create considerable economic value. The historical, social, and cultural ties that link the regions should be the launchpad for promoting travel and tourism across the chasm of the Atlantic for increased synergies in the development of these industries. Given the centrality of knowledge driven by intelligence, Afreximbank has provided funding for a project in the P.J. Patterson Institute for Africa Caribbean Advocacy at UWI for a pilot study for an artificial investment hub that will link Africa and the Caribbean, which will advance education, research, innovation, and trade. We who belong to global Africa must develop artificial intelligence of our own, which we design and which we make certain caters to our values and fulfill our needs. We have survived for over centuries because of our resilience in struggle. When our ancestors were taken across the Middle Passage, they brought with them not only pain, they also brought purpose. They kept alive the drum, the dance, the dialogue, and the divine. They planted seeds, cultural, spiritual, and economic, hoping that one day their descendants would gather to harvest a future of freedom, dignity, and development. Today, in this room, we are that harvest. We are the realization of their longing. And if we are wise, if we are bold, we can make them smile. So we have to move forward with courage and clarity. We have to honor the past by claiming the future. We have to turn this initiative into a movement, and this movement into a momentum of our unity, prosperity, and pride. Afreximbank is doing everything to make that happen. We have to deliberately forge partnerships in education, in science and technology, in cultural diplomacy, and in knowledge exchange. Our institutions of learning have to engage in joint research. Our artists must collaborate. Our entrepreneurs must network, not just at conferences, but in factories, farms, studios, and fintech hubs. We must build a shared economic ecosystem, not a parallel one. The time has come for continental Africa and its far-flung diaspora to speak with a singular voice. We must develop a common diplomatic architecture, coordinate our messaging, and resist attempts to dilute our agendas in the name of so-called pragmatism. And we must not allow those who exploited us to pick us off one by one and to separate us. In the search for prosperity, we must also maintain and entrench our dignity. Let me say it frankly, the post-colonial project cannot be fulfilled by economic metrics alone. Identity matters. And our economic emancipation must be rooted in the fullest recognition of who we really are. The work of the Afreximbank Caribbean Initiative must go hand in hand with the Africanization of our consciousness. We must teach our children that they are heirs to ancient civilization, masters of metallurgy, philosophy, architecture, mathematics, and music, long before Europe, quote, discovered, unquote, us, and sought to destroy our self-esteem, our native culture, and stealthily control our resources. Ladies and gentlemen, the past is prologue. The future is in our hands. We must use our boundless imagination to release our minds and thereby chart our own destiny to bring lasting prosperity for this present generation, because the young among us are rightly impatient of suffering. And we must do it not just for this generation, but we must blaze the trail to glory for generations yet to be born. Thank you.
Another round of applause for His Excellency P.J. Patterson, a man whose words carry the weight of history and the clarity of vision shaped by decades of leadership. Thank you once again. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, following this exceptional keynote, our expected discussion will be guided by an experienced moderator. Je sais que vous attendez avec impatience le prochain panel et vous n'allez pas être déçus, mesdames et messieurs. Please welcome the chairman of Africa Business Group, Mr. Michael Sudarkasa, for this panel.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. Good afternoon, colleagues. It is my honor to chair this next session, and I'll ask you at the onset to bear with us because all of the panelists that we have are colleagues who traditionally give speeches of their own. So we're going to try and do something and have a conversation in a relatively short period of time, but it won't do justice to the topic. Our session brings to fore, following the insightful comments of the former Prime Minister, perhaps what may be President Obama's greatest legacy, reconnecting Africans within the diaspora across the transatlantic divide. I will call each of my panelists to come and join the stage, and we will commence. You heard from our first panelist earlier in that we had the occasion to hear a speech that in many ways encompassed what we will be talking about this afternoon. So our first panelist is the Honorable Terence Drew, Prime Minister of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. We're also pleased to have representation from the African Union today in the presence of Her Honor Selma Hadina, the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission. A conversation such as the one that we're about to have would not be complete without the voice of the private sector. And so we're very pleased to have one of Nigeria's, no, one of Africa's leading business people to join us, Mr. Adewale Tinubu, who is the Group CEO of Oando. In addition, representing CARICOM, we have His Excellency Rodinald Sumer, who is the CEO of the CARICOM Development Fund. Also, as our discussion really looks at an evaluation of the CARICOM initiative that Afreximbank has launched, and not very long ago, we also have representing the Republic of Grenada, Senator the Honorable Claudette Joseph, who is the Attorney General, and also the Minister for Legal Affairs, Labor, and Consumer Affairs. And to ensure that the diaspora is suitably engaged, the Afreximbank set up, again, just a few years ago, an Africa Center in arguably the U.S.'s largest commercial city, New York. And we're very pleased to have Mr. Martin Kimani, who is the president and CEO of the Africa Center, to join us. Let me go around behind you. My esteemed panelists, as I said at the onset, you all have far more that you could say than we have allocated for us this afternoon. But I wanted to afford you right at the onset an opportunity to give an opening remark on how you've viewed this Caribbean initiative, how you see that we can leverage our common heritage between the continent of Africa and the diaspora, particularly the diaspora of the Caribbean. I'd like to start in the order that I called you all, which means that I'm going to start with the Honorable Prime Minister of the Federal of St. Kitts and Nevis. Please give us your thoughts.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all once again, and good afternoon to all of my fellow panelists here. But allow me to recognize our elder statesman who spoke before we came on stage, the former Prime Minister of Jamaica, His Excellency P.J. Patterson. And I hope that his words were impactful today, which I expected them to have been. And I think he has been one who has, in a meaningful way, been professing this type of relationship for a very, very long time. Let me say that this tangible way of the relationship between the people on the continent of Africa and the people in the Caribbean, this is a right step in the right direction. And I say the people on the continent of Africa and the people in the Caribbean, not to say the people of Africa and the people of the Caribbean, because we are really one people, though we live in two different regions. This relationship that we are forging, and I want to thank President Orama for what he has done significantly, this relationship, in my estimation, really starts to uncover what our foreparents meant for this to be. And I speak of those who embodied the ethos of those times, people like Marcus Messiah Garvey, presidents and prime ministers across the African continent, who said that Africa is for Africans, home and abroad. The ethos or the idea of Pan-Africanism, but it must be tangible. So I say this is really now moving in the right direction.
Thank you very much. I want to continue to Her Excellency Selma Hadida, the Deputy Chair of the AU. Your opening thoughts.
Good afternoon to everyone. Excellencies, distinguished heads of states and government here present, President Orama, co-panelists, ladies and gentlemen. As the new leadership of the African Union Commission, it is a profound honor for me to join you here in Abuja, Nigeria's capital and one of Africa's great centers of diplomacy, trade, and continental leadership. And before going further, I think that it is appropriate for me to quote from the very first words of Agenda 2063. I think that what I'm going to read to you now, the very first sentence, the very first title that comes after the cover of Agenda 2063 is very telling, and I think it's very opportune. So Agenda 2063 starts as follows: the voices of the African people. And then you would have a first paragraph that would say, we, the people of Africa and her diaspora. This is how we start our agenda for development for the next 50 years. It was adopted 2013. And it continues to say, united in diversity, young and old men and women, girls and boys, from all walks of life, deeply conscious of history, express our deep appreciation to all generations of Pan-Africanists. And it continues to say, in particular, to the founders of the OAU for having bequeathed us Africa with exemplary successes in the fight against slavery, colonialism, and apartheid. Agenda 2063, rooted in Pan-Africanism and African Renaissance, provides a robust framework for addressing past injustices and the realization of the 21st century as the African century. I think that this agenda sets the tone, and it is the most appropriate start for this conversation, this very, very important conversation that talks about Africa, Caribbean, and the sixth region of the African Union. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much for that. We're rooted in the founding documents of the next 50-year agenda, which is very important. Mr. Tinubu, from a private sector standpoint, how have you seen and how do you see the initiative that has been launched by Afreximbank?
I'll start by saying all protocols observed, as we say in Nigeria. I see the initiative focused on driving trade, first and foremost, but clearly, if you look at economic history, colonialism didn't start because countries wanted to take over other countries. Trade created the logic for Europeans to come into Africa, trade with Africa, and when they found that trade so lucrative, they decided to seize those countries. And then the slave trade became the next thing after goods and services were shipped. So palm oil was taken abroad used as the only lubricant. When the Industrial Revolution started in Europe, other cash crops were shipped out. And eventually, having taken advantage of the situation, they thought, why not take over the countries militarily and completely exploit their resources? Since then, we've seen trade become the primary interest in global foreign policy and diplomacy. And you've had trade blocs like the EU get created, you had trade blocs in Asia get created, and in the US. Now finally, Africa's got its act together with the African Free Trade Zone by realizing that without intra-African trade and one common market, we can't really move the needle in terms of global development. Because the reality is we ship our goods and services under process to the rest of the world to benefit from. And we have an incredible labor pool. I mean, Nigeria gets $26 billion a year in remittances from diaspora coming back to our country, which is more than what we pay as taxes to the government in form of employment taxes in Nigeria. So the reality is that global trade is critical to move our economies forward. So if we have all these cultural affiliations like we do, same skin, same color, same mentality, came from the same motherland, then it's profoundly illogical that we haven't developed solid trade routes over the years. But that's because of colonial reasons. And having gotten countries which are settled today and our own global institutions created, I think that it was incumbent on, and you have to give credit to the African Export-Import Bank for taking on the leadership role towards bringing the two continents. I think you should clap if you want to clap. Bringing the two continents together, because what do you call a leader? A leader is somebody who takes you to where you're scared to go or where you haven't, it hasn't crossed your mind to go. We all know we should be doing business together, but we've had tons of excuses why we haven't, and it is taking an institution set up by the 52 African leaders or countries to create a Pan-African bank to create Pan-African solutions, and invariably institutional solutions and global solutions that will bring the diaspora back to where it all started from. And those would be my comments. If not for them, for example, I wouldn't sit here because I would never have gone to the Caribbean to go and do business. They took me there. And I'll talk about that later on in the session. Thank you.
We can clap for that. I know it's after lunch, but no, that's very important. I want to come back to our other development banker and our loan development banker on our dais, His Excellency Rodnald Sumer. How do you see things as a fellow development banker in this space?
Thanks. Interesting question, because I was just reflecting, and first of all, protocols are really established. I will adopt those, but I think I'm obliged to recognize President Orama, because the CDF has a partnership with Afreximbank, which is growing, and I want to thank him for embracing us in that partnership, and hopefully we'll see many great initiatives arising from it. Yes, I was thinking when the Active was inaugurated in the region, as a regional development fund, we were just under the entity that was invited to it. And it became apparent to us that this was very much driven at the bilateral level through the very strong political leadership of Prime Minister Motley and President Orama. But we quickly came to realize that in order to sustain this and to take it to the level where the full potential can be exploited for the benefit of the peoples of the region and the continent, that regional institutions like the CDF needed to be involved, which is why we did a couple of things. We entered into an MOU with the Afreximbank to directly support the Africa-Caribbean Trade Initiative, and we became the first Caribbean shareholders of the bank as well. And I think that really makes a statement to all of us in the region that, especially for small island states, the small island states in the region, it is really difficult to exploit new markets and new opportunities if you don't have the scale. So we need to go in as a region, and I think the Active provides us with that opportunity, even if a lot of the deals that have been struck up to this point have been at the national level, and the agreements are with the individual member states. I think the Active, as it evolves, gives us a great opportunity to take the initiative to the regional level, to have multi-country projects that will allow us to benefit from scale economies in the partnership.
No, thank you. And you mentioned the African Caribbean Trade Investment Forum, and it's important, I think, to make sure that colleagues know that that's happening almost about a month from now. And We're very pleased to have with us Senator Joseph, Minister Joseph, who's from Grenada, and we'd like to get your thoughts on how you've seen the Caribbean Initiative and Active particularly, since it's coming your way.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon to everyone, and a special good afternoon to President Orama. Thank you for visiting Grenada during our independence, our 51st independence celebrations earlier this year, and it was during that visit that I met President Orama, and he graciously extended an invitation for me. I don't think, President, you understand the magnitude of the invitation that you extended, because this is the first time that I've set foot on the soil of the motherland. And for many of us in the Caribbean, visiting the motherland is a distant dream, because our former colonial masters have set up the system so perfectly for them that even today we continue to abide the Great Triangle to get to Africa. So it took me 2 days having to go up to Europe and then come back. But I'm here and I bring you warm greetings from the Caribbean, and in particular from Grenada, the Spice Island of the Caribbean. And I wish to here extend an invitation to all of you as we celebrate the 4th edition of the Active between July 28 and 29, 2025. But when you're booking, book for at least 14 days, because you will not want to leave Grenada in 2 days. We have a great island awaiting you, and we see you, our brothers and sisters, on the continent as just that, family. And I think in the short period during which we've had the Afreximbank initiative launched in the Caribbean, we have moved, I think, with remarkable speed. Because the first edition was in 2022, and by 2024, we've had 12 of the 15 CARICOM nations signing on to a partnership agreement with Afreximbank that promotes and forges ahead with the ideals of the Pan-African movement. So Afreximbank is the first corporate Pan-Africanist, I think. We've had individuals, we've had the likes of Marcus Garvey and Kwame Nkrumah and W.E.B. Du Bois and so, but I don't think we've ever had a corporate entity being a leader in the Pan-Africanist movement. And so we look forward to working with Afreximbank as a CARICOM region, as we deepen and strengthen our bonds of history, culture, and identity. So look forward to seeing you in Grenada. And I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. Mr. Kamani, I'd love to hear and have you share with our colleagues your thoughts on the Caribbean Initiative, and a little later I'll ask you a little bit about the role of the Africa Center in driving it beyond the Caribbean and North America. Your preliminary thoughts.
Thank you and good afternoon to you all. All protocols are observed with the exception of thanking Professor Orama and the leadership of the bank for bringing us here together. Let me begin by invoking, because we're beginning a conversation and we have to acknowledge the deeper bonds and the painful bonds that connect us, so that when we discuss the technical aspects of cooperation, of investment, and of trade, they rest on foundations of deeper understanding. the evil interruption of African history that was the transatlantic slave trade, and the later extension of that evil system in the colonial regime were economic systems. The exports were people. The imports on the side of the Caribbean were people. We were commodified. Our tears and our pain were only externalities of trade and investment. The banks of those days financed ships that carried Africans across the waters. The trade finance of that time made of our bodies goods to be sold on a block. And that was the foundation of the global system that we live in. The hierarchy of power that is racialized and that sets the African at the bottom of the pile and others at the top. That is where we are. When our brothers and sisters fly into Abuja from the Caribbean, all across the waters that they cross are the remains of Africans. And because we are people who believe in our ancestors, we know that whenever we and our brothers and sisters of the Caribbean meet, that our ancestors are looking on. The ancestors who lost their children here in Africa, the ancestors who could not bear bondage and jumped overboard into the Atlantic, and our ancestors who were enslaved Africans in the Caribbean nations represented here, looking to see, is it possible that we actually returned? This is the basis. So when Afreximbank, headquartered in Cairo, with shareholders around the continent, focused on trade intelligence, building financial products, goes to the Caribbean, it is a profound retelling and reimagining of the way the global system should work. It is decolonization in a corporate and financial sense. And because of that, it is no easy task. And that's why I wanted to open with that, because to understand the stakes of the Afreximbank Caribbean Initiative is to understand that it must be built on the deepest bonds of human connection. We cannot just build it of governments speaking to governments, though they are the critical backbone. But we have to have the Walter Rodneys, the Bob Marleys, and the others of today who are doing similar work. Trade intelligence must rest on cultural intelligence. Cultural intelligence must rest on creativity and supporting creativity. The vision of this Caribbean initiative is a vision underpinned by Afreximbank's diaspora strategy. And inside that strategy is a profound understanding of how people must connect on the level of culture and how that must be invested in. And if we do so, we will have the political and cultural basis on which to build prosperity.
Thank you. Colleagues, I think that it was important to allow you to share those comments, I'll say without filter of a set of questions that are structured. That said, to keep in line with our program, which you know we're behind on, I want to ask each of you a question, almost staccato, and have you share your thoughts with our colleagues. Your Excellency Sumer, you talked a bit about the relationship that you have with the bank, but if you could share some results, if you will. There are those looking at this relationship wanting to know tangibly what might have been done over the last few years and what may be on the offing. If you could speak to that, please.
Yes, thanks. Well, one of the things that we did recently with the bank, after we had signed the memorandum of agreement, is to enter into a partnership to
develop and launch a new financing facility. So it's right now it's dubbed the Green, Resilient and Sustainable Financing Facility, which we are actually just going to sign off on the mandate in a couple of days while we're here in Abuja. And it's going to focus on raising capital, blended finance for supporting projects in the region that are aligned with economic sustainability, linked to Africa-Caribbean trade, but also to build resilience more on the adaptation side. So looking at resilient infrastructure projects, basically building the foundation for the capacity to trade, produce and trade competitively, but also to counter the impacts of climate change. So that is a tangible outcome that we are working on now. We are hoping that we can raise anywhere between $300 and $400 million US through that facility. And we want to use the funds from that facility to provide catalytic capital for some of the initiatives that we expect to evolve out of the partnership between Africa and the Caribbean. So that is one tangible thing that
no,
we
excellent.
do. So, but there's, I don't know if we'll get a chance for a second round of questions, but I was thinking as we move the partnership forward, I think there's a huge opportunity for us to develop a strong tourism business cluster that links the major players that have an interest in investing and facilitating visits between the two regions. And I think we can use the MANSA platform and the Pan-African Payment Settlement System, which is now being replicated in the Caribbean, to leverage that to set up a network among tourism businesses that would help us to drive demand, while we know that there are many airlines, for example, that are aggressive on the supply side. But I think you ask yourself which should come first, whether it is, do we build the hotels and people will come? Do we put the planes on the routes and they will be filled? I think we need to work on the demand and the supply at the same time. And I think the MANSA platform gives us a good foundation to establish a network of tourism businesses, a cluster that embraces the major players in tourism and hospitality in Africa and the Caribbean to drive that partnership. And maybe we can start it out as a pilot project, which the CDF would be very keen to work on. Because in the Caribbean, as you know, we are one of the most tourism-dependent regions of the world. And while we speak a lot about trade in goods, I think trade in services is an area we need to emphasize much more. And I think it lends itself readily for a regional approach to expanding our partnership with Africa.
No, thank you. I'm going to quickly go to Mr. Tinubu. And we can't say that because it's about 3% in terms of the current trade between the Caribbean and Africa, that it is not fraught with some challenge. So my question to you is it transportation and logistics that's the major impediment to increase trade, or is there another thought process? Now that we are getting to find one another, what would you say are key impediments?
I actually think that the real challenge, let's face facts, Europeans sailed 6,000 kilometers to Africa to extract goods and services. So they've always been challenges. And after they extracted all those commodities, then they shipped the slaves. The triangular trade started, and the slaves were shipped from West Africa all the way down to the Caribbean. And then the goods and services went back to Europe, and that's what started. And those are still the same trading routes we use today. Like the Honorable Lady said, she flew first to Europe to get a connecting flight down here. Now, it's not that we don't have airlines, it's not that we don't have shipping routes, it's not that we don't have corporations who can muster the resources to create air routes or shipping. The reality is the lack of organization which we face. And that organization is, first of all, it's a thought process that says we can achieve something, and then it's the political will to see it through, and then it's the economic will to execute. And if you look at history, trade came first before diplomacy. The trading routes were established, trade started, then governments came in to protect those trade routes because the taxes flowing from those goods and services was very important for stability in host nations who stimulated that trade. And we are at that situation today. So Africa is 3% of global GDP. The Caribbean's GDP is about $85 billion odd. Population is rising. Everybody has a right and wants and demands a better quality of life. So we do need to get organized. And we get organized through our institutions. So once again, you have to commend Professor Arama and the African Export-Import Bank, because without their drive, their skill, their determination, we wouldn't be sitting around this table having this conversation, even though we all know what we need to do. So I'm counterintuitive when I don't think the challenge is, first and foremost, we don't have direct trading routes on shipping, so our shipping cost is higher, right? We don't have direct airlines because there hasn't been the demand exists because Africans fly to Dubai, we fly to Europe, we fly to South Africa. Why don't we fly to St. Kitts and Jamaica and that? So I feel that the first step really is us getting to know our markets, and it's like infrastructure. Public sector helps you provide the backbone to be able to achieve what all individuals can't do simultaneously. And so we're in a race against time. So the bank has set up this conversation. The bank has set up this the capacity for us to engage. And it's up to businesses to follow through, the private sector. And we have airlines. So I think it's a challenge for Air Peace to start a direct flight route in there. And we should do the same thing towards supporting the Caribbean initiative, towards them starting direct air routes. On the shipping, nothing stops us from doing the same thing too. We've already started shipping oil directly from the Caribbean into Africa and vice versa. We're doing it in the private sector. So no reason why we can't transfer those direct routes from wet cargo into dry cargo into shipping. And I'm extremely optimistic that we're on the right track. The bank has done incredible things. It's gone from $1 billion of shareholders' funds 10 years ago to $7 billion of shareholders' funds at the end of this tenure. It's gone from $7 billion of balance sheet size to $50 billion balance sheet size. So, I would look forward to, and I don't see any reason why in the next 10 years we can't have the bank go from $50 billion to $250 billion. And that's just one institution in the Afreximbank. If you look at it from a point of view of a multiplier effect, if they do it and the Caribbean institutions start, and we start with shipping, we start with oil, which I do. I'm already doing investments in the Caribbean. We're looking at Guyana, Trinidad. We're doing interesting things already there. And we've moved to commodities and manufactured goods. And everybody takes his own center of excellence. There's no reason why we can't have $500 billion worth of trade over the next 10 years with the Caribbean. Clearly, I know the bank. I know the trajectory of the bank will be a $250 billion bank in 10 years. And my prayer is that the spurt of that growth becomes trade that is mutually beneficial. We're not doing it with Chinese trade or US trade. Well, we have no choice. But let's do Afro-Caribbean trade and use that as a big stepping stone towards global development.
I want to go back to a point that was mentioned earlier, and I appreciate what you've said about some of the sectors. Now we've talked about oil and gas. We've also talked about tourism. I wanted to ask the Honorable Deputy Chair, what other industries do you think that we should be focusing on and developing and leveraging through this initiative?
No, thank you very much for this question, but before answering that, I would like to go back to the context that has been so eloquently and ably drawn by Ambassador Kimani. This is in relation to the African Union Theme of the Year 2025. And you might know that this year the theme of the African Union is justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. So, as the African Union, while really having chosen strategically that theme, we did not want to merely discuss reparations. We really want to build those reparations. And I think that this is to be done with every credit line extended, every partnership forged, every barrier dismantled, so that we can write together, we co-write together a chapter where justice wears the face of prosperity. And on this, directly related to this, the Afreximbank and the Afreximbank Caribbean Initiative stands out as a bold, tangible, and exemplary model of what reparative, Afro-descendant-led, resilient development cooperation should look like. So I think that this is very important to be set as a context for our conversation. When it comes to other areas that can be developed through between Africa and its sixth region, through the Caribbean, and through the initiatives that are enablers for shared prosperity, I don't think there is one area that can be excluded from that partnership. We have mentioned transport, we have mentioned services. I would also add to that human resources development, because the complementarity that we will find in the continent, in our own continent and in the diaspora, through the competencies, through let's call a spade, through the brain drain that we need to bring back, because the brain drain is constituted by our people forming now part of the diaspora, not necessarily those who left and were forced to leave and were, victims of the transatlantic slave trade, found themselves in other parts of the world. So I think that this is an area that we need to look at. The same thing also is for, infrastructure development. What Mr. Tinubu has mentioned when it comes to the development of, maritime transport and air transport also applies to sectors of roads that are essential to connectivity and to that very wonderful project that is the AFCFTA, in order to have that 1.4 billion people market that constitute an opportunity for both. Thank you.
Thank you. And you were leading into a question that I wanted to ask Minister Joseph, which is how can the AFCFTA really help Caribbean countries, and how might they contribute to it as well? Along with PAPS, it was nice to hear that construct is being adopted also in the Caribbean. Your thoughts, Vanessa?
Yes, so I would say especially now in this period, with the vibrancy and the alacrity of the Afreximbank Caribbean Initiative, CARICOM can derive much benefit from being part of the African continental free trade area. And I would say that the continent can also mutually derive benefit. And that is also true for PAPS. Indeed, inspired by the Afreximbank example, the CARICOM region has already set things in motion to establish a version of PAPS. as I said before, we have 12 of the 15 CARICOM member states already signing a partnership agreement. 9 of these countries have ratified the agreement and passed it into domestic law. So the legal framework is already well set in motion. And added to that, our regional investors have already begun to tap into the funds available through loans from the Afreximbank. The information I have is that up to $6 billion have already been disbursed or approved by Afreximbank to Caribbean investors. So I will submit that the next natural steps will be for us to fully embrace the free trade area and PAPS, and we are already activating that in that CARICOM has just successfully concluded a pilot, its version of PAPS, CAPS, and we are going into a second phase with 4 regions, 4 nations of the Caribbean community. This first phase involved Barbados and the Bahamas. And we immediately understand the benefits that could be derived from such a system. It will allow for trading in local currency, not US. That's the currency on which we rely a bit too much, if you ask me, and we run into so many problems with our relationships with the correspondent banks. So, embracing PAPS will allow us to mutually enjoy low costs for transacting business, cross-border payments, that is less expensive, quicker, easier, in real time, and in local currency. So all of that will complement the expansion in trading routes or the augmentation of the direct trading route that my brother spoke about earlier. So within CARICOM, we are already inspired by the Afreximbank example and are taking steps, as you can see, to deepen and further integrate our economic and cultural relationship with our brothers and sisters on the continent. And on a more granular level, I would say that embracing PAPS will also help more people who are underserved to be able to enter into the realm of doing business and trading outside of the CARICOM region. So all around, it's a win-win situation for us. We suffer many challenges with our corresponding banks in the UK and the US. And a lot of conditions and compliance mechanisms are imposed on us. And every time we comply and we think we passed the test, the goalpost moves. So, especially in this period where the environment, geopolitically, economically, is unstable, it's uncertain, I would like to echo the words of former Prime Minister Mr. Patterson earlier when he said we must move with haste to implement these measures and to begin trading more robustly with each other. The way I think about it is that we had the Great Triangle, which built the Europe we know today. That is what built Europe into first world countries. What we need to do as victims of the Great Triangle is to turn that misfortune into blessings for us, cut off the top of the triangle and deal with the middle passage only, Africa and the Caribbean. Cutting off cutting off the middleman, as it were. They have already shown us that this particular trade route is quite lucrative. And I say that that route belongs to us, Africa and the Caribbean, literally and figuratively. 13 million of our ancestors are lining the Atlantic seabed. That's our space. That's our property. Our ancestors are lying there. Let's claim it, and let's do trade and business directly with each other. Of course, we will need to have legal and regulatory frameworks established. But again, there is another blessing that can come from our misfortune, because the colonialists left us, for the most part, with a common law legal system. So that makes it much easier for us to enact laws, harmonize laws, through which we can trade and do business with each other and build up each other. I hope I answered the question.
No, thank you, Honorable Minister. As I said at the onset, colleagues, we weren't going to have enough time to do justice to the topic, and for all of the colleagues that we have in our illustrious panel. I've been signaled that our time has come to an end, and we're just getting started, which means that this is a conversation that will have to continue in Grenada. Please give a round of applause to all of our panelists.
Just let me wrap up one thing as the Prime Minister. I want to say something about this, where the Caribbean is, and that this took a lot of political will. Yes. I don't want us ever to forget that. When President Orama came to the region, it was because of political will on behalf of the leaders of the region. That is why we are here today. So I want us to give him a round of applause. That political will has translated into a number of critical, tangible things. For example, I will point out that the trade between the Caribbean and Africa is one of the lowest in the world. It is one of the lowest in the world, which means that there is great opportunity to expand it. I want us to convert that triangular trade into what I will call an Atlantic Bridge Initiatives. It was a triangular trade for destruction, but we want to convert it now into an Atlantic bridge for our benefit. And to wrap up, as I was saying, there are some tangible things that I want to leave with us today as I speak as a head of state and what we are doing with the Afreximbank. One, our financial systems. These can be integrated more to empower all of us. Secondly, the cultural exchanges are critically important. These allow artists, scholars, youths to circulate knowledge and creativity about ourselves. Let me just point out quickly that just recently, because of this relationship, one of the largest aircraft to ever touch down in St. Kitts and Nevis was Air Peace. And that came, and I want to thank, of course, my sister Aisha, who is Nigerian, and she's on the journey to connect the Caribbean and Africa. And the Afreximbank has been the catalyst of all of this. Just recently, I think maybe a week or two ago, she brought Air Peace to the Caribbean with a whole set of our brothers and sisters from right here for cultural exchange, but also to demonstrate how we can improve trade between the Caribbean and Africa. So even though it was catalyzed and started by the Afreximbank, you can see it's already extending beyond the Afreximbank, for this was an initiative between her group and, of course, the Ministry of Culture and Small Business in St. Kitts and Nevis. So already we are seeing the tangible impact of what this would cause. I would also point, my brother Kenya here, we have also started to look at universities on the African continent. We never really did before. Right now, we have a contract, or I would say an agreement rather, with the University of Tanzania to help to educate our teachers in St. Kitts and Nevis. That is in place as a result. The second thing is we have just contacted Kenya for Kenya's vocational school to leverage their platforms and their education to our youths who are interested in the vocational areas in St. Kitts and Nevis. That was signed, I think, maybe a week ago. So yes, we are moving quickly ahead, but I just wanted to point out that to show that this relationship that is existed now or has now become more profound between the African continent and the Caribbean is already reaping tangible benefits. Therefore, I encourage all of us to do our part in whatever area we are to make sure that this goes to where our people always wanted it, an integrated people working for itself for the benefit of all. Thank you very much.
President Obama, I said at the onset that this may be one of the greatest legacies of your tenure. And
yes,
from the enthusiasm that you can see, we can't finish this conversation today, but we have to at least wrap up, and we will come to Grenada and we will talk more about this and create more deals. Thank you very much to our panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, a heartfelt thank you to all the panelists and moderator for your bold insights and your perspectives. Thank you so much. Also, before we continue, I think that they have some QR codes that are supposed to be shown to you. There are QR codes for the trade report that was launched this morning by Dr. Yemi Kale. The QR code is on the screen. Please, I invite you to scan it and feel free to read it at your convenience. Nous ouvrons à présent, mesdames et messieurs, la première conversation du jour. Elle nous plonge au cœur d'un sujet vital, la santé. Car, vous le savez, il n'y a pas de développement sans capital humain. Et il n'y a pas de capital humain sans accès équitable, bien sûr, à des soins innovants et surtout durables. Cette session explore comment l'investissement et l'innovation peuvent contribuer à reprendre en main le destin sanitaire de l'Afrique. To moderate this essential conversation, please welcome a seasoned journalist from BBC, Lisa Marie Mishtak, and she will be joined by an exceptional panel. A warm welcome for her, please, ladies and gentlemen. Lisa Marie Mishtak.
Yes, it is. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. What a powerful first day we've had. Now we turn to the heartbeat of development, health. This session, Reclaiming Africa's Destiny Through Investment and Innovation in Health, is just one of the ways that we're going to look at what's to come. Currently, Africa is hemorrhaging its health capital. Billions of US dollars are being lost to medical tourism, with over $1 billion being lost to Nigeria alone on that spend. At the same time, thousands of doctors and nurses are leaving the continent. The result? A healthcare system that's under strain, millions of people without basic access to health services, and a region that is bearing a quarter of the global disease burden. But things are changing. Earlier this month, the African Medical Center of Excellence opened its doors here in this city, Abuja. It is a $300 million tertiary medical facility that specializes in oncology, hematology, and a variety of different ailments. Also, earlier this month, not this month actually, in March, Afreximbank and its directors created the African Life Sciences Foundation. And after this panel, you'll get a special highlight because we've got a fundraiser. So please do join me in welcoming my panelists today, who are leading voices that are driving this transformation in healthcare. Mr. Brian Deaver, the CEO of African Medical Center of Excellence. Please do give them a round of applause as they make their way to the stage. If I could just get you to sit on the second chair. Thank you, Brian. Mrs. Oluranti Doherty, the Managing Director, Export Development, Afreximbank. Welcome to the stage. Please do take a seat next to Brian. Oh, my headset's trying to get away. And Professor Ghulam Mufti, OBE, Professor of Hemato-Oncology, King's College, London. It's fantastic to have you all on stage. Now, as I said earlier, health really is the heartbeat of development. So I'm going to turn to you, Brian, first. As the CEO of the African Medical Center of Excellence, let's just get back to basics. What exactly is it, and how is it different to medical facilities that we already have on the continent?
Okay, so the African Medical Center of Excellence is a tertiary medical center, which means specialty medical center. It was conceived, sponsored, and funded by Afreximbank in partnership with King's College Hospital of London, as well as the Christie Foundation in Manchester. The hospital is designed to address some gaps in care. You mentioned the question, how is it different from other hospitals on the continent? I'll just start with other hospitals in Nigeria. Nigeria is blessed with some very, very good healthcare institutions. Afreximbank wanted to look at where could it complement the existing healthcare system, what were the gaps? And those gaps were in cardiovascular needs, oncology, and hematology. And so in addition to that, we've added some general medical services to support those three specialties. Now, what we've been able to do as a result of Afreximbank's support is we've been able to build a state-of-the-art hospital. We've begun with 170 beds, the latest technology for those three specialty areas, and we've been able to recruit some of the top specialists from around the world to bring their expertise in conjunction with the partnership that we have with King's College Hospital and the Christie Foundation. In addition to the African Medical Center of Excellence, there will be a medical school and nursing school that will be added to complement the services and research that will go on there. And in phase 2, we will raise the scale of the capabilities to 500 beds.
Right, to 500 beds.
Yes.
And currently, where is it at now? Currently, where is it at now in terms of
170 beds.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mrs. Oluranti, I'm going to turn to you next. As MD of Export Development with Afreximbank, the bank has invested so far $300 million into the AMCE. Why was health made a strategic priority for the bank?
Well, thank you very much. For us at Afreximbank, we recognize that there's a connection between health, economic transformation, and trade. We also recognize that for Africa to really have an economic transformation, if it's going to be sustainable, you need a healthy population. And so it was no-brainer that we would go into healthcare sector and invest in healthcare sector. In 2012, we launched the Health and Medical Tourism Program. And this was before anyone could connect the dots or link the connection between trade, health, and economic transformation. And also before people started talking about health security, Afreximbank was innovative. I call us the innovative financiers, the innovative investors. We recognized this fact since 2012, and we set about doing something about it. We also recognized the fact that there was rising trend in non-communicable diseases, and that the healthcare infrastructure we had on the continent was not structured to cope with this need. What was the result of this? There was outbound medical tourism. We had our member countries losing a lot of forex outflows to medical tourism.
You just talked about Nigeria, where outbound medical tourism annually is about $1.1 billion. Right. The entire continent is about $7 billion, just because we can't help ourselves, treat ourselves when we come up with chronic diseases. Another thing we noted was the brain drain. We were losing a lot of our good talents. The best of talents in the health sector were going out of the continent, working in places like India, Asia, Middle East, Americas. And that also was an issue. And then also the fact that even if we wanted to intervene as a financier, finding that project at scale was an issue. And what did we do? We set about creating the Africa Medical Center of Excellence initiative. And we did not just do that, we put in the investment needed to support it, investing over, I would say, $450 million at present in scaling up that project. And that is what we have now, a 170-bed facility, state-of-the-art facility in Abuja that boasts of some of the first of its kind equipment in Africa, an 18 MeV cyclotron, a 3 Tesla MRI, PET SPEC CT, and a 20-bed ICU that is not comparable anywhere on the continent today. And that was possible because of Afreximbank.
Thank you very much.
We have to really congratulate the board and management of the bank for that audacious leadership. Afreximbank has dared to go where no one has gone before. Afreximbank's leaders have dared to be dreamers. And this is why today we are seeing the culmination of a 10-year journey from conceptualization to reality, with healthcare comparable to anywhere in the world. I'm not talking of Africa standard here. I'm talking about global standard. I'm talking about Africans coming up with solutions to challenges we have.
Thank you very much for that. Now, you touched on a few things there that we're going to come back to, the brain drain and also medical tourism. But Professor Mufti, I'm going to come to you next. You've been honoured with an OBE for your work in hemato-oncology, and you're also a co-founder of the African Medical Center of Excellence. It was yourself and President Benedict Oramah who first conceived of the idea of such a medical institution. And as well, earlier when we were sitting back in the green room, Professor Mufti told us a story about a young woman that he met earlier today who he had asked to take a picture for him. And he noticed there was yellowing in his eye, and then he found out that she had sickle cell. So please do tell us about how the idea came about with yourself and President Oramah, and also the story of this young woman.
Thank you very much. Madam Moderator, Excellencies, and my great friend, Professor Benedict Oramah, and ladies and gentlemen. I might look the way I am, but I have to tell you that in my heart and in my DNA, I'm an African. Now, the story that was related by Madam Moderator is quite important and interesting, and there is a message in that. As was said, I met somebody and she said, let's have a picture together. There was a young security lady standing there, and I asked her to take the picture. And she dutifully obliged, took the picture, and when she came back to hand over the phone to me, I noticed her eyes were yellow. So I stopped and I talked to her and I said, are you okay? And she said, why? I said, I noticed this slight discoloration in your sclera. And she said, are you a doctor? I don't see any doctors here. They're all bankers. And then I said, yes, I am a doctor. And then she told me that she had sickle cell disease and told me all the complications that she had. And I think the lesson there is that there are over 100 million people who have sickle cell disease. Over 100 million. More than 65% of them live in Africa. There are about 1,000 children born in Africa every day with sickle cell disease. And yet, collectively, globally, we haven't come together to identify treatments that are going to be applicable for African population. But with the AMC, we are hoping that that aim will be fulfilled over the next 5 to 10 years maximum, I hope. Now, how the canvas of life, we never know what is going to be painted on it. So I come from humble beginnings, originally from a little place called Srinagar in Kashmir, moved to Oxford, from there to Imperial College, and then moved to South London at King's College Hospital. And at King's College Hospital, there is a very vibrant Afro-Caribbean community, a very large, vibrant Afro-Caribbean community. And over the last 35 years, I got to know them, I got to understand them, I got to learn their ways as well. And slowly, Africa began to get into my genome, if you like. And I wanted to do something for Africa. And as luck would have it, one day I received a phone call, 2014, to say that there's a patient who's going to be airlifted to my department who has a particular blood disorder. And that patient happened to be Professor Benedict Orama. And he had so many, at least 2 incidents during the inpatient episode when we were very nervous about his life, and that is a fact. But then he recovered, and no sooner had he made the recovery, he made an appointment to see me along with his wonderful and dedicated wife, Shanala, to say that my life has been saved, but I want to save the life of others who can't afford to do what you have done. And that was the beginning of the birth of an idea that we should concentrate on non-communicable diseases, particularly cancer, particularly cardiovascular disease, particularly hematological diseases, and also, very importantly, diagnostics, both kind of modern molecular diagnostics in the laboratory, as well as diagnostics for cancer, such as PET scan. And then there is a series of things that followed after that that led to AMCE, which I was delighted to see open on the 5th of June this year and this month. And it really did. When I first saw the building and then the equipment and all the suites that are in the hospital, they are comparable to anything that you will see in the Western world and America. And we want to make these AMCs focus for research, innovation, as well as state-of-the-art treatment, so that patients from here don't have to go to other countries only to find that they have either run out of money or they have come back with the complications of a particular procedure which then can't be looked after, and then they have lost both financially as well as sometimes, unfortunately, physically. So this is the beginning of that vision, but a vision that was created by the life that God has given in the form of Professor Benedict Orama.
Thank you very much for that, Professor Mufti. And what you were saying really speaks to the reality. These are real people, real situations. So something like the AMC that's now here on the continent is needed greatly. So I'm just going to add on to what you said at the end. You were speaking a bit about medical tourism. So as you mentioned, and I said earlier, it's estimated that it's between 6 to 10 billion US dollars that leaves the continent each year. So that's money that's going to other economies, building up their institutions. So I turn to you, Brian, because I want to find out that even though millions of dollars are being spent abroad, millions of people across Africa are still struggling to access just their basic local services. How as well do we help support those who can't access it? And also, how do we build trust so people want to use the healthcare facilities that they have at home?
Okay. I'll take the second question first. A few years ago, a professor at Stanford did a very interesting study that ended up in a book that many in this room have probably read called Good to Great. And I believe it was around chapter 3 of the book, he talked about the fact that out of all of the companies that he studied, only 11 met his criteria of below market performance, followed by about 11 years of sustained above market performance. And in every case, there was not a single event that occurred that caused them to take off. There was not a switch that was flipped. There wasn't a technology that was added. It was a sustained push in a particular direction to get there, and then ultimately the market would take notice and the company would take off. So when you look at trust in healthcare, it's going to be a similar approach. Jim Collins used the example of a merry-go-round. You don't see many of them anymore, but when I was a young boy, there was a merry-go-round was something kids would get on and push and would spin the thing. Some of us would end up flying off of it. But he said, imagine one made out of concrete. The thing is so heavy that it may take hours to make one turn of this concrete merry-go-round. But if you continue to push in one direction, eventually it will build momentum and continue to build until it can't be stopped. That is what is going to take to build trust in the healthcare system. And I say that because you have great medical institutions currently in Africa. Now, we have some people that are leaving for various reasons, to go to other countries. I think many believe it's for larger paychecks. I've learned through the recruitment process that it's less about that and more about their development, more about working with newer types of technology that is functioning. And so if I were to answer the question, what is one thing that we can do that will build greater trust in African healthcare systems, it's making sure, like with the African Medical Center of Excellence, that they're properly funded, that the service agreements on the equipment that they have are in place, and that new technology continues to come in so we can keep the great minds at home. I've worked with some of the best institutions, healthcare institutions in the world, whether it's Mayo, Cleveland Clinic, MD Anderson, NYU, and in every case, the top circles of specialists, there are Nigerian doctors and nurses that are, and quite frankly, not just Nigerian, but West African and other African countries that are staffing those hospitals. Now, we've been very successful in our recruitment to have brought many of them home, and we will continue to do that. One of the strategic objectives of the African Medical Center of Excellence is not only filling the gaps in care, but in training. I mentioned the medical school. And so bringing these doctors and nurses and other specialists home to be trained, to work on the latest technology, those are all small pushes on that wheel that will ultimately build the trust in healthcare that you asked.
So building that momentum.
Yes.
Slowly but surely it will get there. I'm actually going to come to Professor Mufti next because I want to get your opinion as a medical professional who has a pioneering career. You've been at King's College Hospital for 4 decades, I think it is. Now you're helping to build that same type of standard here in Abuja. How do you envision AMC creating the type of training and research ecosystem that makes doctors want to stay here, makes that the first choice?
I think it's a very important question and in a way a very important issue which we have been thinking about. And one of the suggestions that has come from the board of the bank as well as President Orama, obviously, as well as Olranti, is to create a foundation. And that foundation, which we may be talking about later on, one of its aims is to have a research and innovation analysis emphasis. And I think that's very important because as people in the financial sector should know, and probably do know, that innovation in healthcare is a very big industry. And innovation in healthcare can be done by innovators almost anywhere in the world, including obviously in Africa where there is enormous talent. But it is making sure that we have the correct estate for them, we have the correct equipment for them, we have the correct facilities, and then attracting people to do that innovation and making sure the funding is available to do that innovation. Obviously, initially, it will be in collaboration with, it probably will always be in collaboration with other partners. And those could be academic partners in Europe or North America, or those could be pharmaceutical and biotechnology partners, which will stimulate the growth, employment, innovation, and all the other things that are so relevant and important for the future of the continent.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Olranti, I'm going to turn to you because COVID-19, if we can just go back to that, it exposed just how vulnerable Africa is when it comes to sourcing medicines, PPEs, basic diagnostics. How is Afreximbank thinking about healthcare value chains post-pandemic, and does AMCE mark the start of building potentially real pharmaceutical production capacity on the continent?
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think let's take a step back and just evaluate Afreximbank's impact during the COVID-19 pandemic. I don't think there's been any development institution across the world that reacted as swiftly as Afreximbank in supporting its member countries deal with the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. And a lot of people don't realize some of the impacts of what the bank did during that period. For example, the bank came up with a 6.5 billion pandemic trade impact mitigation facility to support African countries to cope with the impact of COVID-19, both from the economic side and from the health side. The bank went further when it became apparent that Africans were not going to have access to vaccines. There was vaccine inequality. We saw human beings at our worst during COVID-19 pandemic. But Afreximbank did not allow African member countries to go in need. They came up with a $2 billion advance payment guarantee program to facilitate the procurement of 400 million doses of Johnson & Johnson vaccines that was distributed across 42 African countries and 6 CARICOM countries. The impact of the bank at that time was phenomenal. But the bank didn't rest there. The bank also worked in collaboration with UNICA because we realized that we also needed to scale up manufacturing in medical consumables, in PPEs, in things that appear basic, but we realized that we were importing all these things from outside the continent. And the bank came up with a 200 million facility, Afreximbank UNICA facility, to boost medical consumables. You know, looking at all that, the bank is not resting on it. It's ours. Because like I said to you, Afreximbank has been innovative. We realize that health security is fundamental to the continent. And what are we doing now going forward? We are working together with partners, the African Union, Africa CDC, to ensure we achieve the goal of African Union to have at least 40% manufacturing in vaccine and pharma for Africa by 2040. And we are putting together a $2 billion financing program dedicated to health and pharma manufacturing.
On the continent.
On the continent. And that is what your bank has done again. So it's phenomenal. I am just privileged and honored to be a part of this team under the leadership of the bank that we have now, the executive management of the bank, the board of the bank. They are African intellectual freedom fighters. They are not only fighting from a financing and trade point of view, they are also fighting from ensuring health security point of view. Why? Because they understand the connection. That for you to have real economic transformation, you need an healthy population to drive that.
True.
Brian, I'm going to turn to you quickly. Just tell us what the future is for AMC.
Well, the future for AMC is quite bright. We are so fortunate to have been able to recruit some of the best minds in the world to the facility. We invite all to come for a tour, come meet the staff, and enjoy what is truly a bright spot and a game changer in the healthcare landscape. What's to come? We will very quickly fill up those 170 beds and start on the next building, which will take us up to 500. We will very quickly, in fact, we've already begun work on the employee housing, 100 units, a patient families hotel on site, another 100 rooms there. There will be a building dedicated to clinical research and clinical trials. And then, of course, the medical school and nursing school, and that is just here in Abuja. So we've started on 6.5 hectares. It will expand to at least 20 hectares, and the future remains very, very bright. Yes.
Thank you. And Professor Mufti, really briefly, what would success look like to you with the AMC?
When it will be counted as one of the leading institutions in the world. And I think that will speak for itself. And that will include the best healthcare available anywhere, the leading research and innovation, like in any other center in the world, and education through teaching, training, both for nursing staff as well as paramedical staff, as well as obviously doctors. And I think collaborating and innovating, that would be success for me. And also what's relevant to know is that the vision is not to have one AMC, but the vision is to have several AMCs across the African continent so that they link in with each other, and that linkage will create something that doesn't exist in the world, and that will be the greatest achievement of Africa.
Do we know yet where the next AMC will be, or is that under wraps still? Under wraps. Brian or Professor Mufti or Oluranti, do we know where the next one will be?
Well, I'm delighted to let you know that we have the next AMC is on the drawing board, and we are looking at an AMC in Central Africa.
Amazing.
And another one in East Africa. I want to keep it on the wraps. We'll unveil them very soon, but we are working and we are not stopping until we have that network of AMC across each region of the continent. But our focus next is Central Africa and then East Africa.
Okay. And at the start of this panel, I mentioned that we have a fundraiser that's going to happen, and this is tied to the African Life Sciences Foundation, which was created by the board of the directors at Afreximbank. So I'm going to hand over to you, Olaranti, to just tell us a bit more about what the foundation is.
Thank you. So you mentioned rightly that, fine, we've built the African Medical Center of Excellence. How do we ensure that the African Medical Center of Excellence can support and provide its quality healthcare services to all Africans? And the board of Afreximbank in March 2025 approved the establishment of the African Life Sciences Foundation, which is a bold and forward-looking initiative to facilitate access to quality healthcare for underprivileged and medically vulnerable within our society, and also to foster cutting-edge research and innovation in diseases that disproportionately affect people of African descent. You heard Professor Mufti speaking about sickle cell earlier, and why, after so many years, we still do not have a cure for sickle cell. We still have millions of Africans dying from sickle cell. This foundation would support research in diseases that affect us, that no one else wants to even drive innovation or research in. That is what ALS, the African Life Sciences Foundation, is going to do. And it was born from a clear conviction that global Africa cannot achieve its full potential without resilient, inclusive, and innovative health systems. Because for far too long, we have been on the margins of global health innovation. Our diseases are never researched into. Our particular ailments or chronic diseases that affect us are never given, the forefront in the research world. So at Afreximbank, we believe that Africa and the Caribbean are the home to the youngest population on Earth, home to the most resilient people on Earth, home to the people with the most ingenuity on Earth, and we can rewrite a new chapter in global healthcare starting from Africa. So the African Life Sciences Foundation is the vehicle we are going to use to do this. Just to explain to you about some of the catalytic objectives that the African Life Sciences Foundation will be doing. The first one, like I said to you, is to facilitate access to quality healthcare, particularly for the underprivileged and the medically vulnerable. The second is to strengthen Africa's research capacity in life sciences, particularly, like I said to you, in areas of neglected diseases that affect us most on the continent. We are talking of diseases like sickle cell anemia. And then, of course, the African Life Sciences Foundation is going to enhance health economy for Africans through capacity building, focus on health programs that affect us. We've been having rising cases of mental health illness, of drug abuses. Those will be given emphasis within the African Life Sciences Foundation. And then, lastly, it's going to focus on policy and advocacy at national level, at regional level, and at global levels. And it will seek to partner with global institutions to leverage resources and expertise while promoting an Africa-first agenda in healthcare. These are some of the things we're going to be doing with the African Life Sciences Foundation. And I just want you to know that with our flagship initiative, the African Medical Center of Excellence, Abuja, we've just begun the journey of scaling up the investments, the innovation within healthcare across the continent. And we are going to be going forward, and we're going to be, we've just launched the foundation today in front of all of you, and we are going to be speaking to you, reaching to your hearts to support Afrexim, because we also know that we cannot do this alone. We need to do this together. We, Africans, all of us need to come together to change the narrative in healthcare across the continent. I'll hand over back to you.
Thank you very much. We do have a video that we're going to play for you now just to give you a bit more information.
As you've seen from that short video, Afreximbank is seeding the Africa Life Sciences Foundation with $75 million over the next 5 years. Now, I'm going to call on stage my sister Mojibade to appeal to you to join Afreximbank on this journey to raise Africa's agenda in healthcare across the world. Moji.
Over to you.
Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Please permit me to rest on already established protocol. My name is Mojibade Shosoya, and of all the things that I am and all the hats that I wear, one stands out, and it's being African. I'm a very proud African. I have the singular honor of introducing you today to the African Life Sciences Foundation. But I want us to pause for a moment and just imagine an Africa and a Caribbean community where homegrown research and innovation transform our most persistent health challenges into sustainable solutions. Let's also pause further to now picture a future where diseases that have long plagued our people, such as sickle cell, are tackled with world-class expertise, cutting-edge science, and a steadfast commitment to lifting up the most vulnerable amongst us. Now, let's pause and imagine an Africa where we do not have to imagine anymore, because all of these things have become a reality because of every one of us. The vision that we are driving through the African Life Sciences Foundation is what I have just explained by asking us to imagine. Now, let me inform you, just as have been communicated on the panel, that the AFLSF has been proudly endorsed by the Afreximbank's Board of Directors with a seed grant of $75 million. That deserves a round of applause. Thank you. The African Life Sciences Foundation is more than a fund. It's a powerful, enduring platform that will catalyze African-led research, improve healthcare outcomes, and ultimately uplift our underprivileged communities, which is why today and in the coming weeks, we invite you to please be a part of this historic mission. Usually when it's time for fundraising, people tune off, but I'm calling on everyone, all of us in this room, to please be a part of this. As we champion this world-class philanthropic initiative that is dedicated to transforming healthcare across Africa and the Caribbean, we are focused on enhancing research capacity, spurring innovation in life sciences, especially against diseases that disproportionately impact people of African descent, an example of sickle cell, and invariably improve healthcare access for underprivileged, medically vulnerable populations. Your generous partnership and invaluable support will help the AFLSF drive sustainable change, mobilize knowledge and solutions that improve health outcomes for millions, thereby creating a legacy of excellence, equity, and innovation across the continent and, of course, the diaspora. When we speak of Africa's future, we must remember that the most powerful solutions will most likely start from here, with African minds, African hands, and of course, the most generous African hearts. So together, we can indeed create a future where Africa is not waiting for answers, but we are creating the answers that we want. Every dollar raised here today is an investment in that future. Let's leave here knowing that we did not just witness history, but we also helped in shaping history. On a final note, before I show you a quick presentation, as we continue to strive for Africa's prosperity, let's remember that a healthy Africa is indeed a wealthy Africa. When Africa is healthy, Africa becomes unstoppable economically, socially, and beyond. So we're asking you to please lend us your generous hearts and be a part of this mission. We have a call to action, and I will take us through very quickly. If you look at the screen, so please lend me your undivided attention as I now crave your indulgence, so please focus on the multimedia screen. We have our platinum donor. I'm going to take us through the different categories for which you can be a part of it, because I'm sure that there are persons here or organizations who are already feeling like, I can't wait to be a part of this. And yes, we will take you through and show you how you can indeed be a part of it. We have our platinum donor, of course, and I think we should give them another resounding round of applause. Again, let me emphasize, $75 million from our platinum partner, Afreximbank. This is us saying thank you, Afreximbank. We're also displaying right now the account details for which you can contribute. Please, you can take a picture, bring out your phones. I know that everybody has a phone, at least one. You might have two, so you can use both phones. Take a picture, take these details down. We have the account name, the African Life Sciences Foundation. We have the account number. The bank is also detailed there. It's African Export-Import Bank. And then the intermediary bank is also detailed. The QR code is also on the screen now. So please, dear Africans, bring out your phones, scan the QR code. It will lead you immediately to the donor pledge form. And so you can have access to make your donations. If you want to make it anonymously, by all means, if you'd like to put your name, please go ahead as well. But the form will show you and lead you through how you can drop the details. I'll leave the QR code on the screen for about 10 seconds, just so that you can scan. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. You know, I did say that one of the things I love the most about myself is being African, because I love the response in the room already. People are actually scanning the QR codes. And that gives me hope that the future that we want for our medical excellence is here. So thank you for being a part of this history. All right, so let me take you through the different categories that we have. If you'd like to be a bronze partner, and that falls under the category of $10 million to $999,000. You have the benefits there. You would have your name, your logo, and you'll be recognized on the Africa Life Sciences Foundation website and selected print materials. You would also be issued a certificate of appreciation, which will be signed by the president and chairman of the board of Afreximbank. You'd get quarterly impact reports with donor-specific highlights. You'd also have optional participation in one Africa Life Sciences Foundation hosted virtual or physical event per year. If you'd like to be a silver partner, and this is within the range of $1 million to $4.9 million, you have all of the privileges we listed before. You also have a Roll of Honor feature, logo placement at AFLSF-sponsored panels and exhibitions. You have priority access to data and reports on funded programs. You'll be recognized in AFLSF annual report, print and digital. You also get social media spotlight during our annual meetings at Afreximbank and donor recognition days. For our gold partner, it's between $5 million to $9.9 million. You get all the features that have been listed earlier alongside the other 4 listed here. Your featured profile and quoted annual reports or impact stories, co-branding opportunity on one flagship AFLSF initiative, for example, fellowship program, meeting room, naming, research, and the likes. You'd also get speaking opportunity at one of AFLSF or Afrexim's public forum, and you get a first look invitation to pilot projects and joint research opportunities. If you'd like to be a platinum partner, you get everything that has been listed and all of these other benefits, which includes membership in founding circles of AFLSF with prominent brand placement at all AFLSF events. You get private annual briefing with Afreximbank executive leadership on the future of health investment in Africa. You also have the opportunity to name a fund or program with the name of your organization. That is absolutely incredible. You also get invited to high-level missions or international donor delegations with Afreximbank. And finally, you get VIP access or recognition at Afreximbank Annual Meeting and the AMC events. Again, this is important. So we have displayed the QR code on the screen for you to please scan and be a part of it. Tell your organizations, sister companies, and tell everyone to be a part of it. This is a call for all Africans to put our hands together and jointly build a healthy Africa, which invariably is a wealthy Africa. Let me also inform us that we have a stand right outside. It's the African Life Sciences Foundation stand. If you have any inquiries, we have physical copies of the donor form. If you'd like to fill it physically, that is also acceptable. Our hostesses will hand you over the forms if you are interested. So you can speak to either of them. You can speak to me when you are ready, because I'll be here all through the annual meeting. And when you decide that you want to go ahead, you can please go ahead. But please scan the QR code. It will lead you to any information, any and every information that you need to be a partner or a donor. Finally, please let's join our hands together to build the Africa that we truly want to see. Thank you. I'll hand over now to Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Moji Bade. And as she just said, the African Life Sciences Foundation is now open. So if you didn't get a chance to see the QR code, you can find a stand just outside. But I'm just going to thank my panelists. So Brian Diva, Oluranti Doherty, and Professor Ghulam Mufti, thank you very much for your time. And thank you all as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just follow this way. Good job. I'll let you go. Good job.
A big thank you to Lisa Marie Mishtak for her masterful moderation and to our panelists for sharing their invaluable insights.
So we actually had a lot shorter.
Nous poursuivons, mesdames et messieurs, cette série de discussions qui n'est pas encore terminée, mais qui est toujours très intéressante, avec un thème très interactif et dont on parle très peu. Comment construire la résilience organisationnelle et humaine lorsqu'on quitte tous ces repères? Des repères qu'on a mis tant de temps à placer. Because expatriation is not merely about crossing borders or changing geographies. It's about redefining yourself, reimagining home, and much more than that. And I must say that I've been truly looking forward to this session. And to guide us through this conversation, we welcome on stage the remarkable Dr. Tunde Ekpe, Director at Optimentus, Visiting Senior Fellow, Lagos Business School, and International Coach. A warm welcome, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Everyone. And it's really great to see so many people still in the hall, even though we're running really late. So we're going to be talking about spousal support for expatriates. But first, let me just throw out a little anecdote. I asked a few people, what's the first thing you think about when we use the word expatriate? And a lot of people said, oh, it's always Caucasians, from America or England, coming to less developed countries. And I thought, that is not the case anymore. Once upon a time, that was the case. But now what we have are Africans expatriating, not just to Europe and America, but to other countries in Africa. And, surprisingly, a lot of expatriates do not expatriate very well. They disengage from their appointments because they don't have the necessary support. Now, I'm here with Mrs. Chinelo Orama to share with you some of the experiences we had, different experiences we had whilst expatriating and having to support our spouses who were the real expatriates. This is in no way meant to suggest that only wives support expatriates, because there are some women who expatriate, so we also have husbands who have to support their wives. So we're going to talk in general terms about expatriates and their spouses. So not any gender-biased discussions. So without further ado, I will introduce Mrs. Chinelo Orama, who, as you know, is the matriarch, I suppose, of Afreximbank. Chinelo, please come on. Nice to see you. We've been waiting backstage to come on for about 2 hours now, haven't we? So we've already had some of the discussions. So I thought we'd start by just having a general discussion about what it was when you first had to go off and support your spouse at Afreximbank.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ebe. Thank you, MC. Good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for finding time to be with us today for this very important discussion. So, going back to your question, I moved to Cairo when the bank, I can say, was on a piece of paper. I was a young girl, just got married, and I had to move to join. I followed love and job to Cairo. And when I got there, I was doing a master's in Nigeria at University of Ibadan, but I had to abandon it to join him. But knowing that I would jump back into another program at the American University. So I moved to Cairo. It was not easy. A new country, a young person. We're talking about 31 years ago.
Wow.
Yes, so it was a bit challenging, but exciting at the same time. I enrolled to do another master's program at the American University while having my 3 daughters, a classical example. But I finished my master's, and my children started, going to school, enrolled in schools. And as soon as they were doing that, master's done, and my husband was busy. It was at the time the bank was being set up and all the policy documents, the treaties and a lot of traveling at that time, because he was supporting the pioneer president at that time, Mr. Christopher Edodo. Mm-hmm. And we were just very, very few of us. So you can imagine, I knew no one in Cairo. I had no family. I had to start making my social network right from the scratch. I had to, start integrating into the host community that hosts the bank. I had to also make myself mentally, physically, gainfully, employed into things that I like. And I like community service. I like volunteer work. So while the kids were in school, I would just go to Women Empowerment Association. I volunteered a lot. I did a lot of work with my parish as well. Mm-hmm. I volunteered in the PTA of the British International School where my children were. I just knew that I need to integrate with the community. We were just few staff at that time. So community expanded my horizon at that particular time, because I was able to meet other Egyptians, other expatriates. I was able to meet spouses who have traveled around the world to support their ambassador spouses in their various duty positions. And they knew what they had suffered in those places. So they were the ones running those centers, women association, that I was able to go in. I was able to see what they were also achieving. I enrolled to do started painting with them. I did all sorts of things, with the women. We had lectures, we had trips around Cairo. We had professionals coming to speak to us. There are all sorts of things. In addition to fundraising for charity, we did a lot of that. So all those things were very interesting and kept me engaged while my husband was busy at work, while at the same time raising 3 girls in a community, a country that is new, that you don't have the language Arabic. I also had to enroll to start getting some primary, Arabic to be able to, navigate the society.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. And just listening to you brought back memories of my expatriation with my spouse. And I can identify with your having your studies disrupted. I actually was lucky in that when my husband went off to Citibank in London, I had a business that was thriving. It was about 3 or 4 years old. And he told me, Citibank wants me to go for 18 months. And I thought, well, fine, go off for 18 months. We'll see you during the school holidays. We had 3 young kids. And my mother said, absolutely no way. You have to go and support your spouse. And I thought, okay, how difficult can it be? We're going to London. I'd lived in London. I was born in London. I'd worked in London before going back to Nigeria. But I found that going back, my dreams of how expatriates would be treated wasn't quite the way expatriates are treated in Nigeria. In Nigeria, you get a house help, you get a driver, you get a gardener, you get a cook. And getting to London, it wasn't any of that at all. So my husband was an expatriate, but not treated the same way expatriates would be treated in Africa. So that was my first culture shock. The fact that working in England as a young girl was not the same as moving there as an older person with 3 young children without any support. Further to that, it was the fact that he was also going through his own stresses of having to start up a desk that hitherto hadn't really done anything. So I had to balance the fact that he had to deliver hard figures and so on with not boring him too much with the details of the family life, having to find a school, having to find an appropriate house, and also having to find ways of making myself feel useful. So you were very lucky with that networking that you managed to get. And I guess for you, there was some form of support because there were easy networks to join of like-minded people. I didn't have that. I had some old friends who were there, but eventually, I guess we just got through it. And eventually, I was able to start my own business again. And so I call myself a serial entrepreneur. But at least that kept me occupied for a while till it was time for him to change again. And what struck me about your experience is that you went off, you had no idea how long you were going to be there. The organization didn't really exist. And you've been there for
31 years.
31 years. I mean, I think you deserve a round of applause for that.
Yes, talking about expatriation, it's different from, let's say, going to America or UK, where you easily adapt somehow because you don't have the language barrier.
Yes.
So in Egypt, we faced that. In addition to, coming in and you're going to start all your network from the beginning, you find the principal staff or the spouse that is working, busy, a lot of traveling. I'm sure Afreximbank staff are all used to long travel, especially in the professional and the internationally recruited staff. And then long hours at the office. So this, if it's not well managed, could lead to a lot of problem. Most times, if the spouse that is at home needs to be acknowledged, needs to be, helped, needs to be encouraged in whatever. Don't forget we're talking about there are a lot of professional sacrifices, personal sacrifices, a lot of spouses who have left. Maybe they were bankers, they are medical doctors. Yes. We have in our network lawyers who have left their job to join to support their spouses in their duty station. So if the family is not well supported, if it's not well taken care of, if they are not well acknowledged, if they are not happy, let me say in general, I think it tends to reflect on the whole family, not just on the kids. I think also on the spouse, the principal person that is working, So that's why it became very important in Afreximbank to make sure that spouses are being, acknowledged and being intentional in mitigating some of those expatriation challenges. In Afreximbank, for instance, in 2016, late 2016, I was approached by the bank through the HR to consider, or they requested me to oversee the formation of a forum for the spouses in which they can come together, integrate, get to know one another. Mm-hmm. I said, well, why not? Yes. I have the capability. Little did I know that all those experiences, in the associations that I was volunteering, was preparing me for this other, assignment I was going to get, especially when my husband became the president. I can say I was lucky because when I came, we were just very few staff. So we knew each other. We were each other's support system. The families could go off to, auntie's house, spend the weekend. We were always invited. It was a small family, staff strength. Mm-hmm. But by the 2015, my husband took over. It was almost 150 internationally recruited staff. Today, we are talking about over 350 internationally recruited staff. Wow. This is excluding contractors and the consultants and local staff. Mm-hmm. So you can see the growth. Yes. You can see that the bank has grown, and in this age of deglobalization, protectionism, nationalism, mm-hmm. people like holding close to and driving other people away. So, and also looking that Afreximbank has opening a lot of subsidiary. You have the AMCE, you have the PAPS, you have FEDA in Rwanda, we have 5 regional offices across Africa and 1 in the Caribbean. Wow. So this tells you that expatriation is increasing within Africa, not just Rwanda coming to live in Egypt, Egyptian coming to live in Nigeria, Nigerian coming to the diaspora as well are coming, and spouses are leaving their job and whatever, families, and coming in a country that nobody. So it is very important that they are thought of, they are being intentional in being taken care of as they relocate. Yeah.
In fact, as you described Afreximbank and the numbers of the people, and you mentioned families and so on, it's increasingly clear that actually investing in spousal support for the expatriate is not just an altruistic decision, it's actually a business investment. Because what you describe is making sure that people become more engaged, much more productive for the organization. And when we talk about organizational resilience, most organizations speak to, our people are our greatest assets. But many organizations don't think of the spouse when they think of their people. And what you're talking about now is that by extension, looking after the spouses is looking after your people. So it's a real big decision and a return on investment that is well worth it when you invest in the spouses. I didn't have that kind of investment, I have to say. And it's not knocking what it was, but I'm hoping that we can learn from the Afrexim template and maybe spread that across organizations in Africa and even globally, because this is so important. And what you've been talking about, the ASNet, is really, really important for everyone. And I think most people think about it, but they don't know how to go about it. So in a few minutes, we're going to hear a bit more about the network. But I think it's really important to mention why families need to be looked after. Because if you're bringing people out of their usual comfort zone, where they have their parental support, their community support, and you bring them out somewhere else, and they don't have that kind of support. They have stresses and strains. We have incidents of children who go into depression, incidents of spouses who get very depressed as well. We've witnessed suicides, and we've witnessed a lot of drug taking amongst youth. But this is not to say that expatriation is all doomed, right? We have a lot of positive things to say about those. I wouldn't have got my doctorate if it wasn't for the fact that my husband was very busy in another country. By now, he'd moved to Togo, to Lomé in Togo, with EcoBank Transnational. And I was now at the stage where I had to decide whether I moved the children to Togo to continue their education, even though they had very, very good schools already in England. And we had to make the tough decision to live apart for, well, we didn't know how many number of years at the time, but it ended up being, I think, about 12 to 15 years, living on different continents. In fact, I'm sure that Sabina Airways or Airlines went bust because I stopped flying between England and Lomé. I found the cheapest ticket was £167, so I could fly maybe every 3 weeks or so to go and see the husband and keep the home fires burning, whilst the children had to go to boarding school and things like that. And then at some point, I thought, well, all this flying up and down, you better have something to show for it. And I enrolled, went back to school, did a bachelor's, master's, and doctorate in psychology. And that is what I'm using today. So thank you. So we have a doctor, we have an artist, because our husbands were expatriated.
Right. Yes, I think maybe similar somehow. Yes. So as I was doing, joining those associations, I had always known that I loved painting. Mm-hmm. I had loved work of art. So I started going to ateliers of, workshop, art mm-hmm. workshop of some of the ladies I met who were lecturers teaching art. And as my children were getting ready to go to university, and my interest and passion in art was, growing further and further, and I was getting better at it. I enrolled in Barcelona Academy of Arts as well, and spent 3 years, but going forth and back because my husband was also traveling, but at home, or he could visit me sometimes if he was somewhere in Europe. But I saw that window of opportunity as well, mm-hmm. and then I took it when my children have gone to school to further develop my passion that I had been cultivating all this while my children were being raised at the same time. Don't forget, it's a place where you don't family. I cannot call my auntie, come and stay with the kids. Exactly. So I needed to make sure, and the spouses are busy, make sure that my children received the training, the attention, everything that they needed, mm-hmm. every support that they needed to succeed in school. But that being done, and this opportunity came, I went to Barcelona to enroll and graduated from the Arts College Academy last year.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. But coming back to what the bank has done for the spouses that mm-hmm. are, right from the time a family is taking up an appointment to join the bank, they start with providing all sorts of information about residential places of worship, clubs to, that option. Mm-hmm. Then they help them to, relocate by, entry visas, making sure that they safely travel in, and then they will provide food, they will provide accommodation in hotels for mm-hmm. 2 weeks, and sometimes transport support for the first week, even meal support for the first week until they are able to settle in. And then they will have detailed orientation and induction course into how to live to Cairo. And in the office as well, the spouses get a body that is attached to you to take care as long as, until you get settled. But this is when ASNET is this Afreximbank Spouses Network that kicks in, because now the spouses are now left alone. They are now in the community. They are now in the Egyptian community. This is when a body from ASNET comes to meet them. We also attach a body for the spouse to make sure that they get to settle down. What do you need? Do you need, that initial thing? Until they join us in the coffee morning, they get introduced. The bank pays for all our coffee morning, which is like 4 coffee morning in a year, quarterly coffee morning, whereby we can go to anywhere, have a lunch, in addition to having a guest speaker or a trip to Alexandria, or activities that foster integration, that foster learning, that foster meeting people to integrate, to carry out sociocultural activities. So, but we also noted that not everybody could function in a big group. So having that in mind, I introduced in the group clubs that will allow people the opportunity to get to meet other people in different groups that are more comfortable with, at the same time doing an activity that they are interested in doing or passionate in doing. In ASNET, we have currently 9 clubs running. We have the book club running. We have more than anybody that is interested would join from the spouses. So they meet every month to read book, critique book, and they are gaining skills to be able to critique a literary work. We have the cinema club, even just meeting others, getting out to meet and taking a breather from the family or from the kids. It's a support to the spouse. We have the golf club. The golf club meets also, I think, every month. And not just meeting, they are beginning to form friendships that they are taking it further. Last year, they had 2 tournaments, and they are using it now to raise awareness for autism or breast cancer.
Oh, wow.
So you can see the ladies are beginning to help themselves. They are beginning to integrate further. We have Arabic classes as well, whereby, of course, you need to have a bit of Arabic to succeed in the society. Yes. So it's heartwarming to see that a lot of them are already in level 5 Arabic class, and they're able to even do like after celebration. They are beginning to learn a bit of the culture of our host community.
You mentioned the food as well.
Yeah, we have the cookery club as well. Yes. What is interesting is that, the spouses don't get paid, but all their activities are paid by the bank. These clubs have their budget as well. It's just for them to come out, help one another, pull one another together, doing things that, makes them happy. Yes. The cookery club, for instance, sometimes they have a visiting chef cook with them. Sometimes a spouse from amongst them, let's say from Cote d'Ivoire, will cook, or a Rwandan will cook Rwandese food, Sudanese. So you can see there's even cultural exchange as well, while they are just cooking together. So it's heartwarming to see the other impacts that are just coming from these little collaborations and integration. We also have Moms and Thoughts Club. So whereby, don't forget, a lot of families are, young families come in with kids, and the mothers are like, their mothers are not there, no sister, no. So they become each other's friend. They meet every month to share knowledge, organizing activities that foster wellness, nutrition, about kids, do's and don'ts. They're sharing tips and taking kids out, spending time, letting kids integrate with one another rather than just sitting at home. Sometimes they do Christmas activities or Halloween for kids. So you can see a lot of things are beginning to, get formed from just this formation of this club. Mm-hmm. We also have business club that they recently formed. So business club, a lot of spouses are interested to learn how do we get trained into, vision planning, ideation, having an idea and putting it, just simple training or short courses that they start to organize for themselves, digital marketing, a lot of things. Sometimes they also get people from outside to talk to them, and sometimes the bank, sponsors some of this, and they have budgets to cover some of this. In addition to this, Afreximbank has also Afreximbank Academy. Right. So where I think they do a lot of training for SMEs and, not just in Egypt, I think across the continent. Okay. So the interesting thing is that members of ASNET can sign up into Afreximbank Academy, and they are able to access those trainings. Whatever that interests them, you are able to access them and just listen and be part of it.
Okay. Yeah. I think this is great, the ASNET template. Definitely, because it's, from what you describe, it really helps to counter things like social isolation, cultural sensitivity, the family dynamics, because, you've got the moms and tots, you've got people who are introverted being able to partake in events that they are comfortable with. The extroverts can be as extroverted as they wish to be. And I think you have a video of ASNET's activities that we could just perhaps show now, just to summarize all the things that you've told us. So if possible, can we have the video, please? Are we ready with the video? Okay, lights are going to be dimmed for effect. Thank you so much. You must feel very, very proud watching that. And I hope that everyone's taken something away from it. One of the things that we haven't touched upon is the mental health issue. And I think you explained earlier when we were in the green room that you have helplines to help people feel less isolated. People who are external to the bank, because sometimes people don't want to disclose the stresses they're going through to people within the bank for obvious reasons. So I thought you might just say a little about the helplines that you've set up so that people feel supported when they're having mental challenges.
Yes, so in addition to what I've explained from relocation to settling in and then ASNET being there, there is also a well-being pillar that the bank has put up for staff and families. One of them is a 24-hour helpline whereby spouses and staff can access online therapy if you need it. Because don't forget that in as much as your providing and doing some of these things, mitigation, you have to be conscious of the fact that you're not bridging the integrity and privacy of some families while giving help. So this 24-hour helpline is there for anybody to make use of if you cannot speak to. There are also hospitals that we have emergency hotlines and helplines that you can just, and people who also help, assuming your spouse is traveling and in the middle of the night a child is sick or something, emergency happen, or there's an earthquake, God forbid, anything. So the spouses already know what to do. There are helplines for security, helpline for emergencies, helpline for health emergency that can happen at any time. And from time to time, the bank makes sure that we have this awareness information, and members sign up, and either through Zoom or in person, there's always a training. We've been trained on how to respond in emergencies, how to resuscitate, give first care before you send somebody. We are getting trainings like that. We're getting training on how to navigate insurance, medical insurance, because don't forget the spouses are traveling and you have to call insurance, do this. So all these helps are very important because it's being intentional that they're able to know that when families are happy, when spouses are happy, of course, it's good for the resilience we're talking about. It's good for the success of an organization you're talking about. So for me, spousal support is extremely important in any for the success of any organization.
Right. Thank you very much. So just to round up the points that we've made, before I give you the final word, of course, as matriarch of ASNET. So we've looked at career disruption, and we said, be intentional about making sure that you compensate for whatever disruption you've had. Study something else, find a new interest, and more importantly, try and make sure that you're not socially isolated, that you share your issues with people, and the culture shock as well, that you overcome this. And the organization helps with this by putting in place a lot of pre-departure, if you like, pre-expatriation policies so that people can be helped to settle in. It's not just about saying, oh, here's a house, choose which one you want to live in. It's really about saying, what are the key things that you will need to settle down and to settle in, especially when you don't want your staff to start having stresses that mean that the early returns or the spouse says, I'm returning back to the home country, leaving the expatriate stranded. At the end of the day, some expatriates have two houses to maintain because they have their spouses staying behind in the home country, maybe because of the state of the children's education and how old they are. And then, of course, maybe we could also look at how organizations can help dual careers to flourish in spite of the local laws, because there are many laws that don't allow spouses, especially of diplomatic type organizations, to work. But with the advent of technology, I believe there are a lot of people who do work online. So it's not contravening the laws, I don't think, if you are doing something online to help yourself, especially with things like data analytics that you mentioned and painting, becoming artistic. So counseling support is something else that we think organizations should render. So your 24/7 health line, the mental health helpline, and then, of course, all the social networks. So all these things are stuff that help spouses support their expatriate ones better, the expatriate workers better.
Yeah,
and I think that ASNET has been a fantastic example to how this can work. so that all the challenges can be overcome. The spouse doesn't have to feel helpless, because at the end of the day, they have been helped to become more resilient. They help their expatriate spouses to become resilient. And in doing so, the organization also becomes more resilient. Thank you very much, Ms. Orama. I'm sure you have one last few words to say.
Thank you, Tunde. First, my advice to the, we're leaving the bank, to the youngest ones coming in, to just keep showing up. The facility is there for you. Keep showing up, volunteer. If somebody helped you to settle in, I think it's also good to help somebody else settle in. Be part of ASNET and continue to volunteer. I would also say that before we wrap up, that this is on a different note, but somehow it's connected, that people always ask me, does Dr. Rama sleep? How does he, does he ever, all sorts of questions. And most often, people tell me, if you have 10 Oramas in Africa, that Africa will be a different place. And I said to them, yes, you're right. There is an Orama in each and every one of us. But the difference is the Orama who travels 3 different African continents in one day to have meetings with 3 heads of state. The difference is the Orama who never switches off a phone, who makes sure that all staff from low to high are listened to. The difference is the Orama. The difference is the Orama who comes back from a trip by 5 in the morning, by 10 o'clock is in the office, attending meetings. The difference is the Orama who comes back and a pile of documents is like this, and he's up till 6 in the morning to bring it down before he flies the next day. So there is that Orama in each and every one of us. But tying this back into spousal support and the support, by the way, it's a two-way flow, yes. So he supported me wholeheartedly to be whatever I want to be. As long as the spouses are happy doing what they find interested to do, whether in their profession, furtherance, or furthering education, or gaining other skill, or changing career paths, and the kids are happy, and there's a conducive atmosphere in the family, enabling atmosphere, kids are flourishing, I think there will be that Orama in everybody.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And for all the spouses in the room who are supporting their expatriates and or who have had the experience, as they say in French, courage. Just keep it going, and I'm sure you'll be fine. Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there questions? Are there any questions from the audience? Because I think we have about 5 minutes. There's a gentleman over there.
First time to Nigeria.
Yeah, we could hear you.
Hello. Hello, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Ohene from Accra, Ghana. So, ma'am, I like your presentation and everything that you've put. And thank you for your amazing support to Prof for championing the vision of the bank to now. My question is, a lot of us, the young people or young men, would be having aspirations one day to become either like Professor Orama or in other areas. Please, in our quest to select that woman, who would help us achieve our aspirations. I read that.
I think you've said it.
Please. I read that if the CEO do not have peace in the house, management meetings will not be successful and productive. And if the president also do not have peace, cabinet meetings will not be successful, and that the people will also suffer. So how do we make sure that one day, if we don't get the perfect one, we will still manage them to help us achieve aspiration? Thank you so much.
So essentially saying happy wife, happy life.
There you go.
I think using the template, you can have singles.
Yeah, I think it's in line with what we have been saying. Happy family, happy high productivity, So, and I pray that you will get exactly the perfect wife that will help you to succeed.
Okay. There's another person.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I remember that at the outset, you had mentioned that it wasn't only the ladies who had to support their expatriate husbands, that sometimes the men find themselves in such situations. I'm not sure I heard you throw more light on that circumstance. Thank you.
I couldn't hear.
Sorry, could
you repeat your question? We couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I'll repeat. I remember that at the outset, you had mentioned that there are circumstances where it's not just the woman that supports her expatriate husband. Sometimes it's the husband supporting an expatriate wife. Exactly. I'm not sure I heard you throw more light on the dynamics around that. Thank you.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And when we say spouses, we meant both male and female in both ways. So we have in Afreximbank as well a lot of spouses that are male supporting their female counterparts in the office. So the ASNET also is open to everybody. It's not just women affair. The business clubs, we have a couple of gentlemen in it, and they also join trips. The whole club and the whole facility and infrastructure and the support by the bank is open to everybody.
We have one last question, and we want gender balance. So this one will come from Madame. Please stand up, tell us who you are, and very quickly your question.
Merci, je vais parler en français. Normalement, je suis hispanophone, mais comme la plupart des gens parlent anglais et français, moi, je vais poser la question en français.
D'accord.
Je m'appelle Madame Milagrosa, je suis ministre déléguée de la Guinée équatoriale en charge du Trésor et patrimoine de l'État. J'ai bien écouté vos expériences et je vous remercie. J'ai vécu une partie de l'expérience de Madame Orama parce que j'étais en Égypte dans les assemblées il y a 3-4 ans et j'étais invitée chez vous. Je vous remercie, je vous félicite pour tout ce que vous avez dit parce que je fais partie de cette expérience. Ce n'est pas des commentaires, ce n'est pas une histoire qu'on n'a pas vécue. Les gens qui ont vécu chez vous, qui sont arrivés chez vous à la maison, ils peuvent partager comme moi, confirmer ce que vous aviez dit. Mais la seule question que je voulais, c'est une partie de la question qui m'a précédée. Vous aviez dit que les femmes, comme l'expérience de vous deux, la plupart des femmes, lorsqu'un homme est promotionné ailleurs, on fait tout le nécessaire pour abandonner tout ce qu'on faisait pour accompagner l'époux. Mais la plupart des gens, moi, je peux dire que chez moi, il y a beaucoup de pourcentage des femmes qui ont eu des divorces parce que la femme est promotionnée ailleurs et le mari ne peut pas l'accompagner ou il ne veut pas l'accompagner. Moi, je pense que lorsque le monsieur n'a pas de travail, il doit aussi accompagner la femme et peut-être c'est la femme, il peut trouver aussi quoi faire et chercher d'autres sorties pour lui. C'est la seule chose que je voulais vraiment faire partager. Je vous félicite.
She's basically okay. She's going to.
I feel like it's not working.
Thank you. It's all right. Thank you. So I'm just trying to gather what the lady just said and just trying to translate a little bit. So if I remember well, you're coming from Equatorial Guinea. Mm-hmm. And so she listened to what you said, and she wanted to share an observation with you that, most women abandon everything that they're doing to follow their husband in expatriation. Mm-hmm. But the other way around, it's not the same thing. Men don't abandon everything to follow their wives. And the wives are missing sometimes opportunities. I think that's what you've been saying. So she wanted to share that with you. And maybe if you have a comment to that, you could share it with the audience, please.
Okay. I work with a lot of UN agencies. And a lot of these sort of issues come up where the female in the partnership is the one who is the expatriate. And the gentlemen sometimes find it very, very difficult to settle because for the same reasons that women find it difficult to settle. But I think males are structured slightly differently. So there's an ego thing, there's a career thing, there's the fact that some of their peers say, why are you following your woman around? Nobody ever says that to women. They never say, why are you always following your man around? But I must say that there are a lot of men who don't pay too much attention to this. They will go around with their wives, support them, and find things just the way women do, intentionally, and do other things. And when I was with my husband at EcoBank, actually, there were quite a few of these young men that I became very friendly with because their wives were very high up in EcoBank and were doing really, really well. And these spouses used to encourage them. I'm sure Binta won't mind me mentioning her name in particular because that's one person that I really remember. So attitudes are changing. Men, support your wives if they're the expatriates. It doesn't mean they're superior to you. It just means that you are an enlightened spouse, just as a lot of women are enlightened spouses. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much. I think this last observation brings us to the end of this conversation. Do you have additional words to say?
I think I echo into what you said. Okay. Both, it's a two-way flow. It's not one way, and it's for the benefit of both spouses as well as the larger family, the kids. So it's not about ego. It's not about anything. The more you support one another, the more you expand your both network in a way that you may never have envisaged. So this spousal support is utmost. It is key. It is growing. It's going to grow in Africa, and it's something we need to be intentional in doing, both to male and the female spouses. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in a heartfelt applause for two exceptional women who brought both strength and grace to this gathering. Thank you, Dr. Ekpe, Mrs. Orama, for your authenticity and for offering not just insight, but also guidance. We have been looking forward to this conversation, and it certainly lived up to our expectation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh.
And President Orama is coming for a picture to immortalize this moment.
We're glad. Okay, let's just stand a minute.
Husband supporting wife.
Another round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Place maintenant à la toute dernière session de la journée, au cœur des enjeux de notre continent, avec une question essentielle stratégique. Le commerce peut-il réellement devenir le moteur de notre développement? In a world ongoing profound transformation, Africa stands at a decisive crossroads. With clarity and boldness, it must choose the path that will lead to a transformation that is sustainable, inclusive, and fully owned. And to guide this important exchange, we are in the capable hands of a sharp and seasoned journalist for BBC News, Lukwesa Burak. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome for the last moderator of this day. Thank you very much.
Right, my mic is on. Please sit back down. I know you want to go and have a meal and catch up. And I've seen so many people hugging and saying hello. We have got a fantastic panel. Two forces of nature are going to be joining me on this stage. And when I say forces of nature, you'll understand why. Essentially, we are asking one primary question. One, why can China do it? Africa has been talking about it for decades. Decades. To the people that are sitting to my right, stage left, if you want to come closer, please come closer. Don't feel you need to sit out in Siberia. Please come in. But why can't Africa sort out its trade policies in order to develop and to grow? To set off our panel, our final panel, I'm going to ask a gentleman that many of you know. He has had so much experience. He has the policies. He has the economic models that say it can be done. So to set off our panel, ladies and gentlemen, please, can you welcome to the stage His Excellency Muchanga, Ambassador Muchanga. He is the former AU Commissioner for Economic Development, for Tourism, Trade, Industry and Mining, and he is going to give a brief keynote speech to set the scene for us. I want to know what the key ingredients are to sorting out Africa's trade issues. He's going to give you a hint, and then I'm going to introduce our second panelist to the stage. This doctor has been traveling for 3 days. She arrived 3 hours ago. So I would so appreciate when she comes out a huge round of applause. I know we've all traveled, we're all tired, but Dr. Atz refused to miss this session. So let us begin. Your Excellency Muchanga. Thank you.
What's confusing? Yeah. No. Yeah. She introduced me, and then she said, yeah.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremony. I know that all of you are very, very tired. It has been a very long day, and I'm not going to make a 15-minute speech. towards the earlier timing, I'll reduce it to less than 10 minutes. And I'll begin by saying demography is very, very important. And in economics, it's a source of productivity and a source of consumption. Both are drivers of economic activity or economic progress. When you look at Africa's population, on Wednesday, the 18th of June, Worldometer put Africa's population at 1,547,877,456 people, which is 1.55 billion people. It's no longer 1.4 billion people. And this figure accounts for 18.83% of the world's population and is projected to rise to 25% by 2050. Now, let us contrast this to the relative economic figures. Currently, Africa accounts for 3% of world trade and less than 3% of the world's gross domestic product. Here is very clear. We're very high on population, but we are very, very low on productivity and competitiveness. Now, let me also bring in another issue before I move to the main topic. And this is that The Economist newspaper released a report in January this year, which stated, among others, and I quote, "The economic gap between Africa and the rest of the world is getting wider." End of quote. And it goes on to say, and I quote, "Business as usual will not narrow it." End of quote. Now, it has been relative progress, but my contention is that it has been very slow progress. And it has in the process bred complacence. And there's another indicator of complacence. A lot of Africans believed that aid was going to develop Africa. It did not, and it is not going to develop Africa. Therefore, if we have to leverage trade to promote rapid economic development, we must do away with complacence. It should be business unusual. And the question which was made is, can Africa or can trade be used to power Africa's progress? The answer is yes. We have no choice. Why don't we have a choice? Because development is a do-it-yourself imperative. Nobody is going to do it for Africa. We have to do it ourselves. Simple terms, DIY. And of course, the issue of development is related to generating high rates of economic growth, very rapid rates of economic growth. When I was at the African Union, one of the documents I left, which was adopted by the Assembly, was a strategic framework on key actions to achieve inclusive growth and sustainable development across Africa. This document positions Africa to grow at 7 to 10% per annum between 2023 and 2063, and shows that it's achievable. If the African economy grows at 5% between 2023 and 2033, then raises that growth rate to 8% between 2033 and 2053, and stabilizes at 6% between 2053 and 2063. The GDP per capita of Africa in international prices will rise from the figure of $4,800 in 2023 to $65,000 in 2063. And aggregate GDP would be $160 trillion. Now, that can be a generator of consumption. The African Trade and Economic Outlook, which was released this morning, was very clear. Consumption is a key driver of economic development. And we released in 2019 the Africa's Dynamic Development Report, which also came up with that same position. It showed that between 2000 and between 2018, 69% of Africa's GDP came from domestic consumption. And it also showed that Africa's consumption is 1.5 times greater than the global average. We add this to the middle class, which is currently 350 million, and is projected to rise to 600 million by 2035 years from now. It's an indicator that any investor looking for investment and trade opportunities is not going to overlook Africa because it's a consumption hub. Of course, industrialization is very, very key. And the African Export-Import Bank has been very, very, very active in this area. I can give examples of the ARISE integrated industrial platforms, the Africa Creative Nexus program, and among others, the Africa Enterprise Network. And of course, at the level of the African Union, there's the Africa Commodity Strategy. Among others, is going to promote investments in industrial design and research and development. And there is also a process of undertaking regular mapping exercises on value chains. And 94 have been identified to have high potential in promoting value addition across Africa. And these in the sectors of pharmaceuticals, foods, cotton and clothing, and the automotive sectors. And of course, Africa is a mining continent. We need to add value to mining. And in this regard, the African Union released, and this year, it was adopted by the Assembly, the African Green Minerals Strategy, which is aimed at promoting value addition at source and also promoting the elimination of illicit financial flows from Africa in the mining sector. In addition to that, there are a number of activities which are being undertaken in the area of the Made in Africa standard. This is important for quality development and elimination of technical barriers to trade, among other issues. And it's also going to be a source of technological development, because for you to really meet the standards, you need to show that you are producing high quality products. And this brings me to the issue of differentiation. If Africa has to trade her way into development, we need to come up with uniquely African products of high quality. And to achieve that, we need to invest in research and development. And this is where a lot of work is to be done. We had the African Technology and Innovation Strategy, which ended in 2024. And it recommended that each African country must invest 1% of its GDP in research and development. When it ended, Africa was investing at 5%. The Economist magazine says for an economy to be globally competitive, at a minimum, it must invest 2.4% of the GDP in research and development. What the African Union strongly recommended to member states that increase investments in research and development to 1.5% of GDP and provision of low-interest loans to set up operations to 1.5% of GDP. But that has not been acted upon. There are a number of other measures, but for the sake of brevity, let me end here. And you can see that nobody has slept, and I thank you for your attention.
Ambassador Muchanga, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And I appreciate the fact that you truncated your keynote speech. Thank you. Ambassador Muchanga is the former AU Commissioner for Economic Development, Tourism, Trade, Industry and Mining. Our second panelist who will be joining us on the stage is Dr. Marlene Atz, who has flown in today from Trinidad and Tobago. She's been flying for 3 days. Dr. Marlene, hello, welcome to the stage. And as a quick introduction, the doctor is a recently appointed senator. She is also the former advisor to the Pro-Vice Chancellor and also the campus principal at the University of West Indies, and the speciality was institutional effectiveness and strategy at the University of West Indies. Ambassador Muchanga, of course, hails from Zambia, place of my birth. And, of course, I have to say Zambia Kuchalo. I am going to use my privilege. All right, let us begin our conversation. And I want to address the elephant in the room immediately. I'm sure you've all been watching the news. I'm sure you've all been discussing tariffs. I'm sure you've all been thinking, what on earth is going on? So how does a nation plan for economic development today? Very unique times. So rather than asking, or beginning our conversation by asking, how does Africa use trade to forward and move itself on the path to development? I'm going to ask you, what opportunity does today's current chaos, I'm going to describe it as chaos, in terms of what is coming from the White House? Is it misdirection? Or is it a unique opportunity for Africa, but also the Caribbean? Dr. Atz, please start our panel.
And thank you so much for inviting me. I am very grateful to the Afreximbank for inviting me to participate in this very important conversation. And as I listened to Excellency's keynote, I said, maybe we can replace the words Africa with Caribbean, because there's so much commonality in terms of what is happening in Africa, what has happened historically, and also what has happened in the Caribbean. I mean, we're much smaller, but our history and our economic challenges and our opportunities moving forward. So I'm going to get to the question that you specifically asked. There are some commonalities, which is why I think we're having these conversations this afternoon about Africa and the Caribbean. Trade is an integral part of economic development, but I think the opportunities that are challenges and opportunities facing us now require us to not only see trade as a route for economic expansion, but one that allows us to realize structural transformation and economic diversification in our economies. Some of the things that you alluded to, Excellency, in your keynote speech. So, to your question, the elephant in the room, I welcome the challenge. I think it's a good time. I think we countries like Africa, the continent, and the Caribbean, we should not let a crisis go to waste. So there is some chaos, there's some crises, there's some unknowns. Liberation Day was in April when the world discovered that tariffs can range from 0 to 10% to 30% to 50%, depending on how the pendulum was swinging. And I think we collectively were gasping, waiting for the other shoe to drop in terms of what is this going to mean for us and how it will impact on our economies. And for us in the Caribbean, it is significant because we have a large diasporic population living in the United States. If the cost of living goes up in the United States as a result of tariffs, it could potentially impact on remittances coming back into our countries. Many people in the Caribbean shop, visit. Tourism in the Caribbean is dependent on tourists coming from North America. So tariffs have far-reaching consequences for us. But as I said, there are also opportunities. And I think since the pandemic, I have been reflecting as a development economist that it's a good time for us to pivot and to reimagine what our economies look like and to identify opportunities even in the midst of the challenges. So the tariffs have presented us with another set of opportunities. Why continue to look to North America as a partner? We've argued geography, location, everything. So historically, we've argued, they're close by. There's no language barrier. Why not look to the north? And the tariffs, Liberation Day has come, and all of the other uncertainties out of Washington, they have come in. So let us look to countries where we share a deep history and a deep economic quest to propel our economies and to structurally transform our economies. So I think in the midst of all of this, this is the opportunity that is presenting itself, and this is why we're having such a meaningful conversation around Afro-Caribbean relations, trade relations, and other kinds of relations.
Ambassador, how do you take what is going on then? I mean, what opportunities can Africa, as a continent, I mean, is Africa too big? We're talking 54 recognized countries here. Is that one of the problems? How do you capitalize on the chaos that is going on now, and come out roaring?
It's not a problem. The size is not a problem. The size is an advantage.
Size is an advantage.
Size is an advantage.
Economies of scale.
I said Africa's population is 1.5 billion right now. For some of our countries, the total population is 80,000. They're too small. They're too weak. When you aggregate, you exploit scale.
Yeah, the economies of scale, yeah.
Yes. So this is an opportunity for Africa to move towards deeper economic integration. Africa should come up with a customs union as a matter of urgency. When I left the African Union, I left 2 studies on readiness assessments towards an African customs union / common market. And both the studies showed that it's possible to do it within 10 to 15 years if there's political will. So this is the opportunity for Africa really to come together or to defragment, for others are fragmenting, deepen economic integration. Point number 1. Point number 2, Africa this time has the benefit of being a permanent member of the G20. We have a voice on the global stage. We must make use of that voice. To effectively make use of that voice, we must speak with one voice. We must stroke with a strong voice and an influential voice. That will come from rapid economic growth, which I highlighted. It will also come from harmonized trade and macroeconomic policies, bringing us back to deeper economic integration. So we have the opportunity now to sit at the table and say, this is the African proposal on the structure of a future global economic architecture. We didn't have it in 1945. Only 3 African countries participated. Egypt, Ethiopia, and South Africa. this time all the African countries through the G20 can contribute to restructuring the global system. And with deeper economic integration, we can trade our way into development.
Okay.
It's a big market.
All right. Everybody recognizes that trade is a huge driver when it comes to economic development. Why hasn't it happened? Dr. Rat, you're laughing.
I'm smiling
Why?
because, again, even though we're very small, we're nowhere close to 1.8 billion. We have essentially lived this experience in the Caribbean. So we started having the Caribbean Common Market in 1973. So that's 50 odd years ago.
Nearly 52?
Yeah, nearly 52 years ago, we're celebrating the CARICOM, what we call CARICOM, the Caribbean Common Market, which comes out, I have to say, as an economist, it comes out of a proposal that was made by one of the most esteemed Caribbean economists, Sir Arthur Lewis, that spoke about the need for us to integrate, because we're so small, the need for us to develop markets. And by developing that market and I heard in your speech you mentioned consumption, fueling, gross domestic product. Arthur Lewis essentially made the point that we needed to expand so that we could produce more, and that could help propel, and we could then trade, and that will then help us realize economies of scale. And this goes back to a proposal in the 1950s. In the Caribbean, we've tried it. We've not succeeded in terms of all of the aspects, because some of it is the politics of the relationships between and among countries. But we have found ways to be better off as a collective than we would have been as individual countries. So there's still some finessing to be done in the Caribbean, and we've advanced the conversation beyond the Caribbean Common Market into the Caribbean Single Market and the economy, which now is intended to allow for free flow of labor and services between and among the CARICOM countries. Now, not everything has been finessed in the way that we would like it to be, but it certainly is our intention that we recognize that we are too small individually. One of the things that Excellency also spoke about is the varying rates of economic growth of some of the countries. We're seeing that in the Caribbean. You have Guyana that has recently become a major player in the global energy market. Guyana, they now have rates of economic growth. So when you're looking at any one of the aggregated data from any one of the multilaterals, they talk about economic growth in the Caribbean excluding Guyana, because Guyana's rate of economic growth has just, exploded. But you have the rest of the Caribbean countries having varying degrees. Now, if you come together and you concretize that common market and that one voice moving forward, you wouldn't agree on everything, but you recognize the geopolitical fragmentation in some spaces, the geopolitical coalescing in other spaces, requires us, Africa, the Caribbean, to act differently. And coming together is one of the ways that we have to act differently.
Okay, we were having various discussions in the green room, which is like a media waiting room. And on the subject of acting differently, one word that came up, which I sat up straight, my ears just sort of started flapping, because it's not often I hear this word within an environment like this, was complacency. Who is being complacent?
Ourselves.
Why are we being complacent? And what's the cost of being complacent?
Well, I think the mentality of dependence generated that complacency. And that goes back to the trade model we got at independence. When it was created, the creators saw it as innovation because it drove their industrialization. It modeled the colonies as sources of raw materials and also sources of imports for their manufactured goods. And the infrastructure was developed in that direction. Now, at independence, there was no critical analysis on what that meant. We inherited that trade model. And we continued to be suppliers of raw materials. Then, in the 50s, the model of development aid came into being. And a lot of our people saw it as a source of easy money. We sat back and said, the foreigners are going to develop Africa. But they had their strategic interests.
So is it leadership or is it human capital? Where does the switch have to be made so we can move? We can
both
move the
leadership
narrative
and
along.
the human capital. Both the leadership and the human capital.
But if I may, I also want to add there's a third dimension. It also has to permeate the psyche, because we need to understand. So the leadership is one thing, and the leadership sometimes is going to be driven by the politics of the day. But that mentality, and I agree totally with what you said about the independence, and even having attained independence, we didn't attain the independence of the mind in terms of what was required to transform. So we still continued some of the models that were in place when we were colonies. So we are independent, but not independent of thought, and in terms of taking those brave chances and understanding that this is a whole new world, and we have to do things differently. It's the biblical way of pouring new wine into old bottles, into old skins. If we're independent, that also brings with it a new mode of thinking, a new way of doing business. You're not discarding the old ways, but you're trying to ensure that the transformation that is required as an independent country is transformation not simply in terms of trade, but also transformation in terms of that mental space. How do you see yourself, and how do you, engage moving forward?
But which leader is willing to take that risk? Okay, because often when you make those strategic transformations, it requires efficiencies or inefficiencies to be looked at. It comes at a cost. And that cost is going to be fed down to your aunt, your uncle, your brother, your sister, whoever. But it often comes down to over-employment.
Let me take it this way. 1989, when there was a huge change around the world was looking towards Eastern Europe and overlooking Africa. Africa did not do much. It took Japan to come up with the Tokyo International Conference on African Development to tell the world, do not overlook Africa. My advocacy is that this time round, Africa must drive the agenda. Africa must say, in this changing world order, how can we contribute?
How would you do it then? What
should we contribute? It's very easy.
It's easy?
It's easy.
Okay, let's hear.
It's easy. I don't know if my colleagues in the African Union Commission are here. But I was talking to some of the ambassadors before I left the African Union Commission. I said, let us use the February 2025 summit to have brainstorming on how Africa can respond to the emerging global order. That was not concluded. And therefore, I expect the new commission now to really take up that issue. So it should be Africans coming together to say, we have the G20 platform, and our economy is growing. We have natural resources, we have a young population. How can we contribute to the emergence of a new architecture of the global economy? We have leaders who can do that. And it's a question of pushing forward.
Doctor, how do you rebrand Africa? I'm just thinking in the context of Southeast Asian countries, we suddenly realized how the world cannot do without their trade. Okay, they've got themselves into a position, they have leverage. So how on earth does the continent get itself to that position where traditional powers, economic powers, have to think twice? Because at the moment, it's almost as if the Caribbean, the African continent are overlooked.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if we disrupt. because it won't impact on us, apart from our raw
raw materials.
metals.
Yeah.
Yes, we need them for our phones.
But I think there is one can't ignore the strategic advantage that the continent has. 1.8 billion people.
1.5 billion.
1.5, okay. So, I'm kind of like projecting into the future. One cannot ignore that as a market, as an opportunity for trade. Can you imagine if the exports from that 1.5, let's say 1 billion, fueled the rest of the world? If that were a strategic objective that Africa had, it would make Africa a partner that you can't live without that partner, because that partner is so important. And it's not simply about raw materials, because we know that the continent exports raw materials. We want to increase the value added so that the benefits accrue to the population. The benefits and the wealth accrues to the population of Africa, not simply exporting raw materials so that the value added accrues to some other country that benefits from it, which is what is happening now, by and large, which is what happens to us in the Caribbean. We have exported, I'm from Trinidad and Tobago, an energy-producing country, and we specialize in exporting. The bulk of ours is raw material being exported, and the value added is being earned by countries that we export to. So it's time for us to understand the changing dynamics in the landscape, understand that tariffs can be 30% one day, 10% the next day, 80%, 100% the next day, and that kind of an uncertainty is going to impact on our populations and on our economies in ways that could really have us regress for decades. And that is a chance that we can't afford to take. So it's an opportunity for us to rebrand, to pivot, to see what is happening globally as an inflection point that we have to navigate, and we have to do things differently.
Okay, so if we're drawing to a close soon, if we are looking at trade, bolstering trade, making it more resilient, what are we trading, and where are those trade links going? Because we've seen a lot, again, the Asian countries, they've turned their eyes, certainly on the African continent, to new markets. So if Africa was to push for trade, to push for industrialization, would it be intercontinental or international? Where should we be looking? Where should the Caribbean be looking?
I think it should be international, but I also think that we need to think a little bit outside of the box. In one of the earlier presentations this afternoon, someone mentioned cultural exchanges. The orange economy is an untapped area that I think we need to identify as one of those new areas that we can move into, that we can exchange, we can educate our populations and actually come up with different kinds of economic goods and services based on the orange economy, based on the green economy. So while we might still have some of the traditional kinds of exports, some of the traditional manufactured goods that we have looked at over the years, let's also identify new markets that we can capitalize on, our human capital, our cultural services, the green economy. All of these are issues that will impact on Africa and on the Caribbean in significant ways, but we can also capitalize on them and turn them into new dimensions, new aspects of our economic drivers.
Okay. My final question to both of you is, Ambassador, you mentioned that by 2063, as a continent, Africa's GDP should be between 7 and 10%. I'm not too sure how the Caribbean bloc is forecasting. Do you have a figure to hand?
Well, it varies because different Caribbean countries are at different levels. So if you exclude Guyana, we're probably going to be close to like 5%, depending on what happens, because we're so vulnerable to all sorts of things.
Okay. So with that figure in mind, 7 to 10% economic growth, what is the one thing both of you would do now that would start to make a change tomorrow and put the Caribbean, put the African continent on the path towards growth when it comes to resilient trade? What is the one thing that you look at and you think, oh, this is so frustrating, if we could just change that? Both of you. Ambassador.
Promote trade and investment. There was a panel. The opportunities are there. Let's take advantage of those opportunities.
And I would add to that, I think we need to work on our imagination. Let's try to think and reimagine to do things differently, as opposed to simply looking at traditional ways. So tariffs come, let's identify opportunities inside of there to propel our growth and propel our trade and to propel our investment in ways that, build the resilience regardless of whether tariffs come or tariffs don't come.
Okay. Dr. Atz, Ambassador Muchanga, and our audience, thank you all very much indeed. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a close and a wrap for today. Your dinner awaits. We will see you bright and early tomorrow. But if there are any questions that you would like to put to my two guests, please do get in touch with some members of the team. We have incredible experience here on the desk, on the stage. But thank you very much, and a very good evening to you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lukwesa Burak from the BBC, and wonderful final panel. She is right, it is a wrap for day one, but we do have day two coming up tomorrow and then day three as well. Tomorrow starts at 9 a.m. in the morning, but from the looks of the traffic this morning, the doors open at 8, so I would advise you to come in earlier than the start time to get your seat. Is there anything else we need to tell them before we close?
Yes, of course, if you have the program.
Yes, we have sponsors, quite a few sponsors that we really should thank for some of the amazing things that happened today. Let's begin with the sponsor of the Babacar Ndaye hologram that you saw. We want to say thank you to Vista Bank and Assurances. The executive sponsors also Oakwood Green Africa. Thank you very much.
Yes, of course. And then we have PAC Capital that was sponsoring award ceremony, that is sponsoring award ceremony dinner also. And our aviation partners, Ethiopian Airlines, Qatar Airways, and Value Jets.
And last of all, the Nnamdi Azikiwe hologram that's going to be coming up, which is quite amazing. We want to say thank you to Owando Energy. So that concludes the first day. Thank you for staying on all the way to the finishing line. We'll see you back bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much.